Block 3. The ground beneath her shook violently, and a wave of mud erupted around to form a dome around her. Rumble. As the mud appeared, a large wave of thunder erupted formed the tiger's mouth, surrounding the environment with blinding light. Boom. Suddenly the earth shook. With the destroyed dome at the center, a massive shock wave rippled outward with the ground gradually turning into mud. The lightning tiger struggled to maintain its footing, its claws digging deep into the mud as it tried to leave the perimeter of the mud. But Elias Raven was prepared. Her aura spiked and slowly the mud began to spread, and in a few seconds the whole floor in a 50-meter radius turned to mud. Roar. The lightning tiger let out a furious roar as its body turned into lightning that flew towards the sky, escaping the thick mud beneath. However, Elias Raven knew that she couldn't let it escape. She focused her energy and released her spiritual consciousness into the ground. With a determined face, she closed her eyes and willed the surrounding mud to move. All the mud in the 50-meter radius began to churn and swirl, slowly rising up in a towering whirlpool that engulfed the lightning tiger. The beast struggled against the powerful currents, but it was no match for Elias Raven's control over the elemental chi. Rumble. Finally, the mud submerged the beast, and slammed it back into the ground, causing a massive rumble to shake the area. The tiger, while inside the mud, was only able to struggle a bit as every movement seemed difficult to make. Elias Raven didn't waste time and opened up the mud underneath her, allowing herself to go underneath to confront the beast. As Elias Raven willed the mud around her to propel her forward towards the tiger, she held out her hand to grasp the sword she had placed underneath before plunging it into the beast's body. Roar. Oh. The lightning tiger let out a muffled roar before dissipating into mist, causing a relieved Elias Raven to lose all strength in her body. She let herself fall while the mud embraced her with not the slightest mud on her robe. Elias Raven smiled. She didn't think it'd be this hard, but she has won. She was exhausted but victorious. 103. Gold Core Realm. Elias Raven walked out of the ancient beast pagoda with an exhausted body and a gleam in her eyes. As she came out, she heard the faint murmurs of sect disciples outside the pagoda. She was about to walk away when she was startled by a voice behind her. "Congratulations, Elias Raven." Elias Raven turned around to see Feng, who had crept behind her without notice. She was surprised with her sudden appearance. "Feng, what brings you here?" Elias Raven asked. "I came to see you." "Of course," Feng smiled. "You've caused quite a stir." Elias Raven, "Look, most of the top 5 have come to look at your ranking." "Yes, it seems you've really been hiding well." A voice sounded from the side and Elias Raven turned to look. It was a tall man with scar on his forehead. His eyes were stern and he had a fierce aura around him. Even now Elias Raven felt intimidated by him. It was Liu Osu, the second-ranked disciple, and around him were 4 similarly strong disciples that were in the top 10. "Liu Osu," Elias Raven said subconsciously as she turned to gaze at the disciples around Liu Osu. Elias Raven looked at them with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Liu Osu looked at her with a hint of admiration and said with seriousness in his voice, "I'll introduce everyone to you since it's your first time meeting them. This is Lian Mu, a self-righteous man with a sharp tongue." Lian Mu smirked at the introduction. "And this is Xiru, a young woman with the disposition of a child." "She's okay," Liu Osu continued. Xiru looked at Liu Osu with a pout, but there was a glint of amusement in her eyes. "And finally, we have Xuruan, a man of few words but great strength," Liu Osu said, gesturing towards a tall man with a calm demeanor. Elias Raven took in their introductions and the atmosphere around them. She could feel the tension and competitiveness in the air. "Nice to meet all of you," she said politely, bringing her arms to a greeting gesture. "Of course, we're all part of the same division after all," Liu Osu said with a smile. "But don't get too comfortable, Elias Raven. Just because you've ranked high in the ancient beast pagoda doesn't mean you're invincible." Elias Raven nodded, understanding the underlying warning in Liu Osu's words. Xiru spoke up with a playful grin. "We've heard a lot about you, Elias Raven. It seems you're quite the hidden gem in the sect," she said, causing the others to chuckle. Elias Raven felt a bit embarrassed but also pleased at the same time. "I just try my best," she said with a small smile. Lian Mu spoke up next. "Well, we're all here to improve ourselves and climb the ranks. It's good to have some competition," he said with a friendly tone. Elias Raven nodded in agreement and she couldn't help but look in the direction of Xuruan, the one with the title of First Ranked. Xuruan had remained quiet throughout the conversation, but Elias Raven could sense a calm and confident air around him. She didn't feel intimidated by him, rather, she was curious to see how she could stack up against him in the future. Feng, looking at Elias Raven from the side, couldn't help but hit Elias Raven in the back of her head, as she could guess what she was thinking about. Elias Raven turned to Feng, rubbing the back of her head. She was a bit embarrassed seeing as there were 4 other disciples around her. "You're thinking too much about Xuruan," Feng said with a chuckle. "He's already reached the end. Tomorrow is when he'll go through it." Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise. "Go through what?" Feng grinned. "His tribulation. Of course. He's going to become a gold core cultivator." Liu Osu nodded in agreement. "Xuruan has been preparing for this for a long time. It's why he stopped participating in any other events." Elias Raven began to think back to the tribulation she saw once. She realized how much danger comes with it, but the benefits were far greater. It was said that only the strongest and the most determined could overcome tribulations. Xiru noticed Elias Raven's excitement and said with extra excitement, "It's a rare opportunity to witness a tribulation, right? I still haven't seen it before." "Why is it that only at the Gulf Coat realm and onward does a cultivator experience tribulation?" Elias Raven asked, slightly curious. Liu Osu chuckled. "A gold core cultivator has transcended the foundation establishment realm and achieved the one source essence, where their power comes from a single source. Their power and abilities a draw-out chi far surpasses anything we can achieve." "I didn't realize it was such a big deal," Elias Raven said, feeling overwhelmed. "It is," Feng said firmly. "You have to know that only from the gold core realm and onward can your lifespan increase." Liu Osu nodded. "Yes, the higher your cultivation level, the longer your lifespan can become. It's a great incentive for cultivators to push themselves to their limits. Moreover, the younger you are, the more opportunities you can have in your lifespan." Liu Osu spoke up again, this time turning towards Xuruan. "You'll be the first to reach it, but don't become complacent because I'll be right behind." Xuruan gave a small smile but didn't respond. He seemed to be thinking about something else. Xuruan turned to Elias Raven to speak. "Elias Raven, you have great potential. However, don't show all your cards. Almost everyone here hasn't shown their true rankings on the board." "I'll keep that in mind," Elias Raven nodded, understanding the importance of not showing everything. His words didn't seem to bother the other 5 disciples around as Liu Osu chuckled while shaking his head. Liam Mu smirked and Xiru giggled, their responses giving away their answers. The only one with the same blank expression was Yifeng, as she could see the hidden warning in Xuruan's words. The group continued to chat for a while longer before eventually dispersing. Elias Raven left with a sense of excitement and determination, eager to continue improving and climbing the ranks within her cultivation. As she walked away, she couldn't help but wonder about Xuruan's upcoming tribulation. She knew it would be a dangerous and difficult task, but also one that would lead to great rewards. Elias Raven made a mental note to try and witness it if possible, hoping to learn from the experience, see if the system will react again. 104. Inspiration and Progress. The next day was pretty eventful, as early morning on the first light of the day, thunderclouds gathered above the mountain of the martial arts Davidian and lightning fell from the sky under the watchful gaze of the inner sect disciples. Elias Raven stood next to Feng and watched as thunder fell, but held a disappointed gaze as she realized that the system didn't react to it. At the tribulation platform, the figure of Xuruan elevated a few feet of the floor as he released his aura of the gold core realm. Across his body were bits of burned mark, but he didn't appear bothered by it as he went through the tribulation with little difficulty. Elias Raven watched in admiration as Xuruan successfully overcame the tribulation, his power and aura increasing to new heights. After the tribulation ended, the disciples cheered and congratulated Xuruan on his achievement. Elias Raven returned to her courtyard, feeling a sense of urgency and inspiration from witnessing the tribulation. She might not have gained anything through the system, but her perception was improved and she gained a few more percentage to her cultivation. As she walked through the serene courtyard and past the tranquil pond, she held a sense of determination and gratitude. Elias Raven began to meditate, focusing her mind on the path ahead and the inner strength and wisdom she would need to succeed. Over the next 5 days, Elias Raven continued her trainings, with a renewed sense of purpose and inspiration. On the first day, Elias Raven spent the morning working on her blacksmithing skills, creating 2 other low-grade weapons and improving her techniques. Later on she went to the sect market and was able to buy a few books on blacksmiths and their different weapons grade. She bought a few books on elixirs as well as pills since she had been thinking about releasing the 3 girls in her inventory. In the afternoon, she went to the pagoda of 5 elements and practiced her Black Daughter's essence art. And after carefully pushing herself to her absolute limit she broke through the 2nd cycle, reaching the strenuous goal of cultivating her spiritual veins. With that she didn't have to fear her veins bursting from overexertion of chi or pressure. After that Elias Raven spent the next day working on her blacksmithing skills. This time she focused on the items section. She created 5 new items and improved her percentage in the intermediate blacksmith panel. Elias Raven was pleased with her progress, but she knew she couldn't become complacent. She continued with her training as well, spending hours each day practicing her swordsmanship, refining her chi and practicing all the techniques at her disposal. On the 3rd day, she focused entirely on blacksmith and after creating over dozens of low-grade weapons and items she managed to reach the peak of her percentage in her intermediate blacksmith panel. The 4th day, Elias Raven ran into a problem. She had run out of ingredients and she had also run out of spirit stones. She had used all of it to buy dozens of ingredients for her blacksmith to increase her percentage. Elias Raven spent that entire day inside the sect market, and after going through dozens of different vendors and other shops she managed to sell the weapons and items that she had created. She made sure that all the vendors and shop were far apart as to not appear suspicious with so many low-grade weapons. After completing the task Elias Raven was dissatisfied to see that she only procured 2,360 spirit stones from the dozens of weapons and items that she had sold. Nonetheless Elias Raven wasn't discouraged as she used the spirit stones to buy ingredients for a middle-grade sword. She had to go through the process of crafting a middle-stage weapon before her blacksmith's panel can upgrade, so after buying multiple ingredients of similar descriptions she made her way to her courtyard before going to bed. On the 5th day, Elias Raven decided to finally put her skills in blacksmiths to the test. Blacksmith, intermediate 100%. Weapon slot, middle grade sword. Ingredients: firestone, ocean pearls 4, diamond dusks 9, ruby pearls 6, jade essence X 5. Chance of success, 20%. Elias Raven took a deep breath and began to focus her spiritual consciousness, channeling it into the blacksmithing furnace. She carefully placed the ingredients into the furnace, making sure to follow the instructions she had learned from the blacksmithing books. After pressing the start button she watched as a timer appeared before her. 14:59 seconds. With her spiritual consciousness she watched as the ingredients began to melt and fuse together. The fire burned brighter and hotter, and Elias Raven could feel the pressure building up inside it as she watched. As the timer ticked down, the sword began to take shape, the blade grew longer and sharper, and the hilt became more defined. Elias Raven could feel the energy pulsing through the sword, and after careful observation she knew that she had failed. She waited for the timer to reach 0 and the cauldron buzzed before spewing out a sword charred in fine burns. You cannot gain more experience anymore. Elias Raven didn't feel a sense of disappointment as she had experienced in refining with the cauldron these past few days. She examined the charred sword, trying to figure out what went wrong, and after some careful inspection, Elias Raven took out a book and carefully read and reread the parts that mentioned the temperature of the flames. She spent an entire hour reading about the temperature control and how much is needed for each different weapon refinement. After she was done she focused her spiritual consciousness, channeled it into the blacksmithing furnace once again. After carefully placing the ingredients into the furnace she pressed the start button and waited. She watched as the sword began to take shape again, and she could feel the energy pulsing through it once again. The pulse caused her heart rate to increase. As the timer ticked down, Elias Raven could feel anticipation building up within her. Finally, when the timer reached 0 the cauldron began to cool down and the sword was complete. Elias Raven carefully watched the sword that appeared above the cauldron as panels began to appear before her. Congratulations, you have successfully created a middle-grade spirit weapon. Jade Dust Sword. For successfully creating a middle-grade weapon for the first time you have received the items: Firestone 3, Ocean Pearls 8, Diamond Dusks 22, Ruby Pearls 15, Jadescence X10. Elias Raven didn't turn her attention as she seemed mesmerized by the sword. It was stunning, with a gleaming, polished surface and a sharp, deadly blade. She could feel the power emanating from the sword, and she felt that it was a weapon worthy of her. Elias Raven smiled to herself, feeling proud of her accomplishment. She had been able to create a middle-grade weapon after just a little over a week of starting on her blacksmith path. She was especially happy because the weapon seemed to not have any flaws. Looking at it, Elias Raven began to realize that her luck wasn't half bad. She was one step closer to achieving her plan and she felt it was worth it now. Only one more breakthrough left. With a renewed confidence, Elias Raven smiled as she felt that she would become even stronger before the Nether Cloud domain opens. 105. Xylin and Asigi. System. Elias Raven. Special Physique. Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Late. Experience Points, 76%. System Coin, 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Roots, Water Fire Goldwood Earth. Variant Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method, Black Daughter's Essence Art. Second Layer. Techniques, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash. Side Cultivation Methods, Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Market, Blacksmith, Alchemy. Elias Raven smiled at her progress. She felt stronger and more confident than ever before. She had been working hard to improve her cultivation and it was paying off. She looked around the room, taking in the familiar sights of the blacksmith's room. It might as well be her sanctuary now. It has become a place where she could focus on her progress without any distractions. As she stepped out of her room, she saw a girl sitting by the side of the pond. The girl's body had scars all over, however it seems to have long dried. Currently the girl was looking into the pond water which housed a massive shadow slithering from side to side. Noticing Elias Raven, the girl looked up to gaze at Elias Raven, her eyes a shade of comfort and bewildered. It was Xylin, one of the 3 girls that Elias Raven had in her system inventory space. "You're still not used to the courtyard?" Elias Raven asked, a small smile on her face. Xylin shook her head. "No, I'm not. The creature in the pond still scares me." Elias Raven walked over to the girl. "Don't worry, he won't harm you as long as you don't disturb him." Xylin looked towards the pond and wasn't sure of what to say. She couldn't help but think back a few days ago, when they arrived at the courtyard. Other than confusion and baffling expressions, she remembered how scared she felt when the snake gazed at her. Even Asigi, the loud one of the 3, quieted down after seeing the snake. Elias Raven sat down next to the Xylin and spoke. "It's only been 4 days and you're already in the 8th of the Chi Gathering realm." Xylin nodded. "Yes, I feel like I'm progressing faster than ever before. However, jumping from the 6th realm to the 8th has made my chi a bit shaky." Elias Raven nodded. "That's normal, just focus on stabilizing it and you'll be fine. Remember to use the realm solidifying pills that you're making." Xylin nodded and smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Miss Lin. I don't know what I would do without you." Elias Raven smiled warily at the name as continued. "You would have figured it out eventually. Your elixir construe art is also progressing nicely." Xylin nodded. "Yes. Thanks to the books you've bought for us." The 2 girls sat in silence for a while, just enjoying the peacefulness of the courtyard. Elias Raven had already found solace in this place, and it seemed like Xylin was slowly starting to as well. Zheng. Elias Raven looked to the courtyard house, towards one of the rooms, and she held a small smile on her face. Xylin, who had noticed Elias Raven's reaction, couldn't help but ask as she held a curious expression on her face. "What is it?" "Asigi has broken through," Elias Raven replied, slight excitement evident in her voice. Xylin's eyes widened in surprise. "What, already?" Elias Raven nodded. "From the 8th to the 9th stage of the Chi Gathering realm. After seeing your progress, she had been cooped up in her room and it seems to have finally paid off." Xylin smiled in understanding. "She's always been competitive, but I'm happy for her." Elias Raven stood up. "Let's go." The 2 girls walked towards the house, both carrying different thoughts in their head. Xylin was thinking about how fast everything seems to be happening, even going as far as thinking of this as a dream. Elias Raven, on the other hand, was actually feeling a sense of pride at the moment. As they entered the room, they saw Asigi sitting cross-legged on the floor. Her eyes were closed in deep meditation. Elias Raven and Xylin didn't interrupt her as they waited until Dasiji was finished with her final circulation. Dasiji slowly opened her eyes, a small boastful smile on her face. "Congratulations, Dasiji," Elias Raven said, a genuine smile on her face. Dasiji stood up, a triumphant look in her eyes. "Thanks. I couldn't just let myself be in a standstill with these non-geniuses." Xylin spoke with a strong stare. "Since when were you a genius?" "It's all thanks to Miss who guided us on our cultivation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have progress so fast." Dasiji laughed. "Miss this and the miss that. You realize that you're older than all of us, right?" Elias Raven smiled. "Age doesn't determine one's ability to be a mentor or a guide, Dasiji. It's about the knowledge and experience that one has acquired." Dasiji rolled her eyes. "Whatever you say. I guess I owe you that one." Elias Raven waved her hand. "No need to owe me anything. We've made a vow, so it's part of my job. Now then, I want you two to solidify your cultivations before moving on to the next realm. Your revenge won't begin without that." Xylin and Dasiji nodded in agreement. They knew that they needed to focus on their cultivation if they wanted to achieve their goal. Before, they couldn't even imagine it, but now there was a chance of success and they wouldn't let it go. Elias Raven continued, "And remember, you're a team. You support and help each other and you'll get through things together." "But that twerp is still at the 6th stage. She still hasn't gotten over her fears," Dasiji sighed, referring to the Xylan who was still stuck in her room. Elias Raven nodded. "Give her time. Everyone has their own pace." Xylin added, "I'll help her when she's ready." Dasiji grumbled, "I just hope she doesn't hold us back." Elias Raven gave her a stern look. "You're not leaving anyone behind. You help each other grow and overcome your fears." Dasiji grumbled, chastised. She still remembered the past, so she couldn't help but nod. "You're right." Elias Raven smiled. "Let's focus on our cultivation and work towards our goal." The two girls nodded in agreement. Their determination renewed. With Elias Raven's guidance and their teamwork, they felt that they could achieve their goals. "My mission will begin in 3 days, so you three will be in your own for a while. You remember what I told you? Don't go out at that time, and I'll prepare the necessary materials for you before I go." Elias Raven said, a hint of worry in her voice. She wasn't particularly worried about the mission but more so about the disciple that threatened her. The two girls nodded in understanding, knowing that Elias Raven's mission was important and that they needed to cautious without her. "For now just continue to work on your alchemy. I want to see your progress." The two girls nodded as they began to start their alchemy right away. Elias Raven stood by the side and watched with a light smile on her face. She was making it a habit of watching them work, and by doing so, she would gain experience. By the time she opens her alchemy panel, she should be able to easily create pills, she hoped. 106. Alchemy Panel. A day went by in a flash as Elias Raven was now solely focused on reading alchemy books and watching the process of the two girls. Dasiji and Xylin had managed to create a decent amount of low-grade realm solidifying pills, which they had already started using to solidify their cultivations. Xylan, however, was still cooped up in the room, not making any progress in her cultivation. Elias Raven had visited her once and after seeing what the girl had been doing, encouraged her and told her to focus solely onto it. It confused Xylin and Dasiji, but Elias Raven didn't bother to explain as Xylan said to not speak of it. Elias Raven had also gathered enough materials to sustain all three girls for 3 months, including cultivation pills, food and smaller necessities. Originally she didn't have the money, but after careful consideration Elias Raven decided to sell one of the 2 demon corps within her system inventory. She had not sold them before because of how valuable they were. They could be used for a variety of unique weapons, pills or formations, but now she didn't have much choice. She headed to the sect market and sold one of them for a huge price of 13,000 spirit stones. After browsing through the sect market she was able to buy all the necessary materials for only 6,000 spirit stones, cutting her money by almost half. She also bought some life-saving tools for herself for the Nether Cloud domain, but she couldn't find anything close to a teleportation talisman, something very valuable when escaping. Finally she ended with buying materials for a pill as she was going to create a pill for the first time today. At the moment Elias Raven was seated in her blacksmith room and before her was the alchemy panel. A small alchemy furnace was standing before her with the same voidless feeling as the blacksmith cauldron. She had also noticed the similarities between the alchemy and the blacksmith panel. Alchemy beginning 64%. Pill slot, none. Ingredients, none. Chance of success, none. Elias Raven sighed, feeling a little pity at her lack of progress. It seems that actively using the panel is what leads to the crazy amount of experience gained from the system. Now what should I pick? She muttered to herself, scrolling through the list of available pills on the panel. She wasn't going to be spending much time on alchemy, as her main purpose in using the system panel was for a different purpose. Scrolling through the list, she decided to start with the realm solidifying pill, since Dosiji and Xylin had already had success with it. It was this pill that was the most familiar to her, so she decided to try it out. She gathered the necessary ingredients and looked at her chance of success. Alchemy beginning 64%. Pill slot, realm solidifying pill. Ingredients, beast's blood resin X1, starlight grass X1, golden sunflower X1, ghost mushrooms X2. Chance of success, 80%. Elias Raven felt a surge of excitement as she saw the high chance of success. She hadn't wasted a single day, the success rate was so high. It seems that she really should watch the whole process of creating the pill. Containing her excitement, Elias Raven carefully followed the steps outlined in the alchemy books and the ones she saw as she carefully put the ingredients into the alchemy furnace. After pressing start, she concentrated on her spiritual consciousness to carefully monitor the inside of the furnace as a small timer appeared before her. 1:49 seconds left. Elias Raven watched as the ingredients began to heat up and mix together, her heart calming with ease. As the timer reached its end, the furnace glowed brighter and a small pill appeared floating above the furnace. Elias Raven quickly grabbed the pill with her hand as she didn't care for the heat. She examined it carefully. It was a small, white pill with a faint glow, just like the ones that Dosiji and Xylin had made. Congratulations for successfully creating your first pill. You have received a reward for creating your first pill. You have received Taoist Gaka Wheel Ticket. You have received the items, Beast's Blood Resin X3, Starlight Grass X3, Golden Sunflower X3, Ghost Mushrooms X5. You have gained experience for creating a spiritual pill. Do you wish to accept the rewards? Elias Raven smiled slightly as she saw the Taoist Gaka Wheel Ticket. The reason she even tried to create a pill was to see if she could get a Gaka ticket. Now with the ticket in hand, she didn't waste time as she went straight towards the Gaka wheel. Dragon Tiger Sword, Soul Wandering Pills X5, LV.1 Alchemist Furnace, Cultivation Suppression Talisman LV.5, Greater than Intermediate Grade Rootless Fire X5, System Meridian, Intermediate System Pack, Superior Booze Gift Bag, Holy Bruchi Cultivation Technique, Immortal Jades X9. Elias Raven pondered her choices, her eyes lingering on the intermediate-grade Rootless Fire X5. She had heard about the Rootless Fire before. It was a rare and highly sought-after flame among alchemists. It is said to have the power to refine most materials, no matter how impure, into a pure and perfect state. If the grade of the flame is higher, then it can even refine spiritual objects and artifacts, making them stronger and more valuable. If she had it, then she would be making fortune, especially because it's of the intermediate grade, a step above the low-tier grades that alchemists would want. She never thought she would have the chance to obtain it from the Taoist Gaka wheel. However, she hoped to not obtain it on this spin, as her focus was rather on the intermediate system pack. Since she couldn't get it on the last spin, she hoped that this one would be enough. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to spin the wheel. The wheel spun around rapidly, and Elias Raven watched with ease as it slowed down. It finally came to a stop on the expectant system pack as the item appeared before her face. Intermediate system pack. Do you wish to open the package? Elias Raven let out a small smile of excitement as she saw the intermediate system pack. Yes, as Elias Raven said this, the package glowed bright before shattering to show the contents in it. You have received 980 system coins, 460 spirit stones, realm-breaking crystal, intermediate-grade storage rinks 2, 15 beast forage. Elias Raven couldn't help but let out a small gasp of surprise as she saw the contents of the system pack. She had nothing to say about the 980 system coins and 460 spirit stones. It was the intermediate-grade storage rings that she was surprised about. Right now she only has storage bags and she was already content with that. She hadn't even seen a low-grade storage ring. But now, to have not just one but two intermediate-grade storage rings was a huge surprise. Elias Raven carefully examined the rings, marveling at their size and durability. Their insides were 3 times larger than her storage bag, and she already knows that her storage bag was not a common one. She could already imagine storing all of her equipment and treasures in them. She knew they would be helpful. The realm-breaking crystal was what she didn't know anything about. She had knowledge but she didn't recognize it. Holding the crystal globe in her hand, she began to see its description. Realm-breaking crystal, a realm-defying construct that can break through the barriers between different realms and allow transportation between them. Highly sought after by powerful cultivators and organizations. It is rare and extremely valuable. Elias Raven's eyes widened in astonishment. She had memory of something similar, but she never thought she would come across one this soon. This was a game-changer for her cultivation journey. With these 2 intermediate-grade storage rings and the realm-breaking crystal, Elias Raven's confidence in her future prospects soared. Excitement coursed through her veins as she planned out her next moves. She immediately stored the realm-breaking crystal in her inventory. She was determined to become one with the stars, strongest in the cultivation worlds, and with these newfound resources, she has taken another step. The 15 beast forage was also a welcome addition, as she had already ran out of the food. Purple was becoming increasingly aggressive because of that. Feeling grateful and inspired, she decided to continue with her original intentions, buying that sword technique from the system. 107. Celestial Moonlit Blade. Elias Raven headed towards the system market, excitement bubbling within her as she browsed through the system market. Sword technique, Heavenly Ray Art. Fist technique, Thunderous Iron Fist. Spear technique, Whirling Wind Strike. Sword technique, Crimson Blossom Slash. Sword technique, Celestial Moonlit Blade. Palm technique, Crushing Mountain Palm. Looking at the 10 or so techniques, Elias Raven selected the Celestial Moonlit Blade technique. Sword technique, Celestial Moonlit Blade. Price, 970 system coins. Do you wish to purchase? Elias Raven didn't hesitate as she clicked the purchase button. The 970 system coins leaving her account. She felt a rush of excitement as the Celestial Moonlit Blade technique appeared before her. Discovered a mid-grade high-tier sword technique, Celestial Moonlit Blade. Do you wish to learn? Elias Raven's eyebrows raised as she read the message. A mid-grade high-tier sword technique. It was even better than her body refining manual. She knew that learning it would greatly enhance her skills as a swordsman. Without hesitation, she clicked the yes button and watched as the information began to flow into her head. Celestial Moonlit Blade. This technique integrates the grace of the dancing sword technique, the precision of the waterfall slash technique, and the agility of the clear moon sword technique to create a powerful and fluid sword style. The user moves with grace and speed, striking their opponents with precise and deadly slashes. The dancing sword technique was a graceful and fluid move that focused on footwork and agility. It allowed the user to move around their opponents with ease, dodging their attacks while simultaneously striking with quick and precise movements. The waterfall slash technique was a powerful and deadly strike that focused on strength and precision. It consisted of one fast and powerful slash that could cut through even the strongest of defenses. This move was especially effective against heavily armored opponents. The dancing sword technique was a graceful and fluid move that focused on footwork and agility. It allowed the user to move around their opponents with ease, dodging their attacks while simultaneously striking with quick and precise movements. The Clear Moon Sword technique was a fast and agile strike that focused on speed and accuracy. It consisted of a series of quick strikes that allowed the user to weave in and out of their opponent's defenses, striking with lightning-fast movements that were difficult to block or dodge. As the information continued to flow into Elias Raven's head, the 2 unfamiliar techniques that she hadn't learned began to appear before her one after the other. The Clear Moon Sword technique and the Dancing Sword technique were both mid-grade peak-tier sword techniques that could not be brought higher without the Waterfall Sword technique. With all 3 techniques combined, the complementary of the Celestial Moonlit Blade was perfected. Elias Raven couldn't wait to try out her new skills. She headed towards the training ground and took out her high-grade Lunder sword and began to practice the Celestial Moonlit Blade technique. Because every little information about the technique was engraved into her memory, Elias Raven was able to perform the movements with ease. She began to incorporate the footwork and agility of the dancing sword technique, and the speed and accuracy of the clear moon sword technique. After 2 hours of practice, Elias Raven was able to perform fluid control of her body and graceful precision on her attacks. Her movements were like water, flowing smoothly and effortlessly, and her strikes were deadly accurate. She was thrilled with her progress. She knew that with more practice she would become an even stronger swordsman. She continued to practice for the rest of the day, perfecting her new technique until she was exhausted. 2 days went by in a flash as Elias Raven spent most of her time practicing the celestial moonlit blade technique. She had become so proficient in it that she could perform it with her eyes closed. The last day was different as right after waking up, Elias Raven began to prepare for the nether cloud domain that she would be going to. She packed her bags, making sure to bring all the necessary supplies for the journey. She also made sure to bring along some materials for a modification on the Lunder sword. Elias Raven left her courtyard under the watchful gaze of 3 girls and she made her way towards the mountain gate, the meeting place. As Elias Raven arrived at the gate of the mountain, she saw her senior sister, Feng, waiting alongside 6 other disciples. At the front was Xuruan, who held even more mystery after his breakthrough. Behind him was Liu Osu, Xiru and Liam Mu, who seemed to still be the same as before. Elias Raven looked to the one side to see Liang Chen, who upon seeing Elias Raven just scoffed as he kept quiet. Elias Raven didn't elect to speak as she looked at the other side to the individual coming with them on this mission. Lu Xuan. Elias Raven unconsciously blurted out. The young woman in front of her had long black hair and a delicate face. "Yes, that's me," Lu Xuan replied with a smile. "I believe this is our first time meeting each other." Elias Raven nodded, feeling a bit surprised at her attitude. It seems that Lu Xuan wasn't as cliché as she had imagined. She couldn't help but look towards Feng, who didn't show any emotion in her hollow eyes. Rather, it was Xuruan who came forward to speak. "Have you progressed your shortcomings, Elias Raven?" Elias Raven nodded, feeling a sense of calm from him. "Yes, I've been working on it." Xuruan nodded in approval, as he didn't even ask for an elaboration. "Good. We need to be at our best for this mission." Elias Raven looked around and began to wonder. As she began to think of something, she suddenly felt something before looking up at the sky. A few meters in the sky was the figure of an old man who, upon seeing Elias Raven arrive, finally spoke. "All right, now that you're here, let's get going," he said, breaking the silence as he flipped his hand to take out a small item. "A mat. Step on this. We'll be traveling to the Forgotten Forest and using the teleportation platform there." Everyone stepped onto the mat, feeling a sudden jolt as their surroundings began to blur from the high-speed movement of the mat. Their surroundings seemed to be warped as they could only see blurs. However, in the midst of all that, the mat remained quiet and calm, as if some force protecting it. Everyone sat cross-legged on the mat, their eyes closed and their minds focused as they allowed the mat to take them to their destination. 108. Teleportation formation. Within the quiet skies of the Sky Dragon region, a big mat was flying through the sky, over the hills of the Forgotten Forest. On that mat were 9 individuals from the Soul-Shattering sect, including Elias Raven. Everyone was seated and Elias Raven finally had time to assess everyone around her. Liang Chen was sitting with his arms crossed, his eyes closed as he seemed to be unbothered. Xiru and Liam Mu were chatting quietly with each other, while Liu Osu was staring off into the distance, lost in thought. Lu Xuan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, seemingly meditating. Feng was also sitting with her eyes blank, her expression unreadable. Next to her was Xuruan, who held a thoughtful expression as he looked ahead. Elias Raven couldn't help but turn to the old man, who began to walk towards her, his eyes piercing as he spoke. "Elias Raven, right? This is our first time seeing each other. My name is Zheng Ru, the division head of the Martial Arts Mountain." Elias Raven nodded politely, feeling a bit intimidated by the old man's gaze. She couldn't sense any chi from him, as if he was just a regular human. "Nice to meet you, Division Head Zheng." Division Head Zheng chuckled. "No need to be so formal, although I don't tend to pay attention to the inner sect disciples of my mountain. I had to, when there was 2 individuals with Luan's soul." Elias Raven's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. 2 individuals with Luan's soul? Division Head Zheng nodded. "Yes, You and Liang Chen. It's quite a rare occurrence, but it can lead to some interesting developments. Elias Raven raised an eyebrow. She looked towards the arrogant Liang Chen and thought that it was no wonder that he was so confident in himself. She couldn't help but think back to the times she met him. She remembered the sense of dread whenever she interacted with him and attributed it to their souls. It seems there was more to it than it seems. However, she was feeling a bit more at ease now that she had some understanding of the situation. Thinking a little, she couldn't help but ask about the current situation. What is the Forgotten Forest? Division Head Eng's expression turned serious as he replied, the Forgotten Forest is a place where even I, as the division head, would not venture deep into. It's a dangerous place full of the unknowns as well as ancient and powerful beasts. Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know of that, but thinking about it she realized that there were countless other places similar to the forest, places yet to be explored by cultivators. She then asked, if it's so dangerous then why are we going there? Division Head Eng smiled. There is an ancient teleportation platform on the outskirts of the forest that will lead us to the Thousand Mountains region of the Luo Kingdom. It's where one of the entrance to the Nether Cloud domain is at. Division Head Eng continued, we are not the only ones after the treasures of the Nether Cloud domain. There are other sects and individuals who will stop at nothing to obtain them. We must be cautious and work together to ensure our success. What other sects should we pay attention to? Elias Raven asked, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. Division Head Eng sighed, the most prominent sects, the rank 5 sects, although all of them should be approached with caution. Stay especially clear of the Scarlet Demon sect members. Their rank 5 sects. Elias Raven didn't know of how far back her memories of the ancestral symbol goes, but she remembered the mention of the rank 5 sects. The Palace, Configuration sect, the Breeze sect and the Divine Soul sect are the 4 rank 5 sects that she knew of, and all of them were powerful and influential in the cultivation world. She doesn't know the Scarlet Demon sect, but just by the name she can guess why she was warned of them. Don't forget that you'll meet other cultivators with Luan's soul. Division Head Eng added, there may be some who will try to take advantage of you for their own gain. Be wary of them, and always remember to prioritize the safety of yourself and your fellow disciples. Just finish the mission and come out. Elias Raven nodded, feeling a sense of responsibility and duty from his words. It seems that he held this mission in high regards. Understood. Division Head Eng. I will do my best to ensure the success of this mission, Elias Raven replied, not mentioning the matter of other disciples. As always, she wouldn't leave her fate in the hands of others. The old man nodded in approval before turning back to the group, his expression serious. Remember, you must work together and be vigilant. Our mission is important and failure is not an option. Everyone acknowledged in some way, their faces varying. They knew the dangers ahead and were prepared to face them. The old man nodded before turning his focus to the mat. The mat suddenly slowed down and they could see the surroundings becoming clearer. Below them were towering trees and a thick canopy of leaves, with the occasional glimpse of a stream or a clearing. Below the mat was a patch of area without trees. In the center of the clearing was a circular platform with strange markings on it. That's the teleportation platform, Division Head Eng explained. We'll be using it to go to the Thousand Mountain region. Elias Raven looked at the platform with interest, wondering what kind of spatial power it possessed to transport them to a different location. The mat landed gently on the platform and Division Head Eng motioned for everyone to gather around him. Now, we'll activate the teleportation platform. Everyone, focus your chi on the platform. Elias Raven did as she was told, feeling the energy within her flow towards the platform. She closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling the platform begin to glow with a bright light. Suddenly, Elias Raven felt a strange sensation as if her body was being pulled in all directions. She was about to panic when she felt a huge force envelop her, and then she heard the sound of wind rushing past her ears and the feeling of weightlessness. The next moment the sensation stopped and she opened her eyes to find herself in a completely new environment. She looked around in awe, taking in the sights and sounds of the Thousand Mountains region. Division Head Eng sighed a little at the group. Well everyone, we didn't have any trouble. We've made it to the Thousand Mountains region. 109. Nether Cloud Domain opens. Elias Raven took a deep breath, feeling excitement and anticipation build up within her. She had memories of the Thousand Mountains region and its beauty, but seeing it in person was a completely different experience. The region was filled with towering mountains and lush forests, with streams and waterfalls cascading down the slopes. The air was fresh and crisp, and the sky was a bright shade of blue. Division Head Eng led the way, and the group followed closely behind. They were on a mission, and there was no time to waste. As they walked, Division Head Eng briefed them on the mountain and the dangers they may encounter. The Thousand Mountain region is a relatively safe place. Its only shortcomings is that it's too big. It's under the jurisdiction of the soul-shattering sect, but even they couldn't cover all the areas of the region. Elias Raven listened intently, taking in every detail. She began to think about the mission. She had trained for the last 2 days in her celestial moonlit sword technique, and this mission was the perfect opportunity to put her skills to the test. After several hours of walking, the group finally reached their destination. They arrived at a giant cliff filled with cultivators. Elias Raven was surprised as she saw the number of cultivators gathered at the cliff of the mountain. They numbered in the hundreds. Most of them were young men in the Foundation establishment realm, but there were a shocking few within the Gold Core realm, and it seemed that even more cultivators were coming to test their chances. Division Head Eng stepped forward and a hush fell over the crowd. He didn't say anything as he directed his group towards the spot to wait. There were murmurs of recognition from the crowd, and Elias Raven could sense the slight tension in the air. They were all here for the same reason, and not everyone would be willing to share. Their small group took their spots with Elias Raven seated next to Feng. "Is the Nether Cloud domain not open yet?" Elias Raven asked. "Not yet. We're gonna have to wait for a few hours," Feng replied. Elias Raven nodded, understanding the process. The Nether Cloud domain was one of the most dangerous and mysterious places in the cultivation world, so it's got to have a cliché method of opening. Division Head Eng said, "You geese will all be transported to random places, so the first thing that you have to do is regroup. Here, these talismans will help you locate each other. Make sure to keep them safe." Elias Raven took the talisman and carefully stored it away. She was ready for this challenge and was determined to come out on top. As they waited, more people arrived, even some from other sects, but Elias Raven noticed that none of the other prominent sects had come. It seemed that there were other ways of entering the Nether Cloud domain. She had heard from the murmuring of the crowd that this specific entrance was under the boundaries of the soul-shattering sect, so she wouldn't be surprised if there were other locations for other sects as well. Finally, after a few hours, there was a sudden shift in the air, and a rumble sounded as a crack appeared in the sky. Crack. The crack grew wider to become a tear, and a gateway to the Nether Cloud domain was formed. The hundreds of cultivators stationed at the cliff didn't move forward as they wanted to wait for Division Head Eng's group to go in first. The old man stood up and gestured for the disciples around him to move forward. "You guys can go ahead, I'll be waiting for your success," he said. And the leader of the group, Rugs Yuan, nodded his head. As they approached the tear in space, Elias Raven could feel dark and dangerous aura emanating from within. Rugs Yuan led the way, and the group followed closely behind. They stepped through the gateway and were immediately transported to a different environment. A few hundred miles away from the Thousand Mountain region was the Spiritual Sea region. It was a vast expanse of ocean, with islands scattered throughout. On one of the islands, a group of cultivators were also preparing for the Nether Cloud domain challenge. They were from one of the rank 5 sects, the Divine Soul sect, one of the top sects in the Luan continent. Their group consisted of 10 cultivators, 4 of which were at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, within which was Li Wei, a young man with exceptional talent in the art of soul manipulation. He is one of the 3 in the Divine Soul sect that is Luan's soul, so he was looked upon favorably by the higher-ups. The leader of the group was Xlian, a powerful female cultivator who had reached the early stage of the Gold Core realm at the age of 27. She is considered a genius, but she is known for her ice-cold demeanor and her deadly sword techniques, as well as her white-silvery hair. The island they were on was a tropical paradise, with crystal-clear waters and white sand beaches. The air was warm, and the sound of the waves was soothing. The Divine Soul sect cultivators had been training for months on this island, honing their skills and preparing for the Nether Cloud domain challenge. Finally the date came and a crack appeared in the sky. With it, a gateway to the Nether Cloud domain was formed. Meanwhile, in the northern region, was the Origin Cave Mountain, a place of rugged beauty and harsh conditions. The mountain was a towering peak that seemed to reach the heavens, with jagged rocks and steep cliffs that jutted out at odd angles. The air was thin and dry, and the wind was relentless, whipping through the valleys and making it difficult to move. A group of cultivators were currently waiting there. They were surrounded by a desolate landscape of barren rock and scraggly trees, but they were unfettered. The group of cultivators were from the Configuration sect, the Breeze sect and the mysterious Scarlet Demon sect, all 5th tier sects, and around them were rank 4 sects with a few rank 3 sects disciples coming to try their lucks. The group were carefully waiting for the Nether Cloud domain to open, and within their different respective sides from the rank 5 sects were 9 different individuals who each radiated aura of the Gold Core realm, with 2 of them shockingly been at the middle stages. Within the Configuration sect disciples was a young man at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He held no noticeable traits other than his red eyes that shone like ruby. Whoosh! Above the whistling currents a few miles in the air was a few powerful beings keeping a close eye on the groups. They were the elders of each sect, and within the Breeze sect elders were some of the remnant figures of the Leviathan sect elders. 110. The Dead Zone. After stepping through the portal, Elias Raven found herself in a lush green forest, with tall trees that seemed to reach the sky. The air was fresh and cool, and she could hear the sound of a nearby stream. She looked around, feeling a sense of awe and wonder at the beauty of the place. The leaves of the trees were a vibrant green, and the flowers that bloomed on the forest floor were a rainbow of colors. As she walked, she saw small animals scurrying about, and she could hear the chirping of birds in the distance. Elias Raven felt a sense of peace and tranquility wash over her. She had been sent on a mission to retrieve an artifact, but for a moment, she forgot all about it, lost in the beauty of the forest. But then, she noticed something strange happening. Her forehead was burning, and she didn't know why. She felt her spiritual consciousness react on its own, and spread out to cover a 50-meter radius. It was only then that she started to see the colors around her beginning to blur, and the sounds beginning to fade away. She felt dizzy and disoriented, like the world around her was shifting and twisting. Elias Raven closed her eyes, taking deep breaths and focusing her spiritual consciousness. She visualized a shield around her, a protective barrier that would protect her from mental attacks. After a few minutes of staying like that, she felt that she got it right. She opened her eyes and found that she was no longer in the lush forest. Instead, she was in a dark and ominous forest, with gnarled and twisted trees that seemed to reach out and bend weirdly. The sky was a dark shade of gray, and the clouds swirled and twisted in the wind. She could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the air, and she knew that this was no ordinary place. Elias Raven quickly recollected the information shared to the group about the mapping of the Nether Cloud domain. She seems to have been in the Dead Zone, at the very edge of the dimension. It was the most dangerous place in the dimension because of its low survival rate. It is weird and unexplainable things happening in and out of nowhere. However, that's not the reason it was named such. It was the most dangerous because it was an enclosed space inside a barrier that stops everything from leaving. Most individuals that had found themselves within it would have to spend the rest of their life in there. Only a select few with access to resources from their sects higher up can leave the barrier, and even then it's not a guarantee that they will survive. Elias Raven sighed at the thought of such a situation. It was no wonder she became trapped within an illusion. The air inside the Dead Zone was said to cause any cultivators or spiritual beings to experience illusions before leading them to ancient beasts to be killed. She was glad that she was able to get out in time. Otherwise it would have been dangerous. Elias Raven began to think as she puts a hand under her chin. Their goal should be near the center of the dimension. The closer they were, the more they could finish their mission, so her priority should be leaving this Dead Zone. Releasing her spiritual consciousness outward, she was able to scan the area and found a single building a few dozen meters away. It was an ancient structure that seemed to be thousands of years old. However, she realized a limitation to herself. She could only look as far as 50 meters with her consciousness. Back in the sect, after her multiple breakthroughs, she was able to increase her spiritual consciousness to 110 meters, but it was almost halved in here. However, it didn't matter to her that much as long as she could still use it. Right now, she was feeling a sense of wonder and reverence as she looked upon the ancient building, knowing that it held the secrets of the past. All across the ancient building were silver-white formations that covered the whole body of the building as if restricting it. It made her curious about the insides. She took a deep breath and stepped towards the ancient building. The air was thick with an ominous energy, and the air was musty with the scent of dried trees. As she got closer, she could see the intricate details of the building's design. The stone walls were covered in intricate carvings, and the pillars were adorned with symbols she didn't recognize. She cautiously stepped inside, her figure ready. The inside of the building was dimly lit, and it was not difficult to see around. She walked through a huge hallway that looked to be intricately designed for some major figure, as everything looked expensive. She could hear the sound of her footsteps echoing throughout the hallways, and the hair on the back of her neck stood up as she felt the presence of something watching her. Elias Raven's heart raced as she continued forward. She brought out one of her low-grade swords and held it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, she heard a soft whisper, and she froze in her tracks. The whisper grew louder, and she could hear the sound of multiple voices speaking in unison. The words were unfamiliar to her, and the language was weird. Elias Raven's heart sank as she realized that the more she waited, the closer the voices became. It was as if the voices were right next to her, whispering in her ears. She looked around at the dimly lit hallway and couldn't see anything, so she released her spiritual consciousness outward. Elias Raven's heart tensed as what she saw within her spiritual consciousness was unimaginable to her. It caused her heart to skip a beat. Around her, just a few inches from her, were dozens of floating shadows, their figures fixed on her with hungry and maddening auras. Elias Raven felt her body chill as she stopped moving. She had never encountered anything like this before. She looked around, and she couldn't see anything, but within her spiritual consciousness were dozens of beings surrounding her. She closed her eyes and focused on her spiritual consciousness to look around, but the moment she did so, large eyes began opening up on their bodies as their whispers turned to wails. A dark and twisted voice echoed within the building as it rang out across the hallway. "You can see me." Elias Raven's heart raced as she tried to comprehend what was happening. The beings around her began to move closer, their whispers turning into screams. She raised her sword, ready to defend herself, but as she swung it, it passed right through the beings as if they were not there. The voice spoke again, sending shivers down her spine. "You have entered my stomach, mortal. You will never leave." Elias Raven felt a cold sweat on her forehead as she realized the gravity of the situation. She tried to run, but her feet wouldn't move. Slowly she began to sink. It was as if the floor had become mud. The beings closed in on her, their screams growing louder and more intense. She could feel their cold breath on her face. It was only then that Elias Raven, in her panicked state, released over half of the brute chi within her, causing a burst of chaotic energy to be released from within her. Boom! The floating beings were shockingly forced back as the whole hallway began to lit up in chaotic chi. Elias Raven took a deep breath and jumped towards the exit, her heart pounding in her chest. As she stepped out of the building, she looked behind her and the sight made her stomach drop. Raw. The once majestic structure was now towering over the landscape, its walls pulsating and shifting as if they were made of living flesh. The windows twisted and contorted, forming grotesque, gaping mouths that oozed with an otherworldly slime, and the top of the building sprouted jagged 10 meters long spikes that towered over the sky, casting an eerie shadow over the surrounding area. 111. Individuals encounter. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the sound of the monster's roars echoed through the air. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The multiple eyes that dotted the monster's body glowed with an ominous red light, each one fixated on Elias Raven as it sensed her presence. The mouths, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, opened and closed in a grotesque symphony, emitting guttural growls and hisses that sent chills down her spine. As the monster let out its deafening roar, the ground beneath Elias Raven trembled, cracks forming in the earth as if it couldn't bear the weight of the creature's presence. The air became heavy with an oppressive aura, making it difficult for Elias Raven to even breath. The monster's aura was overwhelming, radiating an intense malevolence that seemed to seep into every pore of the surrounding environment. The once tranquil atmosphere now felt suffocating and tainted, the very essence of darkness and despair. Elias Raven, while watching this, ran as fast as she could, her heart racing with fear. She could feel the aura of monster, and she was sure that it was way above the gold core realm. It made her skin crawl. The ground beneath her shook as the monster tried to move, but it was stuck in place. Its massive figure shook, shaking the 100-meter radius. The silver-white formations that had once been the walls of the building now coiled and constricted around the monster's body, holding it in a vice-like grip. The formations, pulsating with a majestic energy, seemed to possess a will of their own as they tightened their hold. They twisted and writhed, constricting the monster's movements, preventing it from escaping its prison. The monster's eyes, once filled with malicious intent, now glimmered with a mixture of rage and frustration. It let out another furious roar, its voice echoing through the air. Out of the monster's sight, Elias Raven moved through the dark shaded landscape while releasing spiritual consciousness. A few minutes in her sprint she saw a clearing that seemed to be free of any dangers before finally stopping. She sat down to catch her breath, her heart still pounding with fear. She had never experienced anything like what had just happened. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Late. Experience points, 87%. System Coin, 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Roots: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Variant: Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method: Black Tortoise Essence Art. Second Layer. Techniques: Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash, Celestial Moonlit Blade. Side Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Market: Blacksmith, Alchemy. Elias Raven took a breather as she realized that there was no weird effects on her system panel. She had been worried that the monster might have done something to her, but with the system she was sure that she was all right. As Elias Raven sat in the clearing, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. The monster, although terrifying and powerful, seemed to be immobilized and unable to pursue her. The silver-white formations that had entrapped it seemed to be some kind of mystical force. She remembered them on the ancient building as well. Although Elias Raven didn't know what was at play, she couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. She had to leave this dead zone as soon as she can. As she was running low on her chi, she decided to put up her soul-confusing array before circulating her cultivation method. Although the air within this dead zone was filled with impurities, it didn't interfere with the normal chi that flowed within the dimension. And so after cultivating for an hour and a half, Elias Raven was able to open her eyes. Her strength mostly returned. She thought for a moment before calling out a name. Purple. From out of nowhere emerged a slim, gray snake with a sleek, shimmering body. It was over 20 meters tall with its eyes, large and piercing. It had reached the peak of its power and its bloodline. Purple, as Elias Raven affectionately named her spirit beast companion, slithered gracefully towards her, its movements fluid and silent. Elias Raven reached out her hand, and Purple gently nudged her palm, its scales cool against her skin. With Purple by her side, Elias Raven felt a lot less pressure around her. She knew that they couldn't stay in the dead zone for much longer. The monster, though temporarily trapped, could break free at any moment. "Let's go," Elias Raven said as she began to walk towards the opposite direction of where she first appeared. Although she doesn't know where she appeared on the map, she knew that she just had to move from the opposite direction from where she appeared to reach the end of the dead zone. She relied on her spiritual consciousness to detect any potential threats, while Purple's acute senses and agility provided an added layer of protection. As they traveled further outward, Elias Raven couldn't help but notice the signs of destruction and decay surrounding them. The whole environment had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, and she couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with that monster. But amidst the devastation, Elias Raven also noticed small pockets of life, resilient spiritual plants that had managed to survive in this harsh environment. She recognized a few ancient spiritual plants like the tundra grass, volcanic lichen, and barren willow, their vibrant colors standing out amongst the desolation. They could only grow in such environments, and that's what led to their disappearance in the cultivation world. Elias Raven carefully gathered the few of these plants, knowing that they are great potential resources. As she continued to navigate through the dead zone, Elias Raven's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly saw an individual within her spiritual consciousness. To her surprise, there was someone similarly walking alive and well inside this dead zone. As she noticed them, the other party also noticed her and Purple. A tall and imposing man stared at Elias Raven and Purple with a sinister gleam in his eyes. His face twisted into a cruel smile as he took a step closer, his intentions clear. "Well, well, what do we have here?" he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "A little lost lamb and her pet snake. How delightful." Elias Raven's eyebrows raised as she sensed a dark aura from the man. Just from the fact that he was still alive meant that he has some level of strength. "You're not at Dew Ancient City, so that means you're a newcomer," the man said as he took another step closer. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice steady with no ripple in her eyes. She didn't fail to notice the words of the man. The man chuckled, his laughter echoing through the desolate wasteland. "What do I want?" "Oh, my dear, I want it all. Your life, your body, your possessions, everything." Elias Raven's eyes narrowed, a hue of purple flickering to light. "You think you're capable," she said calmly, her voice tinged with a hint of coldness. The man's smile widened, revealing a row of white teeth. "Oh, I'm more than capable," he sneered. "I've survived in this dead zone for 10 whole years, and I've taken down countless fools who thought they could challenge me." Elias Raven's eyes fluctuated at the words of the man. Countless thoughts emerged in her mind as she continued on to say, "You may have survived, but it seems you're not cautious. You can't judge someone stronger than you," she retorted. The man's eyes narrowed, his expression turning venomous. "You think you're strong, you'll regret those words." He spat, releasing a monstrous force in the surroundings, his realm revealing itself to be the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. 112. Purple's strength. As the man released his monstrous force, the very air around them seemed to tremble in response. Elias Raven could feel the oppressive weight of his power, pressing down on her like a thick blanket. But she didn't seem bothered. Instead, she stood her ground, her eyes filled with confidence. "Purple, you deal with him," Elias Raven said as a small smile formed on her lips, eager to witness Purple's prowess in combat. Purple, her sleek and shimmering spirit beast companion, coiled itself up, its scales glinting with a faint spiritual hue. With a sudden burst of agility, it lunged towards the man, its fangs bared and ready to strike. "You!" The man's eyes widened in surprise as Purple moved with lightning speed, appearing near him before he could even bring out the word he was about to say. Peng! Suddenly a burst of wind blew through the area and Purple's body was thrown back, and only after a few seconds did it manage to stop itself from moving backwards. Elias Raven uttered as she narrowed her eyes. That was no ordinary move. It seemed to have contained a significant portion of a rich concentration wind. "I wonder." "Hump, telling a lowly spirit beast to deal with me. You have some nerve." The man's voice boomed through the ruins as his arm was extended, conjuring around him a swirling shield of wind. "Tempest Heart, wind cyclone," the man roared, his voice echoing through the ruins. The moment he uttered those words, the air crackled with energy, and a powerful gust of wind erupted from his outstretched arm. The cyclone grew larger and more powerful, its swirling winds threatening to tear everything in its path apart. Elias Raven's gaze shifted as she watched the cyclone expand, its force becoming increasingly overwhelming. Dust and debris swirled in a chaotic dance, obscuring her vision. The howling winds whipped through her hair, tugging at her clothes with a relentless intensity. It felt as though the very space was being attacked, twisted and contorted by the sheer power of the cyclone. But amidst the chaos, she could still see clearly, her sight on Purple, the massive serpent that stood tall and defiant. Its sleek 20-meter body coiled up within the cyclone, shimmering with spiritual light. With a flick of its tail, Purple unleashed a burst of energy, creating a powerful shockwave that rippled through the cyclone. The winds momentarily faltered, giving Purple an opportunity to strike. With lightning speed, Purple lunged forward, disappearing before appearing next to the man with its mouth opening high enough to engulf the man's entire upper body. Its fangs gleamed in spiritual light as it snapped shut, causing a massive sound to circulate in the air. Snap! Yet when its mouth shut close it felt no sensation of flesh. The man's body was gone, leaving behind only a gust of wind and a faint trace of his presence. Elias Raven's eyes widened for the first time as she couldn't detect the man, even within her spiritual consciousness. Before she could react, the cyclone intensified once again, its winds roaring with even greater ferocity. Elias Raven began to feel herself being lifted off her feet, but with a slight adjustment she stood rooted to the floor, unaffected by the wind. However, the same couldn't be said for her spiritual beast. Purple, despite its immense size and power, was being tossed around by a cyclone that kept going towards the sky. Purple's coiled body struggled to maintain its balance and its scales shined with a dimmer light as the winds battered against it. Elias Raven's heart began to race with concern as she witnessed Purple's struggle. However, she continued to watch as she believed that Purple hadn't revealed everything. She focused her energy to her mouth and called out, "Purple, show me your true strength." Within the cyclone's Purple's eyes gleamed with a purple hue as if understanding her words. Its scales shimmered with a brilliant blue light, intensifying in color and radiance. With a surge of energy, Purple coiled itself tighter, bracing against the relentless winds of the cyclone. It seemed to grow larger, almost expanding beyond its physical form. The air crackled with electricity as Purple's power surged, and then, in a burst of light, Purple's aura intensified. His power at the very peak of the rank 2 stages. Purple's body shrunk. Its scales became more compact and its aura more intense. Its 20-meter-long body shrunk down to 19 meters before reaching 18 meters and not stopping. As its body shrunk, a dense cloud of toxic mist erupted from its scales, engulfing the entire cyclone. The mist spread rapidly, permeating every inch of the swirling winds. As the mist spread, the cyclone began to weaken, its winds losing their ferocity. The mist appeared toxic and acted as a corrosive force, dissolving the very force of the cyclone. Thud. Within moments, the cyclone dissipated completely, leaving behind only a calm atmosphere as Purple finally landed on the floor, its body 13 meters long. Elias Raven stood in amazement, her eyes happy with light. Purple's power was truly exceptional. She was about to speak when she saw the man reappear from within the dissipating mist. His expression was a mix of shock and disbelief. How is this possible?" he stammered, his voice filled with disbelief and hoarse. "You underestimated him," she said calmly. "Purple is not just an ordinary spirit beast. Although he doesn't have any special qualities that make him unique, his power are focused on speed and poison." The man's face turned pale, realization dawning upon him. He had underestimated this girl. Suddenly, the man's body began to tremble, his movements becoming sluggish. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what was happening. You poisoned me," he gasped, his voice filled with both fear and anger. Elias Raven nodded with a blank face. "Yes, Purple's toxic mist is not just for show. It seeps into the very core of your being, poisoning you from within. Unless you have the strength of a gold core realm, your fate is sealed." The man fell to his knees, clutching his chest in pain. His breaths became labored, and his skin turned a sickly shade of purple. "You, get away with this," he wheezed, his voice barely a whisper. But it was too late. The poison had already taken hold of him, its venom spreading through his veins like a deadly serpent. Elias Raven watched as the man's body convulsed, his eyes rolling back into his head, and a few minutes later, he lay motionless on the ground, his life extinguished. Elias Raven approached the lifeless body, her gaze complex yet cold. "You brought this upon yourself," she said, her voice filled with a mix of pity and determination. She turned to Purple, who had returned to its original size and coiled up beside her. "Well done, Purple," she praised. "Your power and venom have proven to be your greatest weapon." Purple hissed in response, its eyes gleaming with pride. Elias Raven then said, "Go rest." Purple reluctantly agreed as a burst of light emerged from Elias Raven's hand to obscure body of the disappearing Purple. After that, Elias Raven stored the lifeless body of the man before turning towards 2 certain directions, her gaze piercing. "How long are you two going to be hiding?" 113. Jiang Wei. Hump. A figure emerged from the shadows of a rock, a smirk playing on their lips. It was a man, with long black hair cascading down his back, and his eyes filled with a ruthless glint. "I must say, you're impressive. Not only did you notice me, but you also noticed the guy on the opposite side," the man said, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. "I was hoping to catch you off guard, but it seems you're already one step ahead." Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as she didn't recognize the man. She could feel a threatening aura coming from him, and it made her cautious. Thinking for a bit, she looked on the other side of the ruins to call out, "Liang Chen, do you know who that is?" Suddenly, on the side a rock shook before lighting up with cheetah, revealing a man standing atop it. A young man in white sect robes and a symbol on his forehead. He held curious look on his face as he looked towards Elias Raven. He jumped down from the rock and landed gracefully on the ground before crossing his arms to look at the man with the long hair. "Oh, I know him," Liang Chen said, his voice filled with overconfidence and sarcasm. "Jiang Wei, of the Scarlet Demon sect. He is cunning and deceitful, always up to no good." Jiang Wei chuckled, his smirk widening. "I see my reputation precedes me," he said, his voice dripping with arrogance. "But then again the same could be said about you. The unruly Liang Chen of the soul-shattering sect, or should I say, Liuan Huang of the Pa." Before Jiang Wei could finish his sentence, a powerful multicolored claw appeared where he stood and swiped at him with lightning speed. Boom! Liang Chen stood afar with his hand raised and his eyes burning with disdain. "You dare speak that name? You know nothing." Jiang Wei emerged from the shadow of another rock with his calm and confident composure being broken. However, a wicked smile still formed on his lips. Liuan Huang, still haunted by your past, I see," he taunted, "but it doesn't matter. We will meet again on the other side." Jiang Wei's body began to turn into shadows before he disappeared into his own shadow, leaving behind a chuckle of laughter. Elias Raven glanced at Liang Chen with a puzzled expression and thought for a moment before speaking. "He escaped." Liang Chen sighed, his expression turning from anger to frustration. He calmed down with a long breath before turning to Elias Raven. "Jiang Wei is a master of shadow manipulation," he explained. "He can merge with his own shadow and travel through the shadows around, making it nearly impossible to catch him." "Shadows," Elias Raven commented with a hand under her chin as she began to think. "In any case, this is the dead zone, so it's pointless to fight others. It will only attract more attention," Liang Chen said. Elias Raven nodded in agreement. "You're right," she said, noticing how he didn't seem to be acting normal. "We should focus on getting out of here as quickly as possible." Liang Chen suddenly snorted. "There is no we. It's every man for himself in the dead zone. You should be worried about your own survival." Elias Raven frowned, not expecting such a response from him. However, thinking about it, she understood. He was going back in character. "Is there no way of getting out of this zone?" Elias Raven asked. Liang Chen's eyes flickered as he shook his head. "The dead zone is surrounded by a barrier that prevents anyone from leaving. Only those who possess a specific artifacts can break through the barrier, but such artifacts are rare and difficult to obtain." "Artifacts," Elias Raven said, remembering the mission they came here for. She naturally knows what artifacts are, but in the context of breaking through the barrier, it piqued her curiosity. Liang Chen noticed her interest and scoffed. "Barrier-breaking artifacts are powerful objects imbued with ancient magic or special abilities," he said. "They are as rare as top-grade items. It's a bit different from a sect artifact. The likes of you can't even obtain it." Elias Raven felt more annoyance at his words, but she kept her composure. She knew that getting angry wouldn't do anything in their situation. "And what if I have the artifact that you're talking about?" she said, her voice steady. Liang Chen's eyes widened in surprise at Elias Raven's words. He studied her for a moment, trying to gauge if she was serious or just bluffing. "Prove it," he said skeptically. "If you truly possess such an artifact, show it to me." Elias Raven reached into her robe and pulled out a crystal globe that surged with spiritual power. It had ancient symbols etched onto its surface. She held it up for Liang Chen to see. "This is a similar item to the artifact you spoke of, isn't it?" she asked. Liang Chen stared at the globe, his eyes narrowing in recognition. A realm-breaking crystal. He stepped forward and carefully looked all over the item. "Yes, this is it," he said, his voice filled with a slight happiness. "However, it's not gonna work against a barrier. It can only break through realms, not barriers." He suddenly reached into his robe to pull out a small black pendant. "This is the Shadowbreaker pendant, an artifact that's purpose is to break through the barriers of the dead zone." Elias Raven suddenly froze. "You had a way out all this time?" Her voice held a mixture of disbelief and caution. Liang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "It can only be used once. You think I'd share with you? Moreover, there are consequences for using it on two peoples," he admitted. "However, now that we have this, I've changed my mind." Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as she processed Liang Chen's words. She felt a bit uneasy at his blatant disregard for her earlier, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "We. There is no we, remember." Liang Chen smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Well, I've changed my mind now," he said, his voice filled with amusement. "Having a partner with a realm-breaking crystal might come in handy. If you allow me to use it once, I can take you with me out the dead zone." Elias Raven raised an eyebrow, still skeptical of Liang Chen's sudden change of heart. "And why should I trust you?" she asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Liang Chen chuckled, his expression softening slightly. "Because, as much as I hate to admit, it seems that we both have something the other needs." "Why do you need the realm-breaking crystal?" Elias Raven questioned, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. Liang Chen sighed, his eyes wandering off into the distance for a moment. "I have my own reasons for wanting it," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "But I assure you, it's not for nefarious purposes." Elias Raven studied his face, searching for any signs of deception. She considered his words, weighing the risks and benefits, and in the end, she realized that she does not have any other way of getting out of the dead zone. "Fine," she said, her voice firm, "but this doesn't mean I trust you completely. We'll work together for now, but once we're out of this dead zone, we go our separate ways." Liang Chen nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Agreed," he said, "but let's focus on finding a way to the barrier first. We'll worry about the realm-breaking crystal afterwards." Elias Raven held the realm-breaking crystal tightly in her hand, her thoughts racing with the possibilities and uncertainties ahead. She knew that teaming up with Liang Chen was a risk, but it seemed like their goals aligned, at least for the time being. 114. Celestial Spirit Fruits. Two figures moved through the ruins of a deserted landscape. One a young girl with long hair flowing in the wind, cascading down her back in waves. Her eyes were a mesmerizing shade of black with purple hue at the edges. She wore a long, flowing white sect robe identifying her as a disciple of the soul-shattering sect. The other figure was a young man in his 20s, his features sharp and angular with a clear mark on his forehead. His expression was unreadable and he led the way through the ruins with a confident stride, his movements fluid and precise. They were Elias Raven and Liang Chen, the duo that partnered up because of their current situation. Elias Raven's eyes scanned their surroundings with caution as she moved through the ruins, and Liang Chen's eyes were filled with confidence, occasionally glancing back at Elias Raven, his expression unreadable. They moved through the dead zone and saw more desolation in the desolate place. It was filled with crumbling structures and a heavy silence that seemed to hang in the air. As they continued their exploration, their footsteps led them to a grove of a giant with a tree with hundreds of rotten fruits. Elias Raven's eyes were suddenly drawn to the faint glimmer of 3 spiritual fruit hanging from the branches, their vibrant colors providing a stark contrast to the rest of the fruits. With a careful touch, Elias Raven plucked one of the fruits from the tree. Its surface was smooth and glowing, emitting a sweet aroma that tickled her senses. She recognized it and knew that consuming these 3 spiritual fruits would boost her chi and enhance her cultivation. It might just be what she needed to break through. "These are celestial spirit fruits. I didn't think I'd see one here," Elias Raven said as she opened her mouth, about to chew through the fruit. "You decide to steal a child from the mother and want to eat it before the mother's eyes. You're cruel." Liang Chen spoke from the side as he swiftly reached for his waist, unsheathing a gleaming silver sword. Mother. Hearing his words, Elias Raven suddenly realized something as she jumped backwards, away from the tree while storing the fruit away. Rumble. The motionless giant tree suddenly shook before a massive amount of aura burst from within its body. Elias Raven's eyes raised as she witnessed the sudden surge of energy emanating from the giant tree. However, before she could do anything, she saw the figure of Liang Chen brandishing his sword ready for battle. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the tree's branches creaked and cracked, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes amidst the darkness. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the tree transformed into a towering, 10 meters long grotesque creature. Its bark-like skin was infused with an ominous aura, and its twisted branches reached out like gnarled claws while its hundreds of rotten fruits became its hairs all around. The air grew heavy with its malevolent presence as it released aura of a rank 2 half-step beast. As it released its aura, Elias Raven and Liang Chen could feel the oppressive pressure weighing down on them, a bit small but pressure nonetheless. Liang Chen's grip tightened on his sword as he chuckled at the sight before him. He suddenly released his aura, and power of the peak realm of the Foundation establishment realm erupted, and in it was a powerful surge of sharp chi that enveloped his body. The air around him seemed to vibrate with his presence as the aura of a sword emanated from him. Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise as she felt the sharp overwhelming power radiating from Liang Chen. Sword intent. She had never seen it before, but if she was correct, then that was sword intent. Sword intent is a stage in power when a sword cultivator's experience in swords emerges to become power. A force that can cut and pierce through anything. It is a manifestation of the sword cultivator's mastery and understanding in his art of sword techniques. Elias Raven was surprised. She didn't know that Liang Chen was a sword cultivator and one at such a level. No wonder he acted confident. Step. Liang Chen took a step forward. His eyes locked onto the grotesque creature before him. His sword glowed with a brilliant silver light, as if it had come alive with its own consciousness. With a swift movement, Liang Chen swung his sword, releasing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air. The energy surged towards the creature, cutting through its twisted branches and causing it to let out a deafening roar of pain. Liang Chen jumped towards the tree, his movements swift and precise as he clashed with the monstrous tree creature. The creature retaliated with its branch-like limbs, but Liang Chen dodged and parried each attack with ease, his every move calculated and efficient. Elias Raven watched as Liang Chen's swordsmanship skillfully countered the attacks of the monstrous tree creature. She could see the fierce sword aura around him intensifying as he dodged a branch to strike out with a sword technique. Heavenly Ray Art and Sword Essence. Elias Raven murmured to herself as she recognized the technique Liang Chen was using. The Heavenly Ray Art was a high-tier mid-grade sword technique that combined power and precision of two different high-tier low-grade arts, while the Sword Essence was a secret technique that enhanced the cutting power of the sword. Although she doesn't know much about the Sword Essence secret art, she recognized the Heavenly Ray Art because she had come across it in the system market. As Liang Chen continued his fierce battle, Elias Raven came to her senses as she realized that she couldn't just stand by and watch. She concentrated her chi, circulating her power, and took out her middle-grade sword, the Jade Dust Sword. Step. With a burst of speed, Elias Raven dashed towards the creature, her movements graceful and agile. With her celestial moonlit sword technique, Ming Lin unleashed a flurry of swift and precise sword strikes, each one aimed at a branch on the creature's body. Roar. The creature seemed to feel threatened and released an even more terrifying roar as its aura surged forward to push both Elias Raven and Liang Chen. The oppressive force of the creature's aura pressed against Elias Raven and Liang Chen, threatening to push them back, but they stood their ground, their auras unwavering. Elias Raven's sword glowed with a radiant blue light as she continued her assault on the creature's branches. With each strike, she aimed for weak points, trying to sever its connection to the tree and weaken its defenses. The celestial moonlit sword technique flowed through her, guiding her movements with grace and precision. She could feel the power of her sword technique resonating with her own energy, creating a harmonious balance between her and the blade. Liang Chen, on the other hand, continued his relentless assault on the creature's main body. His sword sliced through the air with incredible speed and accuracy, leaving behind trails of silver light. The Heavenly Ray Art and Sword Essence combined to enhance his cutting power, allowing him to inflict deep wounds on the creature's bark-like skin. The battle raged on, the clash of swords and the creature's roars echoing through the desolate ruins. Elias Raven and Liang Chen moved with no synchronization at all as they both preferred their own style. Their attacks were not complementing each other. However, teamwork didn't matter in the face of Pumite as with each strike, the creature's resistance weakened. Its branches withered and crumbled under the relentless assault, while its red eyes flickered with a mixture of anger and fear. Slash, slash, thrush. Finally, Elias Raven and Liang Chen delivered their final blows, with Elias Raven's sword slashing through the creature's last limbs and Liang Chen's sword thrusting through its head, the sword intent destroying its insides. It collapsed onto the ground, its body disintegrating into ashes, leaving behind two pieces of shimmering fruits that seemed unaffected by the battle. "We did it," Elias Raven thought, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She and Liang Chen stood there, panting heavily, their bodies covered in sweat and dirt. Both of them could have taken care of the tree monster better if they went all out, but both held certain apprehensions about the other, thus limiting the amount of power they could use. However, both were satisfied and they glanced at each other, their eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and achievement. Lian Chen looked down at the corpse before turning to Elias Raven, a sense of satisfaction evident on his face. "You can have the fruits. I can see that you're about to break through. These three should do the job." 115. Grotesque gate. In an environment of the dead zone, where time had eroded away the walls and nature had claimed its territory, Elias Raven and Lian Chen were seated. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, adding to the aura of mystery that surrounded them. Finding solace within the scraps of wood from the monster, they sat down, a few meters away from each other. On Elias Raven's side was a small white fog that covered where she sat, obscuring the view from outside, while on the other side Lian Chen sat with a small fire crackling beside him, the warm glow casting shadows around over his face. In the midst of this quietude, Elias Raven reached into her robe and retrieved 3 celestial spirit fruits. System: Elias Raven. Special physique: Brute Chi physique. Foundation establishment stage late. Experience points, 89%. System coin, 570. Taoist Gaka wheel, unavailable. Spiritual roots: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Variant: elemental chi, mud, erosion. Main cultivation method: Black Daughter's Essence Art. Second layer. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash. Side cultivation methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Market: Blacksmith, Alchemy. She took a moment to assess her current status, glancing at the information displayed by the system before her. The last time she had checked her progress of experience points was before learning the Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, and at that time it was at 76%. After Elias Raven spent 2 days training with the new sword art, she was able to raise it to at 86%, and it was this battle that increased it by a whole 3%. Now, there's only 11% left, Elias Raven thought as she brought the first fruit towards her lips. The sweet taste of the celestial spirit fruit filled her mouth, and a refreshingly cool sensation of the liquid caused Elias Raven to relax her body. Within the fruit, a burst of chi erupted into her spiritual veins, replenishing her energy and strengthening her cultivation. As she chewed and swallowed the fruit, Elias Raven could feel the chi of the fruit, and she began to circulate the Black Daughter's Essence Art, quickly turning the chi into her cultivation. With renewed vigor, Elias Raven picked up the second fruit and took a bite, the same delightful sensation occurring again as she didn't stop there and went for the final fruit. As she bit into it, a wave of energy surged through her body, causing Elias Raven to stiffen. The power of the 2 celestial spirit fruit was immense, and she could feel it circulate within her spiritual veins at an incredible pace. Closing her eyes, Elias Raven focused her mind and began to channel the energy from the fruits into her cultivation method. The Black Daughter's Essence Art absorbed the energy, allowing her to suddenly release a surge of chi, evidence of her breakthrough. Her cultivation soared, reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The power within her surged, and Elias Raven could feel the brute chi also increasing with her cultivation. Opening her eyes, Elias Raven took a look at herself and wondered if she should practice the 3rd cycle of the Black Tortoise Essence Art to increase her strength and durability. However, after thinking for a few seconds, Elias Raven decided to not practice. Her goal now was to leave the dead zone as soon as possible. She knew that practicing the 3rd cycle would take time and energy, and she didn't want to delay her departure any further. Elias Raven believed that her current cultivation level was already sufficient to handle any challenges she might face in the Nether Cloud domain. She stood up, stored the soul confusing array, walking towards Lian Chen. Elias Raven spoke up, "Let's go. I have consumed all 3 fruits and have broken through." Lian Chen looked up from the fire, his eyes not the least surprise. "All right, let's go." As they began to set off once again, every now and then they would come across remnants of battles that had taken place in the dead zone. Broken weapons lay scattered on the ground, their once mighty owners reduced to nothing but dust. The air was heavy with the lingering energy of past conflicts, a constant reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. As they moved through the ruins, hours passed as the landscape seemed to stretch endlessly before them, with no signs of life or hope. Finally, They reached the outskirts of the dead zone, where the barrier loomed before them like an insurmountable wall. It crackled with energy, pulsating with a power that seemed almost tangible. Elias Raven's heart raced as she looked at the barrier. Was it really possible they could pass through? She began to think as she felt a threatening aura from the barrier. "Follow my instructions," Liang Chen said, his voice steady as he motioned for Elias Raven to do the same. "Restrict your aura as much as possible and grab a hold of me." Elias Raven nodded, remembering what he said about only a single person can use it. She took a deep breath, focusing her chi into the energy-suppressing talisman in the robes. She suppressed her aura to that of the first layer of the chi-gathering realm as she couldn't go any lower. She then reached out and tightly grasped Liang Chen's arm, grounding herself in his presence. Liang Chen stepped forward and took out the Shadowbreaker pendant. Activating its power, the pendant emitted a faint, ethereal glow, and Liang Chen pressed it against the barrier. As soon as the pendant made contact with the barrier, a surge of energy rippled through the air, causing Elias Raven to flinch. But to her surprise, the barrier began to crack and warp under the pressure. With a final burst of power, a small part of the barrier shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into thin air. "Let's hurry," Liang Chen urged, his voice filled with urgency. Elias Raven nodded, keeping up with him as they hurried through the shattered barrier. Boom! As they moved through, Elias Raven and Liang Chen felt an enormous pressure weighing down on them, the remnants of the shattered barrier still lingering in the air. Right as they arrived underneath the barrier at the shattered hole, a huge sense of danger washed over Elias Raven as the barrier suddenly began to glow. The remaining fragments converged and started to reform, with the heavy oppressive feeling weighting upon them even more. Elias Raven and Liang Chen exchanged a quick glance, their expressions familiar. They knew that their time was limited, and they had to act quickly to escape the reformed barrier. Without wasting another moment, Elias Raven unleashed her brute chi, channeling it into her limbs. She propelled herself forward with incredible speed, pushing her body to its limits. Liang Chen followed suit, his body turning into pure energy as his figure disappearing. With a burst of speed, Elias Raven had managed to reach the other side of the reformed barrier just as it completed its transformation. She looked around to see the same environment. However, the desolate feeling of the dead zone was gone and she realized that they were in a clearing with mountains in the distance. Suddenly she felt a presence near her as bursts of pure energy gathered to form the figure of Liang Chen. Liang Chen appeared beside Elias Raven, his expression grim. "Hurry, grab a hold of me." Yet as soon as the words left him mouth, the barrier before them glowed as a large section turned into a grotesque gate. 116. Platforms. The air crackled with an unsettling energy as the grotesque gate emerged from the barrier. It loomed before Elias Raven and Liang Chen, emanating a menacing aura that sent shivers down their spines. Elias Raven's heart raced with a mix of fear and caution. She knew that whatever lay beyond that gate was dangerous. Liang Chen's eyes narrowed, his body tense with readiness. He knew that this was probably the case of two peoples using the Shadowbreaker pendant. As they stood before the grotesque gate, a deafening silence enveloped them, and then, with a bone-chilling creak, the gate slowly glowed as from within the gate, monstrous figures emerged. Their forms were twisted and distorted, radiating an overwhelming power that Elias Raven had only encountered once before. These were no ordinary monsters, but beings of the rank 3 stage, with some shocking few being at the middle and late stages of rank 3. Roar. Hundreds of roars echoed through the air as the grotesque creatures charged towards Elias Raven and Liang Chen. The ground shook beneath their heavy footsteps, further intensifying the atmosphere of danger. Elias Raven at the side turned pale as she looked ahead as the hundreds of monsters charged, while all releasing aura of maddening proportions. She was confident in her ability to go one-on-one, but hundreds. She knew that she wouldn't last a second against that many, especially those that are not already at the middle and late stage. Roar. A burst of aura began to approach them as the grotesque monsters sent out their wills in the form of a raging tide towards the duo. Liang Chen's face grimaced as he quickly took out a talisman from within his robes. Before Elias Raven could react, she felt her waist being grasped by a hand as she was pulled closer to Liang Chen. "Hold on tight." Liang Chen's voice sounded in her ear, his tone urgent. Burst. Elias Raven felt a surge of energy enveloping her as a talisman activated, and in an instant, the world around her blurred and shifted. The next thing she knew, They were standing on a huge clearing, their location unknown. Feeling the warmth around her waist, Elias Raven was about to speak before she suddenly noticed something rumble beneath them. The ground shook and a large platform emerged under their feet, slowly lifting them up in the air. The platform glowed with a mysterious energy and seemed to have activated because of them stepping on it. Elias Raven wanted to move. However, the more the platform went up, the more the speed would increase, and by extension the more pressure was put on Elias Raven and Liang Chen. She realized that she couldn't move an inch. The pressure weighed heavily upon her, and she knew that if her chi-gathering self was standing in this place, then even with the brute chi she would have burst into a pool of blood. Whoosh! The platform moved at an alarming accelerated speed as in an instant they found themselves in a completely different environment, deep within the sky. This is Elias Raven couldn't finish her sentence as her eyes scanned the area. She realized that they were next to a huge gate with thousands of floating platforms. Figures stood on each of them and wore robes of vibrant colors, each symbolizing a different power. Elias Raven could sense that they were all powerful cultivators. And as she observed the figures more closely, she didn't fail to notice how all of them turned towards them, their gaze filled with intrigue. A woman with long silver-white hair stood on a platform, her eyes glowing with a cold chilling aura. Elias Raven couldn't see her realm, but she could assume. Beside her stood a young man that was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and looking at him Elias Raven felt the same feeling as when she first met Liang Chen. He must be another one, Elias Raven thought. Her gaze drew closer to the other platforms as she tried to gouge out from among them who were giving the same feeling. A dozen platforms from her, a young man clad in gold armor stood with a curious smile as he looked towards Elias Raven and Liang Chen, his gaze focusing on Liang Chen more so than Elias Raven. And a few more platforms away was another man that had a dark and ruthless look in his eyes as he didn't gaze towards them when they appeared. He appeared to have disregarded their appearance. Next to the man was a man with long black hair going down his back, and his eyes filled with a ruthless glint. It was Jiang Wei of the Scarlet Demon sect. His face held a wicked smile as he amused at the sight of the duo. Elias Raven was slightly surprised to see that he too was able to leave the dead zone, but after thinking through what he said before, she realized he probably had a way of leaving the zone. Further down the platforms Elias Raven's gaze failed to notice a young man of a relative average aura standing on one of the platforms. His eyes shone red like ruby as soon as he saw Elias Raven appear. At a platform far away from the location where Elias Raven and Liang Chen stood was a girl with a surprised expression. "Is that Elias Raven and Liang Chen?" Xiru whispered, her eyes widening in surprise. "Yeah, I think it's them. But are they hugging each other?" Liam Miu whispered with a puzzled expression. Liu Osu chuckled, understanding the situation. From the lingering chi surrounding them, they must have used a teleportation talisman. They probably don't even know where they are. Lu Xiuan remained silent, her face unreadable, but her eyes flickered with concern. Feng laughed a bit at the sight before she looked towards Xiruan, as it was only him at the Gold Core Realm. Xiruan nodded. It was only at the Gold Core Realm that a cultivator could transmit his voice without the fear of others hearing it. He smiled as he raised his aura, drawing the attention of nearby cultivators from other platforms. He didn't care as he opened his mouth to speak, his voice silently transmitting towards the duo. "You two sure have incredible luck." Elias Raven and Liang Chen snapped their heads as they heard the voice of Liang Chen reverberate in their head. They looked towards the direction of voice, their eyes widening in surprise. "Xuruan!" Elias Raven exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. Liang Chen's gaze hardened as he could barely make out Xuruan. "Where are we?" Xuruan, from far away, smiled, his eyes glinting with even more amusement. "Since when were you two a couple?" 117. Skyfire Venerable. Elias Raven uttered before her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized the close proximity that she and Liang Chen were in. She quickly stepped away from Liang Chen, her face tinged with embarrassment. "We're not a couple," Elias Raven clarified, her voice tinged with annoyance. Liang Chen hadn't let go all that time. Liang Chen, too, seemed aware of the awkwardness between them as he shook his head. "We don't have time for this." "Xuruan, do you have any information about where we are?" Xuruan's smile widened. "Ah, my mistake then, but you two certainly looked quite cozy back there." "Xuruan, this is not the time for jokes," Liang Chen said firmly. his tone indicating his impatience. Xuruan's smile faded and he turned serious. Even we don't know much. The moments we got close to the middle of the nether cloud domain, these special platforms suddenly emerged from underneath our feet and we couldn't leave them. Special platforms, Elias Raven repeated, her mind processing the information. So, this is some sort of test? Xuruan nodded. That seems to be the case. These platforms appeared one after another, and cultivators from various areas were brought here. It's still unclear why or how, but we suspect it is something to do with the nether cloud domain itself. Elias Raven glanced around at the other cultivators on the platforms. Do you think we will all be trapped here? Xuruan shrugged. It's hard to say, but I don't think so. I've already sent a message to the other gold core cultivators here, and we've come to the conclusion that when the amount of participants reach 3,000 then the gate in the middle will open. If you look down at the platform under you then you should see a number there. Yours should have 2,877 written there. Elias Raven and Liang Chen followed Xuruan's instructions and looked down at the platform beneath their feet. Sure enough, the number 2,877 was displayed prominently at the center. So, once it reaches 3,000, the gate will open? Elias Raven asked. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Xuruan shrugged. That's what we suspect. We thought it would open when it reached 1,000 or 2,000 but nothing happened, so it could be 3,000 or 5,000 or even 10,000. We're not entirely sure. So who should we take note of around here? Liang Chen asked, his eyes scanning the platforms, recognizing a few peoples. Xuruan looked towards a platform in the distance. That woman over there, with the white robes. Her name is Gizlian, and she is one of the strongest cultivators here. She's from the Divine Soul sect and is known for her ice-based cultivation techniques. Keep an eye on her. Besides her is Li Wei. Xuruan continued, looking towards another platform. I don't know much about him, but he should be some important figure from the Divine Soul sect. Even Gizlian, the cold beauty, is showing respects to him, even though he is only a Foundation establishment cultivator. Elias Raven and Liang Chen turned their attention to the platform where Li Wei stood. The man had a calm and composed expression, his eyes filled with wisdom and authority. He must have some extraordinary talent or background to earn the respect of Gizlian, Liang Chen commented, his voice hiding his thoughts. Xuruan nodded. Yes, it's quite unusual for someone at the Foundation establishment realm to command such respect. Keep an eye on him. He might prove to be a valuable ally or a formidable opponent. Elias Raven's gaze wandered further, and she noticed the young man in gold armor that she had seen earlier. What about him? Xuruan's smile turned even more serious. That's Xioyan, someone from the palace, the son of Emperor Golden Sun. He's known for his exceptional talent and his ruthless nature. He's considered one of the most dangerous participants in this trial. Elias Raven's face hardened as she took a deep breath. He is a formidable opponent indeed. She remembered the mention of those in the upper echelon of Luan's continent, the 5 emperors, 8 ancestors and the 3 venerables, the figures behind the rank 5 powerhouses. The son of one of the emperors, and yet he is participating in such an event? Elias Raven asked, confusion apparent in her voice. Xuruan nodded. Yes, it is quite unusual for someone of his status to participate in a trial like this. But Xioyan is known for his ambition and desire for power. He sees this trial as an opportunity to further his own strength and gain recognition. Liang Chen's eyes narrowed as he observed Xioyan from afar. He is dangerous. Be cautious around him. Elias Raven furrowed her eyebrows. This was the first time she had heard cautiousness in Liang Chen's voice. She nodded her head in agreement, all the while keeping her eyes on Xioyan. Xuruan continued, and over there is Ren Yuan, a disciple of the Scarlet Demon sect. He's known for his brutal and merciless methods. Be cautious around him, as he won't hesitate to eliminate any competition. Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as she observed Jiang Wei next to the ruthless man. She remembered their encounter in the dead zone and the threats he had made. She knew she had to be on guard. Lastly, Xuruan said, his voice lowering slightly, there's someone that I couldn't get much information on. He's on one of the platforms further down, but his presence is quite unsettling. His name is Kinyu, and he's said to possess an ancient bloodline that grants him incredible power. Be cautious around him, As they continued to observe the platforms and the powerful cultivators standing upon them, Xuruan shared more information about each individual, their sects, and their reputation. Elias Raven listened attentively, committing the details to memory. She knew that in this unknown realm, knowledge and information were their best weapons. Just as she was engrossed in her knowledge, a booming voice echoed throughout the sky, silencing the cultivators and drawing their attention towards the central gate. A figure had appeared, surrounded by a fiery light. It was a man with a dignified and imposing aura, his eyes filled with authority and power. "Welcome, new cultivators of the Nethercloud domain," the man's voice boomed, resonating through the air. "I am the spiritual imprint of Xion, Skyfire Venerable. However, I doubt that you have heard of my name, but that doesn't matter now. You are here because you have been chosen to participate in the trials of my inheritance. This is a test of your strength, your skills, and your determination. Only the strongest will reap the greatest of rewards." 118. Castles. Inheritance. Elias Raven said, rummaging through her memory of what that means. She remembered the word through her ancestor symbol. Inheritance trials were often held by powerful cultivators or sects to pass down their techniques, treasures, or knowledge to the worthy successors. It was a highly coveted opportunity, as it could greatly enhance one's cultivation and status. The Skyfire Venerable continued, his voice filled with a mixture of apathy and authority. "The trials will consist of various benefits and challenges, designed to help you achieve something and then test you in what you achieved. Only those who prove themselves worthy will advance and gain access to the ultimate treasures hidden within my ensoulment domains." Elias Raven's heart raced with anticipation. This was a chance for her to prove herself, to rise above her current limitations and become stronger. She knew that even if she didn't get the inheritance, she would surely gain something. The Skyfire Venerable's gaze swept across the platforms, his eyes seemingly penetrating through the cultivators' souls. "Remember, the challenges you will face are not only physical but also mental and spiritual. It is not just about strength, but also about wisdom, adaptability, and resilience." Elias Raven's gaze shifted. She had never encountered anything like a mental battle against her inner demon, so she wasn't quite sure what to expect. The Skyfire Venerable's voice boomed once again, this time with a warning tone. "But be warned, the trials will not be easy. You will face each other, and deadly challenges." Elias Raven glanced around her, her eyes filled with determination. She knew that all of these 3,000 cultivators were also going to be aiming for the inheritance. She couldn't afford to let her guard down. The Skyfire Venerable's voice softened, now filled with a sense of encouragement. "But fear not, for within my many ensoulment domains, you will also find opportunities, and the chance to grow stronger. Embrace the challenges, learn from your failures, and never lose sight of your goals. Only then will you be able to grasp the true power that lies within." As the Skyfire Venerable's words faded, the cultivators on the platforms exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mixture of excitement, determination, and a hint of fear. They knew that they were about to embark on a journey that would test their limits and shape their destinies. "Now then, let's begin," Skyfire Venerable declared, his voice echoing with finality. With those words, the platforms beneath the cultivators began to move, slowly converging towards the central gate where the gate stood. The air crackled with anticipation as the central gate opened. They moved closer to the gate and Elias Raven's eyes shone with determination. She was ready to face the trials of the actual inheritance. Elias Raven opened her eyes to the sight of stars, or at least it was what she thought. She felt herself afloat in an environment with a shade of blue lights in the background. It was as if she was standing within the stars. She looked around to find that she was not the only person around, as a few hundred meters from her were hundreds of cultivators whose gaze were directed towards below. Elias Raven followed their gaze and she couldn't help but gasp a little. There were castles beneath her, hundreds of castles as far as the eyes can see. Each castle seemed to be floating in the vast expanse of space, surrounded by the twinkling stars. They were all different in size and design, some grand and majestic, while others were more modest and humble. Elias Raven's heart raced with excitement and curiosity. It was a breathtaking sight, and she couldn't help but wonder what lay inside those castles, what treasures and knowledge awaited the worthy inheritors. The castles were magnificent, each one unique in design and structure. They were made of a material that seemed to shimmer and glow in the blue light, giving them an ethereal and otherworldly appearance. Elias Raven felt a sense of awe and wonder. She had never seen anything like this before. It was like stepping into a fairy tale or a dream. As she observed the castles, she noticed that they were not just ordinary structures. Each castle had a distinct energy surrounding it, a powerful aura that seemed to pulsate with life. It was clear that these castles held great secrets and treasures within their walls. However, she also noticed something. Above the castles was one big timer, a countdown so to speak. It was displaying 14:59. Looking at it, Elias Raven assumed that it had to do with the amount of time they had before they would be transported to a different place, to face another trial. She looked around at the other cultivators floating in the starry environment, and didn't recognize anyone from the hundreds, but she could see that most of them had expressions of anticipation and curiosity on their faces, and some confident ones even began to rush down towards the castles, trying to get something before the timer runs out. Without hesitation, Elias Raven took a step forward, her body floating effortlessly towards the nearest castle. As she got closer, she could feel the energy intensifying, drawing her in like a magnet. As she entered the castle, she was greeted by a grand hall. It was 50 meters tall and was adorned with intricate carvings and beautiful artwork. The air was filled with a sense of ancient wisdom and power. Elias Raven took a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment. She didn't know what were in the castles, but she assumed that they held both dangers and opportunities. Elias Raven looked around and didn't see any passage, and so she began to release her spiritual consciousness towards the surrounding walls of the hall, more specifically towards the intricate carvings and beautiful artworks. She realized that there were 30 paintings of different ancient beasts, and each painting had a distinct aura. She felt as if they were not paintings at all but real ancient beasts that were plastered on the walls. Below each beast was a sentences that were all the same but give explanation about this particular hall. 119. Lizard Man, place your hand onto the beast and you shall receive the mark of the beast. Be warned, if you are not able to control the mark, you will be consumed by the beast. Elias Raven hesitated for a moment, considering the warning. She knew that accepting a mark could come with great power, but also great risk. However, her eyes gleamed as she was determined to overcome the challenges and seize the opportunities that lay within the castle. While hesitant, Elias Raven didn't fail to notice that a few cultivators arrived before her, and more will be coming as she took her time. So with steady resolve, Elias Raven approached the closest painting of an ancient beast. It depicted a majestic Kylin, a mythical creature known for its benevolence and wisdom. It was similar to a phoenix yet not. She looked at the painting, studying the details of the Kylin's majestic form. Its body was covered in scales, and it had a single horn on its head. The Kylin's eyes seemed to gaze right into her soul, as if it could see her true intentions. It made Elias Raven feel deterred. As she was lost contemplating, she suddenly felt a sharp aura, and a moment later she heard a scream. She turned to the sight of a girl that had placed her hand onto one of the beasts, the phoenix. The girl was writhing in pain as flames engulfed her body. The mark of the phoenix burned brightly on her hand, spreading rapidly across her skin. The other cultivators watched in horror, unsure of what to do. Elias Raven's heart raced as she realized the gravity of the situation. The warning had been clear. Those who couldn't control the mark would be consumed by the beast. She couldn't afford to make a mistake. Taking a deep breath, Elias Raven made up her mind. She looked around at the 7 other cultivators that had entered this hall and saw that some were too scared to move. She took a step forward, her gaze searching through the hall's wall, looking for a specific beast. A few moments later, Elias Raven moved further down the hall before arriving at a turtle-shaped beast, the black tortoise. She extended her hand cautiously, hovering just above the image of the black tortoise. She could feel the energy pulsating from it, beckoning her to place her hand on it. With determination in her eyes, Elias Raven pressed her hand onto the painting. A surge of energy rushed through her body, causing her to gasp. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through her hand as the mark of the black tortoise appeared on her palm. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as the mark spread across her hand and forearm. The mark glowed with a fiery intensity, as if it was alive. Elias Raven felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. Her senses heightened and her body filled with an indescribable energy. She could feel the essence of the Black Tortoise flowing within her, connecting her to the ancient beast's wisdom and strength. But along with the power came a sense of danger. The mark throbbed with an insatiable hunger, as if it craved to be fed. Elias Raven knew that she had to learn to control the mark, or risk being consumed by the beast. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind and circulated her chi, using the high-tier cultivation method. Black Tortoise Essence Art to tame the mark within her. It was a struggle, as the Black Tortoise's mark fought against her, seemingly not taking note of the cultivation method. But Elias Raven refused to be overwhelmed. Slowly, she began to feel a sense of harmony with the mark, and she could sense a presence within the mark, but she maintained control over its power. It has practically became a symbiotic mark, where when she drew strength from the mark drew aura from her to grow stronger. Elias Raven turned to the sight of another cultivator who had placed their hand onto a painting of a dragon-like creature. It was the ancient beast called Gongfu, or golden lizard. It was a mixture of a dragon and a sea shrimp. Elias Raven watched as the cultivator screamed in agony as the mark of the ancient beast spread across their body. His skin suddenly began to turn into scales as his head elongated to the form of a lizard. His aura of the middle stage of Foundation establishment suddenly spiked as his whole aura changed. From within his lizard-like mouth, he uttered, Finally. Free. Elias Raven felt her heart drop as she realized that being consumed by the beast wasn't as plain and simple as dying by the beast's hand. It seemed that being consumed by the beast meant losing oneself entirely, becoming a vessel for the ancient creatures. The cultivator before her was no longer human, but a twisted amalgamation of man and beast. Raw. The now 10 or so cultivators within the hall gazed at the man-turned lizard as he suddenly rushed towards one of them. The cultivator that he rushed towards, an old man at peak Foundation establishment realm, didn't dare to act reckless as he took out a middle-grade spiritual sword from within his sword. Calling out his technique, he slashed to form a wave of fire that engulfed the lizard man. The flames danced and crackled, engulfing the lizard man as he let out a guttural roar. But to everyone's surprise, the flames seemed to have little effect on him. He charged through the inferno, unaffected by the heat, and swung his clawed hand at the old man. The old man's eyes widened in fear as he barely managed to dodge the lizard man's attack. He stumbled backward, panting heavily. It was clear that the lizard man's strength far surpassed his own. Elias Raven watched the scene play out, her heart fluctuating in her chest. She stepped forward and raised her aura, drawing the attention of everyone, including the lizard man. Elias Raven summoned her own middle grade, the Jade Dust Sword, and took a defensive stance, gazing at the lizard man, waiting for what it would do. The lizard man didn't disappoint as it roared and lunged towards her, its speed faster than before. With intrigue in her eyes, Elias Raven called upon her mark, which began to glow with a red glow before releasing a threatening amount of aura, shocking both the lizard man and the other cultivators. The lizard's body seemed to freeze in midair as if it sensed the danger Elias Raven's aura posed, but it was too late. The moment the Black Tortoise mark glowed red, there was a gleam of savage ruthlessness within Elias Raven's eyes as she called out, Die! Elias Raven raised her Jade Dust Sword and thrusted her sword forward with little strength. The Black Tortoise mark traveled through her skin into her sword and was released towards the lizard man, aiming directly at his chest. Boom! Elias Raven delivered a devastating blow that tore through the lizard man's chest, and he let out a scream of agony before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The hall fell into silence as the other cultivators stared at Elias Raven in awe. She had defeated the powerful lizard man with just a single move. The strength of these marks were truly extraordinary. Elias Raven took a moment to catch her breath. The tortoise mark returned to her forearm and her eyes gleamed with a savage light. Her heart was pounding intensely and she closed her eyes to regain her bearing. 120. Only 10 can live. Burst. Suddenly from within the dead body of the lizard man emerged a mark that became suspended in the air. The mark glowed with unwillingness before floating before Elias Raven. Elias Raven gazed at the make, which was a golden lizard with 4 legs like a tiger. She didn't feel a sense of danger from it, and in fact she felt it beckoning towards her, as if it wanted her to hold it. She cautiously reached out her hand and grasped the golden lizard mark. As soon as her hand made contact with it, a surge of power coursed through her body. similar to what she had experienced with the black tortoise mark. And as the mark settled onto her palm, a sense of clarity washed over Elias Raven. She could feel a vast instinctual knowledge of the ancient Kung Fu lizard flowing into her. She also felt more power within her body, enhancing her combat skills and granting her a heightened sense of agility. Elias Raven smiled. She was more confident than before, but she also knew that she needed to be cautious. The power of the marks was immense, and if she couldn't control it, she risked losing herself to the beast's instincts. Elias Raven took a deep breath, grounding herself in the present moment. As she opened her eyes, she suddenly felt a shift in her environment as the timer was up. Elias Raven found herself transported once again, this time to a vast arena surrounded by towering walls. She looked around and realized that she had transported together with the 100 cultivators from the hundreds of castles. Although she said 100, her spiritual consciousness only counted up to 78. It seems like 22 cultivators were either killed or eliminated from the trial. She wondered if the 3,000 from before were divided into 30 groups of 100 peoples. If so, why? From the 78 that appeared, Elias Raven began to take note of the few that seemed to pose a threat to her. As she observed her fellow cultivators, Elias Raven noticed 5 individuals who stood out as potentially dangerous. The first was a tall man with a muscular build. His eyes were sharp and his aura exuded a sense of power. Elias Raven could sense that he had just undergone some kind of transformation, no doubt from the previous trial. The second was a woman with a graceful demeanor. She moved with precision and grace, her every movement calculated and deliberate. Elias Raven could feel the aura of a cunning person from her. The third was a young man with a mischievous smile. He seemed carefree and light-hearted, and his robe signified a sect disciple, from the vast metal sect, another rank 4 sect like the soul-shattering sect. Elias Raven sensed that he was not to be underestimated, as his relaxed demeanor masked a sharp intellect. The fourth was a middle-aged man with a stern expression. He radiated a sense of discipline and authority, and Elias Raven couldn't see his realm, and she instinctively knew why. What was more bizarre was the fact that the man appeared middle-aged, but from Elias Raven's understanding, you can't enter the nether cloud domain without having a bone frame lower than 30, which means. The fifth and lastly was a woman with a mysterious air about her. She had an aura of darkness and secrecy, and her eyes held a depth that seemed to conceal her thoughts. Just like the middle-aged man from before, Elias Raven couldn't see her realm. She knew that she would have to be cautious and vigilant in their presence, as they could prove to be formidable opponents in the trials ahead. However, it seems her thoughts were short-lived, as she noticed how everyone was gazing towards the sky, following 10 bright trails of light. Below that was a sentence, announcing the official beginning of this trial. Only the 10th of May live. As the announcement echoed through the arena, a sense of tension filled the air. The cultivators exchanged wary glances, realizing the true gravity of the situation. Only 10 out of the remaining 78 would survive. The stakes were higher than ever. Elias Raven felt a mix of pity and dread coursing through her veins. The thought of having to weed out so many life just to pass the trial was simply tragic. She knew she had to give it her all if she wanted to make it to the end, so she stilled her heart, realizing that no matter how she felt about it, it would happen. Besides, they were all here of their own choosing. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The first to make a move was shockingly the graceful woman, as beneath her the floor began to crack as hundreds of spikes flew into the air, raining down on the whole arena. Ugh. In a single instant, almost half of the participants were weeded out as the spikes held the aura of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. It pierced through their bodies and ended their lives in an instant. Elias Raven's eyes widened in shock as she watched the carnage unfold. She had expected the trials to be challenging, but she hadn't anticipated such a brutal and merciless start. She quickly unleashed a powerful wave of energy, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of her attack caused the spikes aimed at her to disintegrate in midair, neutralizing the threat. The tall man with the muscular build reacted swiftly as well, his body glowing with a golden aura as he effortlessly dodged the spikes. It was clear that he possessed exceptional combat skills and was not to be taken lightly. The mischievous young man also displayed his prowess, raising his hand to stop the spikes coming towards him and taking a sword from out of nowhere. As the rain of spikes finally came to an end, Elias Raven focused her attention on her surroundings, looking at the gruesome details of the battlefield. The ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen cultivators, their life force extinguished in an instant. Blood stained the arena, creating a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down Elias Raven's spine. She could sense the tension in the air, as the remaining participants realized the true danger they were facing. It was a fight for survival, and only the strongest would prevail. Elias Raven took a moment to steady her breathing, reminding herself to stay focused and vigilant. She couldn't afford to let her guard down, not even for a second. Boom, pang. Like a volcanic eruption, fights began to unfold amid the remaining cultivators all at the late and peak stages of the Foundation establishment realm. 121. Burly Man. Crack. A cultivator fell as the low-grade spiritual sword within his hand was cut in half by another cultivator with a strange ancient fox beast mark on his palm. The man did not stop as his eyes gleamed with savagery and he continued on to the next one. Peng. Three cultivators fell to a young man with a mischievous smile as he drew his aura back, which took the form of a long spear. Peng. A young girl in a white robe was sent flying as the middle-grade sword in her hand vibrated from the impact of a charging burly man. The young girl, Elias Raven, looked at the burly man and gritted her teeth. She didn't know if it was overconfidence that caused this man to attack her, but she wasn't gonna let it sit. The two marks at her left hand glowed red as Elias Raven waved her hand. Lizard. Burst. From the golden lizard mark appeared a burst of flames that turned black as corrosive chi began to mix within it, turning it into a deadly black flame. Elias Raven flickered her fingers and the black flames erupted from her palm, engulfing the burly man in flames. The man grunted in pain as he let out a shout, his aura building up as they forced the black flames to recede. Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as she sensed the surge of power from the burly man. She knew she couldn't underestimate him, especially now that he was tapping into his full strength. Ha! The man roared as his slightly burnt-up body began to heal and he began to grow in size and his aura began to swell. Across his entire body appeared ancient tattoos that glowed an eerie green. Who would have thought I would meet someone like you? It seems the famous soul-shattering sect really deserves their reputation. However, the man's voice dropped as he held out a finger towards Elias Raven. You are not my match. From his finger emerged a beam of intense green light, aimed directly at Elias Raven. She instinctively reacted, dodging to the side and narrowly avoiding the attack. She didn't have any time to think as the man began to release an even stronger aura, and from his body came out a barrier of green energy that surrounded both of them. Now there's no place for you to dodge. Oh, Elias Raven didn't appear phased as a slight smile formed on her face. The golden lizard and black tortoise marks glowed brightly on her palms as she channeled their energy. With a swift motion of her sword she uttered out, Waterfall Slash. The man's eyes widened as a powerful surge of intense sharp chi appeared out of thin air and rushed towards him with incredible force. He tried to dodge, but the chi crashed into him, slashing through him and sending him flying backward. Crack! He hit the green barrier behind him and cracks began to appear. The man grunted in pain as across his chest was a large slash that stretched from his shoulder to his waist. Blood oozed out of the wound, staining his clothes and the ground beneath him. Elias Raven stood, her sword still held in her hand as she watched the man struggle to get back up. She could sense the weakening of his aura, know that he had reached his limits. You don't seem to have fully comprehend those tattoos, she said calmly, her voice filled with remembrance. Those tattoos are the marks of ancient beast cultivators, a powerful and feared lineage of cultivators. They grant immense strength and abilities to those who bear them, but it seems you have not mastered their true potential. The man gritted his teeth, his body trembling with pain and determination. I won't let a mere disciple of the soul-shattering sect defeat me, he growled, mustering whatever strength he had left. Elias Raven chuckled softly, her eyes filled with confidence. It's not about the sect you belong to or the power you possess. It's about your understanding of your own abilities and how you utilize them. She stepped forward, her aura radiating with a calm yet overwhelming presence. This is how I use mine, she said coldly as savagery began to creep into her eyes. The golden lizard and black tortoise marks on her palms glowed brighter, infusing her with their energy. Ruthless aura radiated from her as she raised her hand. I won't let you die easy. With a flick of her wrist, Elias Raven unleashed another attack. This time, it was different. The golden lizard beast mark moved through her skin to appear at the tip of her fingers. Burst. A powerful torrent of fire was unleashed as the golden lizard came to life and was released from her skin to shot forth towards the man. The man, seeing the golden lizard, quickly reached into his robes and pulled out a small, intricately crafted treasure mirror. He held it up in front of him, using it as a shield to protect himself from the incoming fire. Peng! The golden lizard collided with the treasure, causing a brilliant explosion of flames and sparks. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, breaking the barrier surrounding them and forcing anyone into the surrounding areas to retreat. As the smoke cleared, the man stood there, his mirror treasure still intact. He smirked, knowing he was safe, but Elias Raven wasn't discouraged. She raised her hand upon which the golden lizard appeared once again as she channeled her energy into it. The golden lizard glowed even brighter as it transformed into a fiery dragon lizard and its scales shimmered with intense heat. Roar! With a mighty roar, the fiery dragon lizard shot towards the man, its flames engulfing everything in its path. The man's smirk quickly turned into worry as he desperately tried to defend himself. Peng! The fiery dragon lizard crashed into the man's shield, causing a tremendous explosion of flames and energy. The force of the impact sent shockwaves radiating outwards, shaking the ground of the arena. The clash quietly drew the attention of the rest on the battlefield as they paused their own battles to witness the intense showdown between Elias Raven and the burly man. The air crackled with anticipation as they watched the fiery spectacle unfold. Elias Raven's eyes burned with coldness as she poured more strength into the attack. She could feel the power of the golden lizard coursing through her, fueling her every move. But the burly man was not so easily defeated. Despite the fierce flames engulfing him, he stood his ground, his shield holding strong against the onslaught. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he strained to maintain his defense. Swish! Suddenly from her left, Meng Lun saw a spear appear, slashing towards the fiery dragon lizard. She glanced over and realized it was one of the spears of the graceful woman, the first to launch an attack in the arena. 122. Lyra. Boom! The spear collided with the fiery dragon, causing a powerful burst of energy to erupt into the air. Elias Raven's gaze hardened even more as she turned towards the culprit, the graceful woman with the snake aura. The battlefield, which was filled with the clanks of combat, was quiet, yet Elias Raven didn't take note of it as her gaze, which was intensely focused, didn't budge. "What's the meaning of this?" she asked, her voice filled with bloodlust as the black tortoise mark on her forearm glowed with an otherworldly light. The graceful woman smiled, her eyes filled with a mix of arrogance and amusement. "Oh, little girl, you can't look around you." Elias Raven's gaze flickered and the cloudiness within them receded as she regained light to look around her. The battlefield, which she had imagined to still be in heated combat, was currently quiet. She gazed around to see only 7 other individuals in the arena. Only then did she regain complete clarity as her gaze shifted toward the burly man that was standing with exhaustion. She realized that she can't do anything to the man at this point. She didn't want to test the limits of the trials. The trial said only 10 can remain. Sigh. She flicked her fingers and the golden lizard appeared on her hand again, its aura even more powerful than before. "What now?" Elias Raven said as she realized that they weren't transported right away into the next trial. The graceful woman chuckled, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Now, my dear, we recuperate. The next trial will probably be a team event." Elias Raven's eyebrows raised in confusion and furrowed in frustration. She looked towards the man before walking to the side to take a seat. She didn't like the feeling, but she would deal with the dead bodies around her for the moment. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Experience Points: 27%. System Coin: 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel: Unavailable. Spiritual Roots: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Variant: Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method: Black Tortoise Essence Art. Second Layer. Side Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering. Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art. Focused Chi Control. Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi. Surge. Thunderbolt Flash. Ancient Spirit Seals. Black Tortoises. Gong Fu. Golden Lizard. Market: Blacksmith. Alchemy. Elias Raven took a moment to assess her current situation. The battle had taken little toll on her, so she didn't have to recover for the next trial. She looked at her system panel and noticed the difference. Her percentage has increased by a lot since she last checked. However, thinking about the castle with the beast paintings and the 2 beast marks on her, Elias Raven came to the conclusion that almost half of her percentage came from her getting the marks. At the thought of the marks, Elias Raven couldn't help but notice the added addition to the system panel, the ancient spirit seals. It seemed that the marks she had acquired were something well known, or at least she assumed. She wondered what other abilities and powers she would gain as she continued to complete more trials. The potential for growth seemed limitless in this place, and she liked that. She stood up and stretched her body, feeling energized and ready for whatever challenges awaited her. She glanced at the whole arena and her joy was quickly snuffed out. The arena was filled with the bloodied corpses or cultivators and the marks of the intense combat that had just taken place. The air was heavy with the smell of dead bodies, and the 9 other individuals were in various states, with most of them being free of damage. The burly man, who had been standing with exhaustion, was panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face. His muscles were tense, showing signs of fatigue from the battle. However, his eyes were filled with gratitude and determination filled with a hint of relief. The graceful woman with the snake aura stood tall, her posture exuding confidence. She wore a sly smile on her face, as if she'd enjoyed the chaos that just happened. Among the other individuals, there is a man with a scarred face. He seemed to have taken the most damage, but he didn't appear fatigued but was rather meditating. There was also the mischievous young man on the side. He seems to have taken a little to no damage and was just sitting down with a light smile on his face. There is also a group of 3 individuals huddled together, whispering among themselves. The first is a tall and lean man with a shaved head, his eyes sharp and focused. Next to him is a woman with flowing, brown hair, her expression serious and calculating. The third member of their group is a young man, no older than Elias Raven, and his eyes held fear and uncertainty. 2 of them were at the peak stage and the last one was at the late stage. Overall, they were the group to survive because of teamwork and combined cultivation methods. In another corner of the arena, there is the middle-aged man with the stern and disciplined face. He suffered no injuries and his stance was relaxed. Lastly was the woman with the mysterious air about her. Dark aura surrounded her and she held no injuries, just like the middle-aged man. Overall, the individuals in the arena are a mix of weary and interesting characters with their own unique appearance and attributes. Elias Raven walked forward, her steps headed towards the graceful woman with the snake aura. As she approached, the woman's smile widened, as if expecting her. "I must say, you are a strange one," the woman said, her voice dripping with amusement. "Earlier, you looked at me as if you were about to attack, and now you're here to talk to me?" Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as she stopped a few feet away from the woman. "I have no interest in pointless battles," she replied, her voice tinged with annoyance. "But I want answers. Who are you, and how did you know about the trials ahead?" The woman laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Elias Raven's spine. "Oh, little girl, you asked too many questions," she said, her eyes glinting with mischief. "But I suppose I can indulge you. My first name is Liara, and I know of the trial ahead because I lived it." Elias Raven's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "You lived it? What do you mean?" Liara's smile turned into a smirk as she leaned closer to Elias Raven. "The inheritance trials we are going through is not new. They have been repeated countless times in the past, with different participants each time." Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise. "So you've been through all of this before? How is that possible?" Liara chuckled softly and pointed to her head. "I wouldn't say I was there personally, but my memories were." Elias Raven's curiosity was piqued. "Your memories were there? What do you mean?" Liara leaned back, her smirk never leaving her face. "You have it too, although it seems yours just goes back to a few centuries." Elias Raven's heart turned as she came to a realization. "The ancestral symbol. You have yours too?" Liara nodded. "Yes. The ancestral symbol. It holds the memories of our ancestors, passed down through generations. It allows us to tap into the experiences and knowledge of those who came before us." Elias Raven's mind raced with thoughts and questions. Then what was this trial about? She didn't like the trial as it was basically pointless killings. Liara chuckled, her eyes glinting with mischief. "You see, this trial was merely a warm-up, a test to weed out the weak and unworthy. The next trials will push you to your limits, both physically and mentally. Elias Raven's thoughts couldn't help but go back to what the spiritual imprint of Xion, Skyfire Venerable said, and her heart felt heavy. "Tell me, Snake Woman," Elias Raven said, her voice filled with slight frustration. "What are these next steps you speak of? How do we proceed?" Lyra didn't seem to mind being called Snake Woman as her smile turned into a smirk and her eyes gleamed with excitement. "That's the fun part. We'll have to figure it out on our own. I only know that it is a team-based trial, but who knows, each trial is unique, and only those who can adapt and overcome will succeed." Although the other 8 individuals on the arena were not near the two, they were still able to hear what was said in the last part, as the woman didn't lower her voice but rather raised it, making sure it reached all their ears. Her voice made the atmosphere tense, and most of the participants became weary as they were reminded that the next trial will test their ability to work as a team. 123. Fourth Lair Rumble. 2 hours after the battles in the arena were over, the ground began to shake as cracks appeared all around. The 10 survivors, including Elias Raven, were woken from their meditation as the arena became brightened by an assortment of colors. The 10 lights suspended in the sky began to descend, each one landing in front of one of the survivors. Elias Raven's mind became focused as she watched the light in front of her. Suddenly she felt the light cover her and submerge her in a large pool of energy. Thump! As the light enveloped Elias Raven, she felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body. It was as if a current of pure energy was pulsating within her, awakening every fiber of her being. She closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the radiant glow that surrounded her. Once the light calmed around her, Elias Raven blinked her eyes open and found herself in a completely different place. Gone was the arena with its towering walls and blood-stained sand. Instead, she stood in the midst of a lush forest, bathed in the soft hues of twilight. The air was thick with the scent of moss, pine, and wildflowers, infusing her senses with a serene tranquility. The ground beneath her feet felt alive, a living entity that responded to her every step. Vibrant emerald grass tickled her ankles, and as she walked, tiny petals danced in the gentle breeze, swirling around her like ethereal snowflakes. Elias Raven's gaze shifted upwards, drawn to the sky above. It was a breathtaking sight that made her remember. Stars twinkled like diamonds, illuminating the night with a celestial brilliance. The moon was full and radiant, casting a mystical glow and a long shadow upon the forest floor. It felt completely real. She suddenly had a feeling, like she had been in an environment like this before. It felt as if she had stepped into the realm where dreams and reality intermingled, where the boundaries of the ordinary were shattered. As she took in her surroundings, Elias Raven noticed the other survivors standing beside their own lights, each immersed in their own thoughts. Their faces were a mixture of awe and wonder, mirroring her own emotions. Just as Elias Raven began to relax into this newfound haven, the ground trembled once more, this time more violently than before. The forest quivered, as if awakening from a deep slumber. A distant rumble grew louder, echoing through the trees, stirring a sense of urgency within her. As she turned her attention back to her light, she noticed it pulsating with an intense energy. It flickered and danced, as if eager to reveal its purpose. Without hesitation, Elias Raven reached out, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The moment her fingertips made contact with the light, a surge of power surged through her veins, her body filled with an electrifying energy, her senses sharpening to a heightened state. She could feel pure energy coursing through her, like a river unleashed, ready to be molded into something. Elias Raven didn't waste time and began to sit cross-legged while circulating her cultivation realm. She had to absorb all that she held within this light, drawing it into her body and merging it with her own essence. She closed her eyes, focusing on the flow of energy and allowing it to guide her movements. As she delved deeper into her cultivation, Elias Raven could feel her stomach strengthened and her innards compact. Her power was expanding and growing stronger with each breath, and the energy wasn't even diminished by half. Moreover, it seemed to merge seamlessly with her own, making it tremendously easy to manage it, like it was her own. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Elias Raven immersed herself in this process. Minutes passed, maybe even hours, but she remained undeterred, determined to fully absorb the energy from the light upon her. With each moment that passed, Elias Raven could feel herself surpassing her previous limitations. Her body felt lighter, as if she could move with the grace of a dancer. Her spiritual consciousness became sharper, effortlessly connecting with the world around her. Her fingers became pale with an intense aura and her nails grew to the point of reaching a finger's length, their glossed surface reflecting the moonlight above. With every surge of power, her nails grew stronger, sharper, and more resilient. It was as if they were imbued with the very essence of the light she had absorbed. As Elias Raven felt the changes in her body, a small smile crept onto her face. She didn't think that she would make this much progress, but she liked it. She continued to absorb the energy of the light, taking in the last bit of it left, and as she does that, Elias Raven's senses heightened even further. She could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the distant chirping of birds, and the soft whispers of the wind. She could feel the pulse of life within the forest, the interconnectedness of all living beings. Her body glowed with a radiant aura, illuminating the surrounding area with a gentle light. The forest seemed to respond to her presence, as if acknowledging the energy coursing through her. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Elias Raven opened her eyes. She stood up, feeling a surge of confidence and determination coursing through her veins. She knew what she had to do, she knew the purpose of this trial now, and she was sure that the others were the same. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Experience points, 59%. System Coin, 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Roots: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Variant: Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method: Black Tortoise Essence Art, 4th Layer. Side Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash. Ancient Spirit Seals, Black Tortoises, Gong Fu, Golden Lizard. Market: Blacksmith, Alchemy. Elias Raven took a moment to absorb the changes in her cultivation level. What she absorbed was pure energy, so she wasn't surprised at the jump in her cultivation realm. Her experience points had increased to 59%, showing that it was a very great opportunity. However, the main reason her cultivation jumped so much has to do with her main cultivation method, the Black Tortoise Essence Art. It has leapt past the 2nd and 3rd layer, reaching the 4th layer in one go. As Elias Raven continued to marvel at her sudden increase in strength, she felt a heavenly presence descend upon the whole area and her eyes widened at the sight of clouds forming next to the gleaming moon. She looked further away from her, at the other 9 individuals, and instantly knew of the reason behind the presence. Rumble. A cultivator was going through their gold core tribulation. Not just that, multiple cultivators were going through it. 124. Triple tribulations. Within the group of 9 individuals that absorbed the pure energy the same way as Elias Raven, 3 individuals' body began to release intense light as a thunderstorm began to form above them. From the body of a young mischievous man, a golden light rose from his chest as thunder rumbled above his head. The scarred-faced man's body emitted a fierce gold glow, accompanied by crackling sparks of electricity. And lastly was the burly man, his body also emitting a radiant golden light, but with a calming and steady energy. As the thunderstorm intensified, the atmosphere crackled with electric energy. Dark clouds gathered above the 3 individuals, swirling and churning with an otherworldly power. The air became charged, causing the hair on their arms to stand on end. The mischievous man raised his hands, and a sphere of shimmering golden light formed around him. It pulsated with an ethereal energy, creating a protective barrier that shielded him from the impending storm. Rumble, boom. A bolt struck down against the barrier and yet it didn't budge. The golden light danced and flickered in his chest and it intensified as the second bolt arrived. Boom. The scarred-faced man stood tall, his scarred visage illuminated by the golden glow emanating from his body. He extended his arms, summoning a swirling vortex of wind that encircled him. The wind howled and roared, creating a barrier that deflected the lightning strikes with precision and finesse. His second tribulation lightning danced and twisted as it was redirected away from him and the golden light within his chest became more clear. Meanwhile, the burly man's body seemed to not be bothered with putting up any barriers. He allowed the first and second bolt to hit him and course through his spiritual veins as he tried to strengthen his body with the tribulation lighting. boom. The third bolt descended and his body became charred as the ground trembled and shook with the raw power coursing through it. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly tribulation raged on, each lightning bolt more powerful than the last. The burly man stood resolute, his body radiating with an intense glow as tattoos began to cover his body, causing it to expand twice its size. His body became harder, yet it couldn't protect against all heavenly lightning as his body showed dozens of areas burned. Boom. The mischievous man began to feel strained as his sphere of golden light began to crack under the weight of the sixth lightning bolt. He realized that if he doesn't do anything about it, then the next one will be his last. The scarred-faced man was even more unfortunate. His body seemed to be reaching its limits as the seventh lightning bolt struck him. The swirling vortex of wind around him faltered, unable to fully deflect the immense power. His golden glow flickered, revealing the strain on his face as the lightning seared through his defenses, leaving scorch marks on his already scarred skin. Boom! As the seventh lightning bolt descended, the mischievous man's protective barrier shattered into countless fragments, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. He stumbled backward, his body shaking with pain as the golden light within him dimmed, threatening to extinguish completely. The burly man, despite his immense strength and endurance, could no longer bear the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Once the eighth lightning bolt appeared, he already knew he wouldn't be able to stop it. Without any delay in his actions, he took out a small intricate mirror that he placed above his head. Elias Raven instantly recognized it to be the same one he used to block her golden lizard. Elias Raven and the rest looked on with focus as an unparalleled force emerged from the lighting and the sky rumbled even more. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted where the burly man stood as his mirror came into contact with the lightning bolt. The force of the explosion caused a shockwave that shook the ground, but the burly man stood firm, his body easily absorbing the shock of the blast. On the other side, the mischievous man also took out something from his robe, which revealed itself to be a pole, resembling a lightning rod. With a swift motion, he threw the rod a few meters into the air and stepped back. Boom! Rumble. The lightning bolt struck the lightning rod, causing a blinding flash and a deafening rumble. The mischievous man's body shook as the electricity surged through him, but he stood his ground, absorbing the light power without faltering. Meanwhile, the scarred-faced man, in a desperate attempt to protect himself from the impending eighth lightning bolt, drew upon his deepest reserves of energy. He opened his mouth to chant incantations that drew the attention of the 7 other individuals watching. His voice echoed through the air, resonating with a power that seemed to affect the very heavens themselves. As his incantations grew louder and more fervent, the more powerful the thunderstorm seemed, and with a final note, it descended onto him. Rumble. And yet right as the heavenly bolt was about to lash on him, it began to slow down before completely stopping and dissipating into chi. What? Elias Raven gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. The scarred-faced man's incantations had somehow nullified the lightning bolt, turning it into pure chi that dissipated into the air. All the others held the same expression as Elias Raven. Both the middle-aged man and the mysterious woman in black held a sharp curiosity and confusion in their eyes. Even Yara, the one most likely to know out of all of them, was stumped, his face showing a confused look. However, that seems to have taken all the energy out of the scarred-faced man as he held a dreaded look while the thunderclouds rumbled once again for the final strike. Ha ha, he panted heavily, his body visibly drained from the immense effort. But despite his exhaustion, he refused to fall as determination gleamed in his eyes. Rumble. A heavy pressure descended as the final bolts flashed in an instant to appear near their targets. Boom. The burly man felt a large force coming through his hands as the mirror within his hand trembled from the impact of the last lightning. A pained gasp couldn't help but escape his lips as his arms began to shake uncontrollably, with small cracks being heard within his hand. The mischievous man, with his lightning rod still in the air, braced himself for the final strike. His body trembled as the lightning bolt connected with the rod, sending a surge of electricity coursing through the area, with him included. And the scarred-faced man, already drained from his previous incantations, could only stand his ground, his body battered and bruised. He gritted his teeth, as he knew he couldn't survive this one. Rumble. Elias Raven looked towards the 2 gold core cultivators, the middle-aged man and the mysterious woman, and she held a hand under her chin as she began to think. She inferred that they didn't want to save the scarred-faced man, as it was better to weed out any potential threats when it comes to an inheritance such as this. She held the same opinion, so she decided to watch and see what will happen. Although she was her worries, she also didn't want to help and risk herself getting hurt. It was a heavenly law that if you help someone with their tribulation lighting, then you will receive a tribulation lighting of your own, and it's specifically designed for you, so the lighting will match your strength and could potentially harm you, and there is no benefit from it. Rumble. Yet the actions of the scarred-faced man caused Elias Raven's eyebrows to raise, as he seemed to have taken out a large tortoise carapace that was brimming with vitality. And Elias Raven's eyes widened as she realized that it was not just any tortoise carapace, it was the carapace of a mythical creature, one of the 4 divine creatures, the black tortoise. 125. Beast attack. The scarred-faced man held the black tortoise carapace above his head. His body shook with exhaustion. He knew that this was his last chance at survival, and he knew the rewards afterwards. Rumble. The lighting danced in the thunderstorm and descended. However, as the scarred-faced man held the carapace above his head, a hand grasped his shoulder and another hand grasped the tortoise carapace in his hand, and he felt himself thrown back as the lightning struck. Yet what it met was long slender nails that glossed with blue light as they shockingly ripped through the lightning bolt. Boom. A huge shock wave traveled through the air as currents of lightning spread across the area. The scarred-faced man landed a few meters away and gazed at the scene in front of him. Elias Raven stood there, her left hand still extended as the lightning dissipated around her. She flicked her fingers, causing a few lightning sparks to scatter around her. Her eyes, filled with annoyance and glare, met the scarred-faced man's gaze. "Stay back," she warned, her voice laced with power. "Concentrate on the core forming. You've passed the 9th tribulation." The rest of the group watched in shock and surprise, unsure of what Elias Raven was doing. The middle-aged man and the mysterious woman in black exchanged glances, while Liara's eyes widened with surprise. "Elias Raven, what are you doing?" Liara shouted, her voice subtle under the rumbling lightning storm. Elias Raven turned her head slightly to glance at Liara. "You stand back too." The scarred-faced man struggled to sit cross-legged, his body still trembling from the impact. "Why did you save me?" he asked, a mix of gratitude and confusion in his voice. Elias Raven didn't bother to answer as she stored the tortoise capes and raised her head to look at the thunderstorm that seems to be agitated as its rumbling increased. Her left hand hurt. "It should only be one," Elias Raven muttered under her breath. She remembered that the more you interrupt heavenly tribulations, the more tribulations you receive yourself. Since she interrupted once, then only one more lightning will descend, she hoped. She took a deep breath, her body radiating with a powerful aura. She raised her hand and a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, directly towards her. As the lightning approached, Elias Raven stood tall, her eyes focused and determined. She extended both her hands, and her claws extended with a glossy look detached from her hands and met the lightning bolt full on. Boom! The clash of lightning and claws created a deafening explosion, causing the ground to shake violently. The surrounding area was engulfed in blinding light, making it difficult for anyone to see, and a big critter formed on the ground. When the light finally subsided, the rest of the group could hardly believe their eyes. Elias Raven stood unscathed, her body emitting a faint blue aura. The thunderstorm gradually calmed down, and Lyra approached Elias Raven with a curious look in her eyes. "Why did you do that? And how are you unscathed from that heavenly lighting?" Lyra looked back to the figure of the scarred-faced man, who was meditating, solidifying his gold core. She asked, as she noticed the energy fluctuation of a core formation, "Do you just want us to have more powerful members?" Knowing what Lyra meant, Elias Raven was about to say something when suddenly, boom! From the distance emerged a large fog. Elias Raven looked afar and realized that it was a mob of spirit beasts charging towards them. The others quickly snapped out of their shock and prepared themselves for battle. The scarred-faced man opened his eyes, his gold core now fully formed, and stood up, alongside the burly man and the mischievous man. They all released gold core aura. Elias Raven glanced at the scarred-faced man and nodded. "We need all the strength we can get," she said to Lyra. "There seems to be 3 rank 3 spirit beasts in that group, and at least 7 half-step rank 3 beasts, as well as over 500 other spirit beasts." Lyra raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Well, "It looks like we're in for a fun fight then," she said, summoning a short sword in her hand. Elias Raven smiled slightly and looked at the others. The mysterious woman and the middle-aged man both held the same expression as they gazed at the coming fog. The trio of 2 man and 1 woman held a worried expression, as even through their cultivations have increased, they were still the weakest members of the group. The scarred-faced man and the mischievous man hid a calm expression. They took out their weapons, with the scarred-faced man taking out a small orb and the mischievous man holding onto his lightning rod, which pulsated with heavenly lightning. She looked over at the burly man and found out that he was looking at her with a small smirk on his face, his fear of her turning into a condescending smile. However, he appeared to know the situation as he focused on the fog of monsters soon after. Elias Raven took a deep breath, her body radiating with confidence and determination. She knew that she had to focus on reducing the large number of spirit beasts, or they might be besieged. As the fog of spirit beasts drew closer, Elias Raven raised her hand and summoned her jade dust sword. With a flick of her wrist, she used the beast marks on her hand to send forth a ball of water and fire, both containing the figures of the golden lizard and the black tortoise. Burst. After traveling 100 meters, the fireball and water ball exploded upon contact with the approaching spirit beasts, engulfing a large number of them in flames and intense water pressure. A large number of low and middle stage spirit beasts were instantly shredded and a few late stage beasts were critically injured. The attack had done its part, but Elias Raven wasn't pleased with it, as it was not even able to cause harm to any beast at the peak stage of rank 2. Hey! A small laughter left the mouth of the mischievous young man as he raised the lightning rod in his hand. Rumble, crackle. Lightning danced around his rod before shooting out, striking several spirit beasts at the peak stage at once with deadly precision. The smell of burnt fur filled the air as several beast corpses fell to the ground, all at the peak stage. The scarred-faced man, not to be outdone, activated the small orb in his hand. Light enveloped the orb and a massive beastly shadow emerged. Roar. It released a large roar and thundered towards the spirit beasts a few dozen meters from them. The middle-aged man and the mysterious woman in black moved soon after, as the middle-aged man summoned a large bow and arrow and began shooting towards the group of beasts, targeting the peak and half-stage rank 3 beasts. The mysterious woman raised her hand, and out of nowhere, a few half-stage rank 3 beasts began to have slashes across their bodies, and a few seconds later, the sound of clanks filled the air as from the original 500 spirit beast, 100 peak rank 2 beasts reached the group with 3 rank 3 spirit beasts, who were intercepted by the 3 newly acquired gold core cultivators. Growl. All around them, Elias Raven and her group were attacked by peak rank 2 spirit beasts. The sounds of their growls and snarls mixed with the screams and shouts of the group as they fought back in their own ways. Slash. Elias Raven swung her sword with precision, slicing through the beasts that came too close. Each swing emitted a sharp slicing sound as it cut through the air and flesh. She didn't neglect her beast marks, as even while she continued to dance with her sword, they moved in the background, attacking any beasts that targeted her, or block any attack that she wasn't able to block. Slowly but surely the group of 100 spirit beasts were dwindled down to a few dozen as Elias Raven and her group fought with all their might. The scarred-faced man continued to summon his beastly shadow, roaring and crushing any spirit beast that came too close. The mischievous man, with his lightning rod, unleashed powerful heavenly bolts of lightning that electrocuted and paralyzed the remaining beasts. The middle-aged man and the mysterious woman in black didn't have any problems disposing the spirit beasts near them. As the number of spirit beasts decreased, the intensity of the battle decreased as the ones that were done with their opponents went out to help the ones that were having trouble. Elias Raven went to help the trio of man and woman who were having trouble, as they were wounded with bits of slashes across their bodies. The middle-aged man and the mysterious woman both disposed of the half-stage beast and went on to help the 3 new gold core cultivators, and with overwhelming power, they struck down the final rank 3 beast, ending the battle with an anticlimactic finish. 126. Aftermath. Few. Elias Raven breathed out as she felt her reserve of chi. She had very little left. She looked around at the aftermath of the battle, seeing the bodies of the defeated spirit beasts scattered around. The ground was stained with blood and the air was heavy with the scent of death. The scarred-faced man approached Elias Raven. his expression filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me earlier," he said, bowing his head slightly. "I am indebted to you." Elias Raven smiled and shook her head. "I saved you because I was interested in that technique of yours," she said. "It might prove useful in the future. Would you exchange that with your department?" "Ah, that I can't just give it away," the scarred-faced man replied hesitantly. "It's a secret technique that has been passed down in my family for generations. I can't simply give it to someone else." Elias Raven raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued. "Is it really that valuable?" she asked. "Perhaps we can come to a compromise. I have some rare cultivation resources that might be of interest to you." The scarred-faced man looked down and just shook his head, clearly torn between his gratitude and his family's technique. Elias Raven smiled, expecting such an answer. She asked him, "What's your name?" "Huh, it's Yao Jian," the scarred-faced man replied, still looking hesitant. "Nice to meet you, Yao Jian," Elias Raven said warmly. "I understand how important this technique is to you and your family, so I won't ask for it. How about the tortoise shell that you used earlier?" "That? I can give you the tortoise shell," Yao Jian said, a flicker of relief crossing his face. "It's not as valuable as the technique itself, but it holds some defensive properties that might be useful to you." Elias Raven nodded, satisfied with the compromise. "That sounds fair," she said. "The tortoise shell will definitely come in handy." "Thank you, Yao Jian." Yao Jian nodded, a small smile appearing on his scarred face. "I'm glad we could come to an agreement," he said. "I hope it serves you well." Elias Raven nodded and took a sit down to access the situation and plan her next moves. She obtained the black tortoise shell without much difficulty. She was pleased with that. After all, she had sacrificed 10 of her nails to hold off the lightning bolt. She looked down at her fingertips and saw that it was growing slightly, but she assumed that it will take a few days before it could heal to its original state. She sighed at the idea, but was okay with it nonetheless. She didn't want to receive a heavenly lightning bolt, as the risks were great and there was no reward. But she made a puffed face at the thought of not utilizing her nails for a while. She liked them. She wondered if she could use them with the brute chi. Would they get destroyed? They are a part of her body after all. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Experience points, 70%. System Coin, 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Roots: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Variant: Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main cultivation method: Black Tortoise Essence Art. 4th layer. Side cultivation methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash. Ancient Spirit Seals, Black Tortoises, Gong Fu, Golden Lizard. Market: Blacksmith, Alchemy. Elias Raven looked at her experience points and was slightly disappointed at its slow increase. After such an intense battle, she only improved by 11%. She didn't know of the reason, but she felt that something was off with these trials. It's what's preventing her from fully immersing herself in cultivation. She has to fully study that black tortoise shell, as she felt a connection to it the moment it was brought out. It was the main reason she saved the scarred-faced man's life. Otherwise she wouldn't let someone like him get more powerful. This was an inheritance where there can only be one person at the top, but this specific trial was about teamwork. She didn't want to test out what happens when a teammate dies. Would something even happen? Elias Raven shook her head, pushing those thoughts aside for now. She needed to focus on the present and make the most of the resources she had obtained. She looked around to see what the others were doing. The scarred-faced man, Yao Jian, was meditating to further consolidate his gold core. The mischievous man was intricately observing the heavenly lightning channeling through his rod, electrifying nearby things. Liara and the middle-aged man were meditating, probably digesting the experience they just went through. The mysterious woman in black was gazing into the distance with a blank face, remaining silent and observant. The burly man was like Yao Jian, sitting down and meditating to solidify his gold core even more. Lastly, the trio of man and woman were tending to their wounds, with the older man taking out a pill to eat while the woman used a secret art to hasten the effects. All in all, Elias Raven felt that everyone still hadn't used their most valuable secrets, everyone other than Yao Jian, and who knows, Now that he is stronger, he might have a few more tricks up his sleeve. Yao Elias Raven can't think of any powerful clan named Yao, but it might just be one of the secret clans in hiding, for them to have a technique that stops heavenly tribulations. Sigh. Elias Raven focused back to herself and began to circulate her cultivation method. Although she wasn't going to be immersive, she still did so to regain the large amounts of chi that she had used elsewhere in the trial space. On the same level trial as Elias Raven's group was a brutal massacre taking place, a massacre of spiritual beasts. A man in the dark robes of the Scarlet Demon sect was surrounded by the stench of blood and filth as the bodies of hundreds of spirit beasts lay dead at his feet. His chest shone with a gold light and the whole environment seemed to be occupied by 5 massive demonic hands that glowed red, each releasing aura of the gold core realm. At another trial was a young man within a group of 6 individuals. The young man wore the robes of the Divine Soul sect. His body was completely transparent and any spirit beast that attacked him passed right through him. Yet when he initiated the attack, he would become completely solid. It was as if he was a ghost. Within the same group was the figure of a tall man in golden armor. Around him was a wave of blazing fire that set ablaze the bodies of half-step rank 3 spirit beast. Any rank 2 beast caught in it was turned to dust. Across the whole dimensional trial, other cultivators were also progressing. Inside an arena, a white silver-haired woman was freezing any cultivator that got close to her. And inside another arena, the figure of a man moved through the shadows of cultivators, easily coming up and slitting their throats. At another arena was the figure of a bald monk in a grey robe. His body shone bright with a golden hue and outlined around his body was the aura of an ancient bloodline. He opened his mouth and said, "Samsara." His voice, although small, boomed across the arena and all the fighting stopped. The arena full of roughly 93 cultivators, with a few being at the gold core realm, all fell to the floor, their eyes blank. Amid the silence of the arena the monk clasped his hand and said, Amitabha 127. God blood sea. 2 hours of meditation and only half was returned. Elias Raven thought. She had been sitting cross-legged within the group of beast carcass and she still hadn't recovered fully. It was only now that she realized that the more powerful you are the longer it takes to recover your full strength. She was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and she was already taking so long to recover. She couldn't even imagine how long those at the nascent soul realm would take. AWS precisely this that energy restoration pills were very popular among cultivators. Elias Raven sighed and reached into her storage ring, pulling out a small bottle of energy restoration pills. She popped one into her mouth and immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through her body. As she sat there, waiting for her strength to fully return, she didn't fail to notice the new addition to the trial space, a timer. Just like the one in the first trial of castles. She doesn't know if it's a coincidence, but she noticed that the trials go by rewards and difficulties one after another. The first one was more of a reward, the second a battle, the third one a reward, and a battle, or more so a test of what was achieved from the reward of the third trial. So the fourth trial should be a battle. However, this was all speculation from Elias Raven. She couldn't be completely sure about it. She looked up at the timer which only has 15 minutes left and began to focus on her chi gathering. She only needed to take 3 more energy restoration pill and she would be back to full strength. Elias Raven quickly consumed the remaining energy restoration pills, feeling the surge of energy replenishing her chi. She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate, pushing herself to regain her full strength before the timer ran out. As she meditated, she couldn't help but think about the upcoming battles. She knew that she had to be prepared and utilize all of her techniques and resources to come out on top. Elias Raven also pondered the abilities and techniques of the other cultivators she had encountered in the trial. Each of them seemed to possess unique and powerful skills. She wondered how she would fare against them in battle and what kind of tactics she would need to employ. With only a few minutes left on the timer, Elias Raven opened her eyes and felt her full energy return. She stood up and stretched her muscles, feeling a renewed sense of energy and determination. She glanced around at the other cultivators in her group, all of which seemed already prepared and waiting for the timer to reach 0, and within a few minutes the timer reached its final seconds where a loud gong rang out. signaling the end of the rest period. Elias Raven felt a shift in her vision, and her surroundings were changing at a fast pace. Before she knew it, she was standing on a completely new environment. She was standing on a small piece of rock that stood afloat inside a raging wave. Around her was hundreds of different pieces of rocks, with some of them being occupied by cultivators. Two particular cultivators appeared strong, but that was not where Elias Raven's attention was attracted to. It was attracted more so at the sea. It made her heart drop. Trashing waves of blood-red water trashed in her new surroundings, crashing against unseen barriers surrounding the small pieces of rock. The sea seemed alive with a pulsating energy, its waves rising and falling with an almost hypnotic rhythm. Boom! The sea crashed down on the location where Elias Raven stood, and she found that there was a small barrier surrounding the small piece of rock that she stood on, protecting her from the tide. God-Blood Sea. Is this the God-Blood Sea between the Luan continent and the rest of the world? No, it should not be, or we would have already been dead by now, Elias Raven thought as she remembered about the God-Blood Sea. It was said that the God-Blood Sea was a treacherous and deadly body of water that separated the Luan continent from the rest of the world. Its red waters were said to be infused with the blood of ancient powerful beings above the nascent soul realm and even in Soulment realm. But this sea before Elias Raven was different. While it shared the same blood-red color, there was something distinct about it that made her doubt if it was the infamous God-Blood Sea. The God-Blood Sea was said to incinerate any that is close to it. Perhaps this was a similar phenomenon or a different manifestation altogether. As she pondered over the nature of the sea, Elias Raven noticed movement in the distance. As more cultivators appeared on the trial space, a few cultivators began to get impatient and began to leave their barrier to head towards the distance, where a large landmass stood. However, a young man with the aura of a Peak Foundation establishment realm cultivator screamed as the moment he left his barrier to tread on the blood-red water. His chi fluctuated as it instantly became unstable, allowing the sea to touch his legs. The moment the blood-red water made contact with him, the young man's body convulsed in excruciating pain. His skin sizzled and burned, emitting a putrid smell as it disintegrated before everyone's eyes. Within seconds, all that remained of him was a pile of ashes. The sight was horrifying, and it served as a stark reminder to the other cultivators of the deadly consequences of touching the sea. Fear and caution filled the air as everyone collectively retreated back to the safety of their barriers, realizing the true danger that lay before them. Elias Raven's heart raced as she witnessed the gruesome demise of the young cultivator. She knew that she had to be even more careful now, as even the slightest misstep could cost her life. She focused her attention on the landmass in the distance, her thoughts on how to reach it. As the waves continued to crash around her, Elias Raven observed the behavior of the other cultivators. Some were strategizing and came up with the idea of just floating above the sea, and after a few tried it without no problems. It became clear that it was the only way to traverse this sea. Cultivator after cultivator began to take out their flying swords and other flying treasures, using them to hover above the blood-red water. They carefully maneuvered themselves towards the land mass, keeping a safe distance from the treacherous waves below. Elias Raven was left wondering for a moment. She still doesn't know how to use a flying sword. She could try, but she didn't want to be incinerated by the blood-red water. After thinking about it for a while, she thought to just buy a flying treasure from her sister market. Although it was wasteful, she didn't want to try her luck. Swaying leaf robe. A robe crafted from the leaves of a mystical tree, imbued with the power of wind, allows the wearer to float and glide through the air effortlessly, perfect for traversing treacherous terrains. 200 system coins. 128. Theft. Elias Raven's eyes lit up as she read the description of the swaying leaf robe in the system market. It seemed like the perfect solution to her predicament. Without hesitation, she purchased the robe and wore it under the veil of a pure energy curtain. Instantly, she felt a lightness in her body as the robe's enchantment took effect. She lifted her feet off the ground and floated above the blood-red water, just like the other cultivators who were using flying treasures. With a sense of relief, Elias Raven began to maneuver herself towards the distant landmass slowly. She tested the item's uses until she got used to them before finally utilizing her chi into the robes, blasting herself into the distance, quickly overtaking others in their path. As Elias Raven soared across the air, her heart filled with exhilaration. The wind rushed past her, tousling her hair and carrying the scent of the surrounding sea. Blood. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, causing Elias Raven to wince in pain. She turned her gaze towards the source of the blast and her eyes widened in horror. A few hundred meters from her, from the rock that she was standing on a few minutes ago, a ball of energy appeared and it held the visage of a man in ancient attire. Facing off against him was a similar ball of energy from another rock next to it. That one held the visage of an old man with a demonic aura around him. Elias Raven knew of what she was witnessing the moment she laid eyes upon them. Her eyes hurt and she quickly diverted her gaze from the figures. A few dozen meters from her, some cultivators were not fortunate and had their eyes rupture and a few unlucky ones were even glued by the blood-red sea underneath. Was that a mirage? Elias Raven said as she thought back to what she just saw. It was a spiritual mirage. Cultivators strong enough to create a spiritual imprint have a chance of leaving behind remnant mirages of their battles, mirages that hold little power to beings at their level but could be considered deadly to those of lower level. Slowly, one after another, the rocks that the cultivators were standing on began to glow and turn into mirages that faces off against each other. Boom. Anyone still standing on the rocks were killed instantly. Even the gold core cultivators weren't safe. Elias Raven sighed out of relief that she didn't spend too much time on the rock. Otherwise she might have suffered the same fate as those unfortunate cultivators. It was indeed a close call for her the more she thinks it. Boom. As more and more rocks turned, chaos unfolded before her as she realized the seriousness of the situation. The mirages created by the powerful cultivators were wreaking havoc on anyone in their vicinity. In this dangerous environment, it was crucial for Elias Raven to think quickly and come up with a plan to ensure her safety. She carefully assessed her surroundings and carefully flew towards the landmass a few miles away, all while avoiding as much as possible. As Elias Raven approached the landmass, at 300 meters, she could see a group of people gathered near a towering rock formation. Curiosity piqued her interest, and she decided to fly closer to see what was happening. As she got close to 200 meters, she noticed that there were 6 individuals, 2 of whom were at the gold core realm. One of them seemed to be attempting to refine something as he was seated cross-legged on the ground. The cultivators around seemed to be keeping a close eye to defend a treasure, and Elias Raven could sense an immense power emanating from it. It reminded her of the words of Yao Jian, the scarred-faced man, the words that could stop heavenly tribulations. It was a treasure that could affect the heaven, a treasure she had never come into contact with, a heavenly treasure. Her heart raced with excitement as an idea formed in her mind. She realized that this was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. Judging by the fact that they are refining it here, it means that they just received it. She looked around, and other than a few holes on the ground she couldn't see any building or place that they might have gotten it from. Only then did she came to a realization. Boom. With her speed already as fast as possible, she utilized her brute chi for the first time as her figure appeared to teleport to instantly appear 50 meters away from the group, and a moment later, she was upon them with only a meter away. She had been fast but she was still noticed by the gold core cultivator that was keeping watch. However, he realized too late as he knew that he could only form too small layer of protection over the gold core cultivator cross-legged. However, that was enough to stop anyone at the Foundation establishment realm. He thought. Rip. A small hold was ripped through the barrier instantly and Elias Raven reached out to snatch the earring. As her fingers interlocked to take the earring, a surge of powerful fist headed her way. The cross-legged cultivator had attacked, and judging by the force behind the punch, Elias Raven could see that he was a body cultivator. Boom. A small wince escaped Elias Raven's lips as the force of the punch collided with her, sending her flying backward. The impact was powerful, causing pain to shoot through her body. She had used her brute chi which had become over double its former strength. With it she felt confident enough to take the full power attack of a half-rank 3 beast, and yet it was broken through with one punch. Thud. She hit the ground hard, skidding across the earth before coming to a stop. Breathing heavily, Elias Raven struggled to push herself up, her left arm throbbing with pain. The cross-legged gold core cultivator stood up, his focus on the small earring still within the grasp of Elias Raven. He had expected it to fall off. A smug smile formed on his face. "You thought you could steal our treasure? Foolish girl," he sneered. Despite the pain, Elias Raven was able to get up quickly as she didn't really suffer a critical injury. "You call me a fool, but so then why has this fool escaped with your treasure?" Plop. The ground beneath Elias Raven began to turn to mud and her figure slowly started to be submerged. A smile formed on her face as she looked at the changing expression of the cultivators. Only one of the gold core cultivators was able to react in time, taking out a spear that seemed ordinary at first glance. However, as he held it in his hands, the spear began to emit a faint glow, pulsating with power. Elias Raven's eyes raised with recognition. It was a top-grade weapon. She didn't think that they would have it. Hump. With a flick of his wrist, the gold core cultivator unleashed the spear's true potential. In an instant, the weapon extended, its length stretching far beyond what seemed possible. It reached towards Elias Raven, whose whole body was submerged. With only her head out in the open, its tip aimed directly at her head. Elias Raven reacted quickly, her instincts kicking in. Right before the spear could reach her, the ground in front of her burst open and the spear struck a black tortoise shell, causing the area to shake and quake. 129. Refining the earring. Crack. As Elias Raven's head became submerged, she didn't fail to feel the clear after effects of the collision. She quickly understood the situation and tilted her head to feel a massive force passing through her right ear. Rumble. Up above the ground, the gold core cultivator that attacked stood with a small smile as even through his spear was blocked. It managed to break through the tortoise shell and he clearly felt his spear hit its target. However, his smile turned into a frown as he realized something. Bringing his spear back to its normal size, he saw blood, but other than that there was nothing. He quickly looked at the others to say, "She's still alive. Zdelgi, help me dig the ground up, hurry." Zdelgi. The gold core body cultivator quickly rushed forward, his hands glowing with a faint golden light. He placed his palms on the ground, channeling his energy to create a powerful surge of force that began to excavate the mud and dirt. The ground trembled under his touch as he dug deeper and deeper, searching for Elias Raven. Meanwhile, the other Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators stood by, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. They had witnessed Elias Raven's incredible speed and resilience, and they knew better than to underestimate her. What shocked them was how fast she was able to do all that under the presence of two gold core cultivators. Clang! After digging for 30 meters underground, Zdelgi's hands reached a solid point. It caused him to curse as he realized that she might have escaped. He looked up towards the other gold core cultivator and said, "It's no good. I have reached the third layer. It will take hours for me to just dig through the third layer. Unlike the first and the second layer." "Damn it," uttered the gold core cultivator with a spear. "She couldn't have gone past the third layer. Keep searching around the second layer. If we're fast we will find her." The other cultivators nodded in agreement and quickly spread out, searching the area around the second layer of the underground. They moved with a sense of urgency, knowing that time was of the essence. However, the Foundation Establishment cultivators were having trouble going through the second layer, which made their progress much slower than expected. It caused the gold core cultivators to feel frustrated with nowhere to vent their anger. Meanwhile, deep underground, Elias Raven was traveling with half her face covered in blood. Her vision blurred and her head hurt as she tried to stay conscious. Around her the rocks turned to mud the moment she got near them, and laid out a safe passage for her to go through. Thud! Elias Raven felt her body fall onto a soft surface and she couldn't even open her eyes as her head hurt beyond what she could imagine. With her eyes closed she went unconscious. Her face splashed with blood. When Elias Raven regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a soft bed made of leaves and moss. The cave she was in radiated a faint, mystical glow, illuminating the surroundings. As she sat up, she felt a throbbing pain in her head and reached up to touch the wound on the right side of her face. The blood had dried, but the injury still stung. Her right ear had a small chunk missing and there was a trail of dried blood from her right eye to her right ear. It gave her a gruesome feeling, and she wondered what it looked like. Looking around, Elias Raven realized that she was inside a small cave with a glowing orb at the center. She released her spiritual consciousness to check and saw that it was a small humanoid creature, a puppet to be exact. It exuded the aura of a low-grade item, so Elias Raven wasn't all that interested, but she still got up to see what its functions were. Elias Raven cautiously approached the puppet, her curiosity raised. She examined it closely, noticing intricate details in its design. It had jointed limbs and a small orb embedded in its chest, which seemed to be the source of its glowing light. She carefully touched the puppet, expecting it to be cold and lifeless. However, the moment her finger made contact, she utilized her chi to start refining the puppet. A few seconds later the puppet sprang to life. Its eyes opened, revealing a pair of glowing blue orbs, and it turned its head to face Elias Raven. "KKRRR," the puppet uttered in an incoherent voice. It stood up to be only about 2 feet and got on its knees, recognizing Elias Raven as its master. The instant Elias Raven finished refining the puppet, she understood its use. It was only a low-grade puppet that's only purpose was doing small logistic tasks like watching over a garden or cleaning and organizing a room. Losing all interest in such a puppet, Elias Raven stored it away to focus on the reason she was there to begin with. But before that she uttered the words, "System, Elias Raven." Special Physique, Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Experience points, 75%. System Coin, 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Roots, Water Fire Gold Wood Earth. Variant Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method, Black Tortoise Essence Art, 4th Layer. Side Cultivation Methods, Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques, Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall Slash, Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash, Ancient Spirit Seals, Black Tortoises Tilde, Gong Fu, Golden Lizard. Market, Blacksmith, Alchemy. Elias Raven smiled slightly, seeing the increase in her cultivation base. Although it was of only 5%, it still made her happy. She hoped that she would be able to break through to the Gold Core realm before returning to the sect. Her eyes trailed over the panel and she didn't see any changes except the last part, the Ancient Spirit Seals. The black tortoise was grayed out, as if not usable anymore. She raised her arm to look at the symbol of the black tortoise and she was not surprised to find the same grayed out symbol on her skin. She felt no power to it, and it was as if it was not there to begin with. Sigh. She let out a slight sigh, realizing that she wouldn't be able to use the black tortoise mark for the moment. Her gaze traveled to the thing in her hand and her mind began to think about what it was that was in her hand. It was the earring she stole. It was still interlocked within her fingers. Even now it gave off the same energy as before. Elias Raven brought it up to examine it, noticing the intricate engravings on its surface. The earring seemed ancient, with symbols that she couldn't quite decipher. So without any delay Elias Raven decided to refine it. She would naturally understand what it is after refining it. She raised her hand, upon which a string of chi was released into the earring. It was only after her chi came into contact with it did she realize that it was not exactly what she was thinking it as. Because she recognized it to be a top-grade item, it was just a more powerful top-grade item, a half-step heavenly item. However, even after realizing that, Elias Raven didn't feel disappointed as she still recognized it as one of the most powerful items that she has come into contact with as of yet. She closed her eyes and focused all her attention on refining the item as she knew it would take way more time than it did with the puppet. The intricate patterns etched onto its surface seemed to come alive under Elias Raven's touch, pulsating with a faint, mysterious energy. As Elias Raven continued to refine the earring, she could feel her chi connecting with the item, resonating with its power. The process was slow and meticulous, requiring her complete concentration. Hours passed as Elias Raven poured her energy into the earring, her determination unwavering. With each passing moment, she could feel the earring becoming more attuned to her chi, as if it was absorbing and harmonizing with her strength. Finally, after a full day, Elias Raven felt a shift in the earring. It emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the cave and casting a soft glow on her face. A surge of energy coursed through her body, causing her to gasp in surprise, and her eyes glowed with an otherworldly purple hue as she realized what the earring was capable of. 130. Bottleneck. Elias Raven gazed upon the earring as it began to transform. Its intricate engravings now shimmered with a vibrant golden hue, and the symbols on its surface seemed to dance with newfound vitality. Elias Raven could sense the immense power emanating from the earring. It was as if a door had been opened, granting her access to a higher realm of power. She didn't waste time to utilize the earring's ability as an abundance of chi and ancient aura powered out of the earring to fill the cave with light. Burst. There was so much chi that Elias Raven's eyes widened as she realized that she wouldn't be able to control it, and she noticed that the commotion would be too big enough to attract others. Quake. Above the surface, where a few dozen cultivators were working differently to dig into the ground, they suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy. The ground beneath them trembled, and the air crackled with electricity. Startled, they looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what was happening. A few hundred meters away from where Elias Raven was located was a woman with a silver-white hair in a white robe, exuding a frosty aura around. Her gaze shifted to look in the direction of Elias Raven and she began to think. It was Xlian of the Divine Soul sect. Next to her stood Li Wei, the young man with Luan's soul. Li Wei looked towards Xlian with an air of familiarity as he asked, "Xlian, what did you sense?" Xlian's eyes narrowed as she continued to analyze the situation. She opened her mouth to speak. "I don't know. Just now I felt an abrupt surge of ancient chi, but it was suddenly gone the next moment. I wonder what caused that." Li Wei furrowed his brows in deep thought, trying to make sense of Xlian's words. This whole landmass is entirely strange. 3 layers of rock formations joined together. The deeper you go, the harder it becomes to dig, yet the more opportunities you have of gaining a high-tier item. Maybe someone discovered another top-grade treasure, Lu Wei said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xlian nodded in agreement, her mind racing with possibilities. In any case, there are likely to be other gold core cultivators that will go to that location, and likely more than 5. Things could get ugly, Xlian said, understanding the potential danger Li Wei could face if they ventured into that location. At exactly the same time back in the cave, Elias Raven quickly realized that she needed to contain the energy before it got out of control. She concentrated her chi and began practicing the 3rd layer of her Black Daughter's essence art. She opened her mouth and like a glutton began to suck the surrounding chi into her stomach, absorbing the excess energy that was threatening to overflow. As she absorbed the energy, Elias Raven could feel that it was not going to be enough, so she began to cultivate the 1st layer of the Black Daughter's essence art. Her body glowed and chi began to move into her pores. However, she began to realize another problem. There was too much chi and she was absorbing too much into her body. She could feel her body becoming overloaded, her skin tingling and her muscles tense. Her body started to tremble under the immense pressure, and she felt a surge of energy building up inside her, threatening to burst forth uncontrollably. Cracks began to appear on her skin and blood began to quickly flow out from her pores. The intense pressure was causing her body to reach its limits, and she knew she had to find a way to release the excess energy before it consumed her. With a burst of unwillingness, Elias Raven focused her thoughts and directed her chi towards her hands. She extended her palms and released all the energy within her dantian to create a powerful wave of energy in the form of a force field around the cave to contain the overflowing chi. The force field shimmered with a golden glow, matching the brilliance of the earring. It acted as a barrier, preventing the energy from escaping and causing further chaos. As the energy flowed inside the force field, Elias Raven felt a sense of relief. The pressure on her body eased, and she regained control of her trembling muscles, but she knew that this was only a temporary solution. She couldn't keep the force field up indefinitely, and she needed to find a more sustainable way to manage the excess energy. Drawing upon her knowledge and experience, Elias Raven began to think about a way into this situation, considering the various possibilities that could provide a long-term solution. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique, Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Experience Points, 78%. System Coin, 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel, unavailable. Spiritual Roots, Water Fire Gold Wood Earth. Variant Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method, Black Daughter's Essence Art. 4th Layer. Side Cultivation Methods, Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques, Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, waterfall slash, refine yin chi, surge, thunderbolt flash, ancient spirit seals, black tortoises tilde, gong fu, golden lizard, market, blacksmith, alchemy. Looking at her system menu, Elias Raven's eyes were drawn to the spirit seals, wondering if she could just give all the chi to the seal. It was because they just needed an ample supply of chi to be active, and the more that is given, the stronger they get. However, Elias Raven shook her head soon after. She didn't want to entertain the idea. She realized that here was nothing that she could really do except cultivate in this field of ancient aura and chi. She believed that it was more than enough to break through to the gold core realm. However, Elias Raven knew that she couldn't stay submerged inside this raw energy, otherwise it might start affecting her body in different ways. She sat cross-legged and began absorbing chi into her pores again. This time she was careful to circulate it around her body and then store it inside her danshin. As Elias Raven continued to absorb the chi and store it in her danshin, she focused on maintaining a balance within her body. She knew that she needed to find a way to regulate the flow of energy and prevent herself from becoming overwhelmed again, and she needed to find other places to put the energy when her danshin becomes full. It was then that Elias Raven began to visualize the excess energy flowing through her body, but instead of absorbing it all into the danshin, she channeled it into specific meridians and pathways. By doing so, she could distribute the energy evenly throughout her body, preventing any one area from becoming overloaded. As she continued to absorb and circulate the chi, Elias Raven noticed that her body started to adapt and accommodate the influx of energy. She could feel her muscles strengthening, her skin becoming more resilient, and her senses becoming sharper. With each breath, Elias Raven could sense the energy becoming more harmonious within her. She could feel a connection between her body, mind, and spirit, as if they were working in perfect synchronization. As the excess energy slowly dissipated and merged with her own cultivation, Elias Raven felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. She knew that she had successfully integrated the energy into her own cultivation, enhancing her strength and abilities. It was then that Elias Raven felt something akin to a wall blocking her chi from rising. She had reached the bottleneck of the foundation establishment realm. It caused Elias Raven to smile, as there was only this one wall blocking her from the gold core realm. As she was about to continue, she felt a chill running through her body and several massive auras reached inside her spiritual consciousness. Crack. Burst. The shimmering golden force field was broken and a burst of chi found their way outside the cave through the crack in the force field. Elias Raven opened her eyes to see a shocking scene in front of her. She could see sunlight. She was surprised about that since she was so far into the ground, and she wondered how it was possible. However, it all became clear after she saw the figures that were standing around her cave. They were curiously gazing with longing at the chi that was coming out of the force field. It was 8 beings that released aura vastly more powerful than her own, and there was a shocking one that released even more aura than the others. 131. Mysterious man. Elias Raven's heart raced as she observed the powerful figures surrounding her cave. Their auras were overwhelming, and she could sense the immense strength they possessed. She knew that the aura from the earring had caught the attention of these formidable cultivators, because even now, their attention seemed to be focused onto the golden aura. As she carefully observed the group, she noticed that one figure stood out from the rest. Closer to the front of the group was a man with flaming trails at his feet. He stood with a calm smile. "Junior, how about you hand me the item and leave this place? I will turn a blind eye since you just happened to have a fated encounter with it," the man said. "And who are you?" Elias Raven asked, seemingly ignoring the words of the man. The man with the flaming trails at his feet chuckled softly, his smile never faltering. Manners. I like that." "My name is Zephyr, a rough cultivator that is famous around the Sunlit Hill region." Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as she listened to the word of the cultivator. Her gaze shifted towards the rest of the cultivators near the cave, and a small thought rose in her head. As she opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly felt a massive aura head towards her. One of the cultivators had made a move. A female cultivator within a grey robe released a thick layer of chi that rushed towards Elias Raven, threatening to cut her in half. However, before it could reach Elias Raven, it shattered, and the man named Zephyr chuckled and turned towards the woman. "Guyakin, I would rather not kill a fellow rough cultivator." Zephyr looked towards the others and raised his voice to make himself heard. The same is for you all. Leave this place or you will die. The atmosphere grew tense as Zephyr's words hung in the air. The other cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of hesitation and defiance. Gu Yakin, the female cultivator in the grey robe, clenched her fists and glared at Zephyr. She had a reputation for being ruthless and was not one to back down easily. With gritted teeth, Gu Yakin opened her mouth to speak. Zephyr, you may be powerful, but don't underestimate my strength. I won't let you have your way so easily. Zephyr smirked. Oh, I wouldn't dare underestimate you, Gu Yakin, but remember, although I only broke through a few hours ago, my strength is still greater than yours. Elias Raven watched the exchange, her mind racing to find a solution. She realized that the 8 cultivators before her were rough cultivators and they wouldn't be working together as one group. She knew that at her current level she has a very high chance of going against a Gold Core Realm cultivator. It just depends on how experienced they were. As Zephyr and Gu Yakin were having their tense standoff, a mysterious figure dressed in black appeared in the middle of the group, seemingly from nowhere. Zephyr's eyes turned towards him instantly, but before the others could react, a massive demonic head appeared behind the mysterious man and released an aura that sent chills down everyone's spine. The man didn't even acknowledge the group of Gold Core cultivators but rather turned towards Elias Raven and stretched out his hand. Elias Raven felt a surge of fear and uncertainty coursing through her as she eyed the mysterious figure's outstretched hand, unsure of what to do. However, she felt that if she tried to do anything against his will, then she would surely be dead. Trapped between the looming threat of the massive demonic head and the sinister aura emanating from the man, Elias Raven gritted her teeth and pulled out the earring that caused the attention of the others. Now that it had been fully refined, its intricate patterns pulsated with ancient aura, releasing golden chi into the surroundings. Tossing the earring towards the mysterious man in black, Elias Raven didn't bother to stay to see the result as her figure began to sink into the ground. Crackle! The flaming trails around the feet of Zephyr flickered and he disappeared from his location to appear in front of the earring thrown in the air. The others only then reacted and began to take out their own weapons, ready to take their chances in acquiring the half-step heavenly item. Growl! However, before they were able to move, the mysterious man in black already struck with the demonic head behind him. A low growl emanated from the demonic head, freezing the others in their tracks, their weapons held tightly in their hand. The head behind the mysterious man grew twice as big and from its hollow sockets appeared green flames that flashed the whole place with an eerie and malevolent glow. The air around them seemed to grow heavier and colder, as if a sinister presence had descended upon the place. Zephyr didn't even have time to reach out for the earring as he felt a massive force pull him towards the demonic head. His body slid across the air as if he were being drawn by an invisible current. He felt as if a cold bucket had been dumped on him as his whole body shivered uncontrollably, the chilling sensation seeping into his bones. However, before he could be dragged into the mouth of the demonic head, he raised his head to utter the words "Core Manifestation, Sunlight Sea." A blinding glow erupted from Zephyr's body, illuminating the eerie darkness that had engulfed the area. From himself as the center, a massive surge of yellow water gushed into the surroundings to instantly enclose the 30-meter range in a bubble of water. Singe. Several cultivators, caught within the core manifestation, were slowly melted by the scorching water, their cries of pain turning into bubbles as all around them was hot scorching water. Gu Yakin and 3 other cultivators were quick to react and manifested their own cores to hold at bay the scorching yellow waters. From within the cave where Elias Raven was standing, scorching water flooded the place, destroying any semblance of shelter or safety that it once held. However, Elias Raven was long gone to have been submerged within the scalding waters. Gu Yakin gazed onto her right and saw a gold core cultivator not able to keep the scalding waters at bay, and their entire body was slowly consumed by blistering heat and their figure became fogged up by the bloody steam produced in the water. She gritted her teeth as she worried for herself. She didn't think the core manifestation between an early stage and the middle stage would be so different. Damn it. Hurry up and put it away, she cursed under her breath, her focus not the least shifting from defending herself from the core manifestation. Zephyr, after releasing his core manifestation, had a rush of relief wash over him as he felt perfectly safe under this bubble of water. However, his rush of relief soon turned into a rush of panic as he felt his scalding water being sucked towards a single direction. A few meters away from him was the mysterious man in a black robe. He stood in the exact same position as he arrived in, and even his outstretched hand didn't lower. The only thing that seemed to have changed was the demonic head behind his back, which now appeared to be growing larger and more menacing by the second. Its open mouth seemed to behave as if alive and gulped loudly, emitting a guttural roar that echoed through the water bubble and sucked in the water slowly into its mouth. "Impossible," Zephyr whispered, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar. He felt hopeless and reached into his storage bag. However, before he could do anything, he felt the suction force increase. Caught unprepared, he was violently thrown ahead into jaws of the demonic head, his fate unknown. Roar. After Zephyr had been sucked into the demonic mouth, it roared as if content and began to madly suck in the remaining scalding water from the 30-meter bubble. Guyakin and one other survivor felt the scalding water leave their barriers as the bubble rapidly diminished in size to completely vanish within the mouth of the demonic head. This Guyakin stood with an exhausted expression as she gazed at the aftermath of this small exchange. Only 2 of the original 8 gold core cultivators were left. She turned to look at the main cause at all this, and her eyes widened as she gazed at the mysterious man in black with the same posture, with his hand outstretched. Within his outstretched hand was the glowing earring that still released brilliant golden aura as if the center of attention. 132. Tranquil Pond. Within a dozen-meter-wide hole stood the figures of 3 beings that radiated different levels of lights. Standing next to each other were a man and a woman that looked exhausted, with sweat dripping down their brows and dirt smudged across their faces. On the other side of the hole was the figure of a mysterious man in black that held within his outstretched hand a golden earring. Guyakin, the female cultivator in the gray robe, stood with a face full of sweat. Her gaze was fixated on the man as her fate was entirely in his hand. The demonic head behind the mysterious man had just closed its mouth, and the man finally moved. He lowered his hand with the item still within and looked towards the surviving 2 of the original 8 gold core cultivators. His eyes were filled with a mix of amusement and apathy, as if he found their predicament to be rather entertaining yet utterly insignificant to him. Guyakin didn't fail to notice the look in his eyes, and her heart sank. She realized that their chances of survival were slim, and that they were at the mercy of this enigmatic and powerful stranger. However, the man didn't seem interested in dealing with them as he soon moved from where he stood, disappearing just like he had appeared, leaving Guyakin and the other cultivator bewildered and apprehensive. Sigh. Guyakin let out a weary sigh, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. It was only now that she realized that the power that she holds is nothing in the face of true might. She couldn't help but wonder who that person was in the first place. He appeared to be too powerful for this trial. "I hope I don't meet him again," Guyakin whispered to herself, her voice barely audible in the deafening silence of the hole. Moving through the ground at a fast pace, Elias Raven had become aware of the hardness of her surroundings as it became more and more difficult for her to move through the mud around her. Half her chi had already been used to turn the hard rock around her into mud, but even then she would take longer to move around with just her fleshy body. She could feel her muscles straining with each movement, but she knew she had to be far away from that place as she still felt the fear that crept up on her when she gazed at the mysterious man with the demonic head behind him. She still couldn't understand how powerful the man was, but she realized that he was more powerful than that Zephyr, who appeared more powerful than the others. Clang! Elias Raven's hand came into contact with a clear solid surface, and she was forced to stop as she realized that her chi couldn't turn the rock ahead into mud anymore. It seemed to be beyond the strength of her chi. Feeling a rush of frustration, Elias Raven furrowed her brow and studied the rock before giving up. She realized that she would need to harness a higher level of chi in order to manipulate such a formidable object. Her brute chi was not that versatile, and she could not use anything else at a higher level other than her elemental chi, but that was not working. She turned towards her left and began to think. Since she didn't truly have a place to go, then she thought to try her luck at the surrounding areas underground. She had long realized that the secrets of this land must have something to do with the underground. She remembered that when she first arrived at the small island she saw the ground full of holes. That's what led her to escape through the ground. And it seems that her suspicions were correct, because she was able to acquire a low-grade item, the humanoid puppet. She knew that around her were probably caves with different levels of low and middle grade items, with some high and top grade items located at the very bottom. However, she also realized that it would be at those levels that the really strong gold core cultivators would be trying their lucks, but she was undeterred by the presence of stronger cultivators because she was confident in her ability to escape if the situation calls for it. However, thinking further, Elias Raven decided not to venture out in search of treasures as she still held an injury. She raised her hand to touch the right side of her face. The blood splatter had long dried and disappeared. Now only a small scar was there. It looked like a line that went from her eye to her ear. She was more surprised that the small hole in the ear had healed to the point where you would not notice the hole. Just more scars on her body. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Experience Points: 100% Breakthrough. System Coin: 570. Taoist Gaka Wheel: Unavailable. Spiritual Roots: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Variant: Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method: Black Tortoise Essence Art. 4th Layer. Side Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering. Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art. Focused Chi Control. Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi. Surge. Thunderbolt Flash. Ancient Spirit Seals. Black Tortoises Tilde. Gong Fu. Golden Lizard. Market. Blacksmith. Alchemy. Elias Raven looked over her system menu and began to think. Her experience points show that she had reached 100%, but next to it was also showing a breakthrough sign. She wondered if it was showing breakthrough because, to go to the next stage, then she would have to go through the lighting tribulation. She herself felt that if she wanted to break through now, then she could do it. It's just that she would have to go through the tribulations first. She was slightly worried that she would undergo a lighting tribulation out of nowhere, but the bottleneck sign indicated that she had control over when she wanted to take it. She did not want to break through right now because she had not recovered her nails, and she was not sure that others wouldn't try to attack her when she is breaking through. However, she knew that if she wanted to reach the next realm in her cultivation and unlock even greater power, she would eventually have to do it. For now, what I need to do is go back up and find a place to recover quickly. I feel that there is something big that is going to happen and I need to be prepared before it happens. Elias Raven took a deep breath, her mind focused on finding a safe place to recover. She turned around, facing the direction she came from, and began to make her way back up through the mud tunnel. As she ascended, she couldn't help but notice the change in the surroundings. The mud grew cooler and more smoother, indicating that she was moving closer to the surface. After what felt like a considerable amount of time, Elias Raven reached the top of the underground where she came upon water that gushed into her mud tunnel, trying to submerge her. Bubbles came from a small pond as a figure burst out of the water to land on grass a few meters away. Elias Raven took a deep breath before opening her eyes to look around, trying to make sense of her surroundings. The first thing that struck her was the brightness of the sunlight. After spending so much time underground, her eyes needed a moment to adjust to the sudden change in lighting. She found herself standing on a vast, rocky terrain with a single large tree near the pond, with the surrounding areas resembling the other areas of the land mass. Elias Raven held a thoughtful expression as she released her spiritual consciousness. She scanned the area, searching for any signs of danger or other cultivators. As her spiritual consciousness expanded, she could sense the presence of a few weaker cultivators in the vicinity, but they were far enough away that they wouldn't pose a threat to her. Satisfied with her assessment, Elias Raven cautiously looked towards the pond that she emerged from. It was a crystal clear pond with its surface shimmering with reflected light. Surrounding the pond were soft, moss-covered rocks, providing a perfect spot for rest and meditation. Elias Raven approached the pond, feeling drawn to its serene beauty. She knelt down at the water's edge and cupped her hands, taking a sip of the cool, refreshing water. The taste was pure and invigorating, revitalizing her senses. As she sat on one of the mossy rocks, Elias Raven closed her eyes and let her body relax. She focused on her breathing, allowing herself to sink into a deep state of meditation. The sounds of nature enveloped her, the gentle rustling of leaves near her, the distant silence of the wind, and the soothing flow of the water in the pond. As Elias Raven lost all touch of reality, A looming storm cloud began to form above her and the flashing of thunder illuminated the area. 133. Gold Court Tribulation. As the storm clouds gathered above her, Elias Raven remained deep in her meditative state, unaware of the impending thunderstorm. The atmosphere around her began to change, the air growing heavy with electricity and the sound of thunder drawing closer. Unbeknownst to her, Elias Raven's breakthrough was imminent, and the storm seemed to be a symbol of the power that was about to surge through her. The combination of the natural energy from the surroundings and her own cultivation had created the perfect conditions for her to advance to the next level. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the darkened sky, illuminating the entire area. Elias Raven's eyes snapped open. Her sense of danger heightened and she raised her palm to the sky. Boom! Her palm met the bolt of lightning head-on and a clash of forces broke out, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding areas. Elias Raven's eyes held surprise as she finally became aware of her situation and her surroundings as she realized that there was the outline of a hollow gold core within her dungeon. Rumble, thunder rumbled overhead, echoing through the air as if the very heavens were warning Elias Raven of the imminent danger she would be facing. She only then realized that she was going through her lighting tribulation. Sizzle. Elias Raven felt slight discomfort and looked at the palm that she raised up, only to find that it was charred and blackened from the collision with the lightning bolt. She clenched her fist, determination flashing in her eyes, and whispered, "It seems this will be really troublesome." Rumble. From overhead came another bolt of lightning even more powerful than before, tearing through the darkened sky with a resounding sound. The lightning traveled fast and within moments it appeared before Elias Raven, who held a cold glint in her eyes. Suddenly from out of nowhere, a sword light stretched across the sky and tore through the incoming lighting as if it were mere paper. Burst. The slashing from the sword light cut through the lightning and created a blinding explosion, scattering sparks in all directions. Within the sparks was Elias Raven, who stood with a raised sword that illuminated the area as if the gleam of the moon. It was the high-grade spirit weapon that she had not used ever since she purchased it from the sect market. With the mystic lunar sword in her hand, Elias Raven felt a surge of power flowing through her body. The sword resonated with her, amplifying her own cultivation and allowing her to wield more energy within her dungeon. Rumble. As another bolt of lightning descended, Elias Raven swung the sword with precision, slicing through the electrified air and effortlessly dispersing the powerful bolt once more. The lightning tribulation continued, each bolt met with the sharp edge of the mystic lunar sword. Elias Raven moved with grace and agility, her movements being a dance of sheer mastery. Rumble. The fifth bolt of lightning descended and Elias Raven raised her eyebrows to a small detail about it, noticing that this particular bolt seemed different from the rest. Its color was the same but more vibrant, radiating a fierce energy that seemed to be just like the pure energy of her brute chi physique. Waterfall slash. Noticing the difference from before, Elias Raven didn't hesitate to call out one of her techniques as she raised her sword, which channeled more chi within. Rumble. As she executed the waterfall slash technique, Elias Raven's sword glowed with a brilliant blue light, resembling the cascading waters of a majestic waterfall. With a swift and precise movement, she sliced through the incoming bolt of lightning, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. The explosion of fragmented lightning illuminated the area, creating a mesmerizing display of sparks and energy. Elias Raven stood at the center, her figure bathed in the vibrant glow of her own power. But the lightning tribulation was far from over. The storm grew fiercer, and the bolts of lightning intensified, becoming more vibrant and powerful with each lightning that descended. Few after the seventh lightning struck, Elias Raven felt drained as the consumption of spiritual chi from her dungeon with the mystic lunar sword was becoming apparent. Elias Raven raised her head and looked up at the swirling mass of dark clouds above her. The storm seemed endless as it rumbled with even more powerful force. Rumble. Suddenly a blue bolt descended from the cloud and reached Elias Raven, whose face became visibly darker as she realized the power behind the bolt. As she raised her hand to utilize a technique, she suddenly felt a big tug to her soul and her complexion turned ugly. Boom. A giant impact shook the ground as Elias Raven didn't block the lightning bolt in time. A giant crater appeared beneath her feet and Elias Raven could feel her body being jolted with an unimaginable force, causing her bones to ache and her muscles to scream in protest. Core within the smoke and dust, Elias Raven struggled to catch her breath. Her body felt heavy and battered, but her spirit remained unyielding. With great effort, she pushed herself up from the ground and looked up at the stormy sky. Confusion burned in her eyes as she suddenly thought about something. Damn it, she cursed under her breath, realizing that it had something to do with the earring that she had refined before. She felt her spiritual consciousness that was still on it, and it was as if someone was trying to attack her through it. It was what caused her to feel absent-minded for a moment, which got her hurt. Rumble. Elias Raven turned her attention back to the present as the thunderstorm above raged with intensity as it prepared its last attack. A vibrant white lightning bolt emerged from the thunderstorm and headed down towards Elias Raven with a swift motion. Surge. Pang. As soon as Elias Raven's blade connected with the vibrant bolt of lightning, a surge of raw power exploded from the impact, creating a shockwave that sent Elias Raven flying back, with the ground beneath her cracking from the force, sending debris flying in all directions. Splash! Elias Raven felt lightheaded and her surroundings looked blurred for a moment before her vision cleared and she realized that she had been tossed into the pond. The cool water provided a jolt of refreshment as Elias Raven slowly began to make her way to the surface. She resurfaced and took a deep breath and, wiping the water from her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings, as Elias Raven emerged from the pond, she could feel a renewed sense of energy coursing through her veins. A brilliant flash of light engulfed Elias Raven, illuminating the area and casting her in an ethereal glow. The lightning tribulation had come to an end. As the storm clouds dispersed, the pond returned to its serene state, and Elias Raven sat cross-legged next to it, with her body covered with scorched marks. Her eyes were closed and a small smile formed on her lips. Within her body was transformations that were taking place and her aura was rising. Within her Danshan was no longer a raging sea of chi but rather a hollow golden core that slowly seemed to glow as if awaking from a mighty sleep. Around her, chi began to gather and swirl, forming a cyclone of energy. The raw power was palpable and crackling in the air as it encircled her. Elias Raven's body absorbed the swirling cyclone of energy, and within her, the golden core began to grow and expand, radiating a brilliant light. The rise in her realm was evident as her cultivation soared to new heights. With each breath she took, Elias Raven could feel the power coursing through her, fueling her every movement and thought. Her senses sharpened, her mind became clearer, and her body felt lighter and more agile. As the golden core continued to grow, Elias Raven's aura expanded, encompassing the entire area. The energy around her seemed to vibrate in harmony with her newfound power, creating a sense of awe and reverence. With her cultivation breakthrough complete, Elias Raven opened her eyes, revealing a newfound confidence and serenity. She stood up, her body radiating with a golden glow around her. All the scorched marks and other injuries began to slowly fade away and her body regenerated at an astonishing rate. The residual pain from her previous battles melted away, as her revitalized body embraced the healing power of her elevated cultivation. She smiled at the fact as she trailed her finger over her right to her ear to realize that the wound there had healed. She was about to continue to marvel when she suddenly felt a strange gaze upon her. As soon as she felt the gaze upon her, she felt a presence behind her and she instantly jumped to turn around. As she turned, she saw that standing there was a figure cloaked in a black robe with a demonic head behind him. You. 134. Simple Spirit Seal. You. Elias Raven's voice trembled with a mix of surprise and caution as she locked eyes with the mysterious figure. The air grew heavy with tension as she prepared herself for what could potentially be a dangerous encounter. The figure remained silent, his eyes concealed by the darkness of his hood. The only visible feature was the small white patch of a demonic head on his cloak, giving off an eerie and ominous aura. Elias Raven tightened her grip on the mystic lunar sword, her fingers tracing the intricate engravings on its hilt. "Why have you been observing me?" Elias Raven asked, her voice barely audible amidst the silence that enveloped them. However, without a word, the figure slowly raised his hand, revealing a glimmering silver blade that seemed to radiate an otherworldly energy. The blade crackled with power, matching the intensity of Elias Raven's own sword. Clang! Elias Raven swiftly brought up her sword, blocking the figure's sudden attack. The clash of the two blades echoed through the surrounding darkness, sending sparks flying in all directions. As their weapons collided, Elias Raven's eyes widened and the ground beneath her began to cave in. "Oh!" the mysterious man finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. You possess great strength for someone who has just broken through to the Gold Core realm. It seems I may have underestimated you." Elias Raven's heart pounded in her chest as she felt the power emanating from her opponent. She looked on with astonishment as an eerie demonic head appeared behind the man and his aura skyrocketed to the sky. Now that Elias Raven had reached the Gold Core realm, she was able to clearly see the difference in their stages, and it was just as she had expected. He was a late-stage Gold Core cultivator, and an experienced one at that. The dangerous aura caused her to jump backwards as the demonic head behind the man opened its mouth. Peng! A loud explosion echoed through the air as a beam of light burst out from within the mouth of the demonic head. It headed towards Elias Raven with unimaginable speed, and in that split second, she instinctively knew that she would be unable to block it with her newfound power. While in midair, she watched as the beam of light approached and a bright light enveloped her body as a large collision sent shockwaves throughout the area. Elias Raven felt the force of the impact push her back, but her brute chi had blocked it and she easily recovered and regained her footing, landing on a large piece of debris. With her body radiating aura even more powerful than before, she held a condescending smile as she took a step forward. "You certainly know how to make an entrance." The figure paused for a moment, his gaze widening at the casual way that his attack had been blocked. He didn't seem to like it, as it only caused him to clench his fist tight. A sinister smirk formed on his face as he answered, his voice dripping with malice. "You appear to have a special physique, but don't think that you can talk on the same level just because of that." He raised his sword in the air and Elias Raven felt a drop in temperature as a chilling breeze swept through the area. Ice crystals began to form around the figure, showcasing his mastery over the element of ice. Elias Raven's eyes narrowed, her determination unshaken. She knew she had to stay focused and not let his words or abilities intimidate her. She watched in amazement as the man swung his sword, releasing a familiar aura of intent. Burst. A burst of ice formed and covered the 10-meter radius of the man, and Elias Raven jumped back as ice formed where she stood. "Is that intent?" she wondered as she landed a few meters back. "Regardless, I better make this quick. My Gold Core is becoming unstable." Thump. A heartbeat reverberated across the area as Elias Raven stopped using her brute chi, causing the mark on her arm to shine with a ruthless aura. Boom. From where she stood, fire erupted as a golden lizard sprung out from her hand to surround her, gradually gaining features of a dragon. The man let out a small chuckle as he observed the features of a dragon appear on the lizard. "You think you can stop my second stage intent with a simple spirit seal?" he sneered, his voice dripping with a slight pity. Elias Raven's eyebrows raised and her eyes narrowed as she noticed the aura around the man increasing, causing an ice pillar to rise before her. Crackle. The fire around Elias Raven dwindled and she felt a chill run down her spine as ice began to form on her body, causing a rise in her emotions as she instantly jumped to the left. As she jumped, she saw a tsunami of ice headed where she last stood, submerging the golden lizard, which didn't even have the time to react. Crack. Cracks began to form on the lizard's body and in a few moments it shattered to pieces, leaving golden fragments on the floor. Ice continued to cover the place where Elias Raven had stood, the golden shards of her shattered spirit seal scattering across it, glinting ominously in the cold light. The man grew slightly weary and his eyes narrowed with a flicker of surprise as he noticed that Elias Raven had managed to escape the devastating ice wave. Her figure was standing a few meters away, her eyes giving an eerie purple light that seemed cautious and calculating. The aura around her pulsed with unrestrained energy, clearly showing signs of instability from her Gold Core. "Your intent is impressive," Elias Raven admitted, her voice steady yet filled with an overwhelming sense of will. "However, you underestimate the power of my simple spirit seal." The air around her seemed to vibrate as she spoke, the ground beneath her feet starting to tremble. Her expression hardened, and she pointed her sword towards the man, her eyes reflecting the glimmers of her shattered spirit seal. A strange energy began to surround her, a golden glow radiating from her body, illuminating the darkness. The shattered fragments of her spirit seal started to float in the air, slowly circling around her, resonating with her energy. She raised her arm, the mark on it shining brightly. A sharp, high-pitched cry echoed through the area, as the shattered fragments of the spirit seal started to reform, merging together, and taking the shape of a mighty golden dragon. Roar! The dragon, now fully formed, roared into the night, its voice shaking the very air around them. The ice around the man started to melt, unable to withstand the heat radiating from the golden dragon. The man's gaze faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. He quickly composed himself, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for her next move. Elias Raven's voice echoed through the air. "You called it a simple spirit seal, but let me correct you on that. This is an ancient spirit seal. Even I don't know much about it. Now let's see whose power will prevail." With a swift motion, she pointed her sword towards the man. The golden dragon following her command, it launched itself towards him, a trail of blazing fire tailing behind it. The man quickly raised his sword, the air around him growing colder, the ice around him rising to form a barrier. Boom! Instantly, the golden dragon easily broke through the barrier, its fiery body melting the ice upon contact and reaching the man in the next moment. 135. System Update. Point 2. Rumble. The impact of the golden dragon colliding with the man sent shockwaves through the area, causing the ground to tremble. The force of the collision created a massive explosion, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding light. As the dust settled, Elias Raven cautiously approached the spot where the man had been standing. To her surprise, there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Confusion filled Elias Raven's mind as she scanned the area, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had she incinerated him? Or had he escaped? Just as she was about to give up her search, she noticed a faint glow coming from a nearby tree. Curiosity piqued, she walked towards it and discovered a small, silver pendant lying on the ground. Picking it up, she examined the intricate engravings on its surface. It seemed to be a symbol of some sort, but its meaning was unknown to her. She wondered if it was a teleportation item, and after using her spiritual sense, she noticed that there was a small formation inside which had now been broken. She deduced that the pendant was indeed a teleportation item, but it appeared to only be a one-time use. Elias Raven decided to keep the pendant as a memento of her encounter with the mysterious figure. Perhaps it would provide clues to his identity, or maybe it held some hidden power that she had yet to discover. Thump. A heartbeat echoed through the area and Elias Raven grimaced as she noticed the unstable air around her. Her gold core was showing signs of weakness. She quickly pulled out her soul-confusing array and placed it around her before sitting cross-legged and circulating her chi across her body. As Elias Raven focused on stabilizing her gold core, the soul-confusing array emitted a soft, pulsating light, gradually forming a fog that would protect her from external disturbances. Closing her eyes, Elias Raven delved deep into her dungeon, connecting with the flow of energy within her body. She visualized her chi circulating through her widened spiritual veins, strengthening her core. Time seemed to slow down as Elias Raven entered a state of deep concentration. She could feel the energy within her gold core gradually stabilizing, the signs of weakness fading away. With each breath, she absorbed large amounts of the surrounding spiritual energy, replenishing her own reserves. The soul-confusing array acted as a conduit, enhancing the efficiency of her silent cultivation. Minutes turned into hours as Elias Raven continued her cultivation. She remained focused and composed, knowing that this couldn't be rushed. Finally, as the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Elias Raven felt a surge of energy coursing through her body. Her gold core had fully stabilized, and she could sense its newfound strength. With a sense of satisfaction, Elias Raven opened her eyes that glistened with a renewed sense of confidence. She knew that with her gold core realm, she didn't have to be wary as she had been before. System, Elias Raven uttered, but to her surprise, there was no response, only the stillness of the early morning air. Confusion filled her mind as she tried again. System, are you there? As she was about to speak once more, panel upon panel of system notifications began to appear before her face. Congratulations for reaching a new realm. You have received rewards for your achievement. You have received Gold Core Pill X2, High-Grade System Pack, Gaka Wheel Ticket. Congratulations for going through your first lighting tribulation. You have received rewards for your achievement. You have received the high-grade low-tier technique, Wrath of Thunder. The system has updated. The market function and the system Gaka function has upgraded to include higher-level items. Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise as she read the notifications. The rewards she had received were beyond her expectations, and the system upgrades were a welcome bonus. She quickly checked the rewards one by one, starting with the gold core pills. She was slightly surprised to see two, as she had assumed that it would only be one, but maybe it was just luck. Moving on to the lightning tribulation reward, Elias Raven was intrigued. She had successfully passed through her first tribulation, a significant milestone in her cultivation journey. The reward was the high-grade low-tier technique, Wrath of Thunder. Excitement filled Elias Raven's heart as she read the description of the technique. It was a powerful lightning-based cultivation technique that could be a good buff to her lightning-based attack. It fit her perfectly. Finally, she examined the high-grade system pack which floated alongside the two pills as well as the technique book. Opening it, she was greeted by a blinding flash of light that caused her to close her eyes, and soon after a system panel appeared before her. You have received 5,460 system coins, 250 middle-grade spirit stones, unique grade item, fortune ring, 100 beast forage, Gaka wheel ticket. Elias Raven raised her eyebrows at the contents of the high-grade system pack. The first two rewards were within her expectations, but she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as she looked at the transparent ring that had appeared before her. The unique grade item, fortune ring. She had heard legends of such rings that could bring good luck and fortune to their wearers. Elias Raven couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation as she wondered what kind of luck this ring could bring her. She looked at the other items and smiled. The 5,460 system coins would allow her to purchase various items and resources from the system market, giving her a significant advantage in her cultivation journey. The 250 middle-grade spirit stones were an even bigger valuable resource for enhancing her cultivation and refining spiritual artifacts. With these stones, she could further buy things for her blacksmith and alchemy. And the 100 beast forage came just in time. Purple had been complaining about the lack of it. Now she wouldn't have to listen to his hissing complaints. Lastly was the Gaka ticket. This would be her second one. She wondered if she collected 10, would it allow her to draw 10 in a row? Elias Raven smiled at the thought and said with slight glee, System, Elias Raven. Special physique, Brute Chi physique. Gold core stage early. Experience points, 1%. System coin, 6,030. Taoist Gaka wheel. Available X2. Spiritual roots, water fire gold wood earth. Variant elemental chi, mud, erosion. Main cultivation method, Black Tortoise essence art, 4th layer. Side cultivation methods, basic chi gathering, formless cultivation method. Techniques, celestial moonlit sword art, focused chi control, waterfall slash, refine yin chi, surge, thunderbolt flash, ancient spirit seals, black tortoises tilde, gong fu, golden lizard. Market, blacksmith, alchemy. 136. Final trial part 1. Looking at the words gold core on her system menu, Elias Raven smiled and looked towards the Taoist Gaka wheel. As she entered the Taoist Gaka wheel, she wasn't surprised to see rows of items that she hadn't seen before. The original 10 had increased to 15 and almost all of them were replaced by new items. 1. Greater than Celestial Thunderblade. 2. Soul Wandering Pills X5. 3. Greater than Void Spirit Mirror. 4. Greater than Shapeshifter's Mask. 5. Greater than High-Grade Rootless Fire X1. 6. Greater than System Mission. 7. Greater than High-Grade System Pack. 8. Superior Booze Gift Bag. 9. Holy Brute Chi Cultivation Technique. 10. Immortal Jades X9. 11. Spiritual Healing Pilks 3. 12. Soul-Bound Amulet of Resurrection. 13. Everlasting Lotus Seed. 14. Chaos Mountain. 15. Essence Absorbing Lunsect 30. She recognized a few new items, but the majority were items that she had not heard of before. She withheld the temptation of spinning the wheel and left the Gaka wheel to go look at the system market. After all, they both had an upgrade. Elias Raven clicked on the system market icon and was immediately greeted with a plethora of options. The interface had undergone a significant improvement, with vibrant colors and detailed descriptions for each item. It was like stepping into a virtual marketplace filled with endless possibilities. The number of slots had increased from 30 to 50, and she saw a huge amount of spiritual herbs for alchemy and weapon and item ingredients for blacksmith. She wondered if the system noticed how she was leaning towards those two areas and had done this because of that. She scrolled through the various categories, ranging from cultivation techniques to rare artifacts and mystical potions. The system market seemed to have everything a cultivator like her could ever desire. However, she could not get all she wanted as she noticed the price of some of the items. She had even stumbled upon middle-grade rootless fires only to almost split blood looking at the prices of them. While she pondered on what to do with her newfound money, the rising sun suddenly turned grey and the whole sky lost color. Elias Raven snapped out of her thoughts and stood up while looking at the sky. Is this trial ending, she thought. A few meters away from her, a distorted space came into view and a blinding light burst out to form two swirling different-colored gates that glowed with heavenly light. Below each gate were letters that began to appear one after another until they formed complete words. Below the green gate was the word exit, and below the gate with the red swirl was the words final trial. Elias Raven couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. The appearance of these gates meant that they had reached the final level of trial. She knew that behind the green gate was the exit, where she could leave the trial and return to the Nether Cloud domain. On the other hand, behind the red gate was the final trial, a challenge that would test her to her limits. She paused for a moment, contemplating her next move. Should she take the safe route and exit the trial, or should she embrace the unknown and step into the final trial? Was there even a need to contemplate? Elias Raven thought. At the current moment she felt the need to challenge herself and see how she would fare against the others. Again, she wanted to test her limits. She had come so far, overcoming various trials and acquiring new skills and items along the way. She had grown stronger and more confident in her abilities. She couldn't let fear hold her back now. Maybe if she hadn't broken through she wouldn't be thinking all this, but that would not be known now. Taking a deep breath, she flicked her hand to store away the soul-confusing array as well as all her reward items. Without the fog between them, Elias Raven was able to see the gates in full view. Stepping towards the gate with the red swirl, Elias Raven could feel a surge of energy coursing through her veins. It was as if the gate itself was inviting her to step into the unknown, to face whatever awaited her on the other side. As she crossed the threshold, the surroundings changed once again. She found herself in a vast, otherworldly castle with a giant gate as well as towering pillars of fire surrounding the whole place. There was no ceiling above and she could see stars just like when she had been in the trial with the different castles. But she doubted if this was the same place because every star above was red, unlike the other trial space which had countless stars of different colors. As she began to marvel at her new surroundings, she felt something within her storage ring react. Taking out a small talisman, Elias Raven's eyes raised as she recognized what it was. Back before they had all entered the Nethercloud domain, they had been given this talisman. It was supposed to locate the sect artifact when it gets close to it, but she had completely forgotten about it in the midst of the things that happened. Looking at the small puzzle-tating talisman pointing towards the giant gate in front of her, Elias Raven held a hand under her chin as she began to think. What could be waiting for her beyond the giant gate? Should she follow the talisman's guidance and venture further into the castle? Or should she explore her surroundings first to gather more information? Elias Raven weighed her options carefully. On one hand, the talisman seemed to be leading her towards the gate, indicating that the sect artifact is on the other side. On the other hand, she was curious about the castle itself. The pillars of fire and the ancient power emanating from the surroundings hinted at hidden secrets and valuable treasures. Exploring the area might provide her with additional resources and insights to aid her in the final trial. After a moment of contemplation, Elias Raven decided to follow the talisman's guidance. She believed that anywhere that housed the sect artifact was a place that also held other side artifacts. She wondered what she would find there. With determination in her eyes, she took a step towards the giant gate. As she approached, the gate began to shimmer with a vibrant red glow, as if responding to her presence. The energy coursing through her veins intensified, filling her with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. With a deep breath, Elias Raven pushed open the gate and stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges awaited her in the final trial. 137. Final Trial Part 2. As Elias Raven stepped through the giant gate, a rush of energy engulfed her and she felt her body locked in space. She raised her eyebrows at the energy surrounding her and her gaze focused as she looked around. She had been shifted to a grand coliseum of desolate aura, with the lifeless bodies of fallen cultivators strewn about. Thump. Elias Raven's heart sank as she surveyed the grim scene. There was thousands of dead bodies scattered across the floor. It was a sight that she hadn't seen before. It made her shook with fear. The sheer magnitude of the carnage before her was overwhelming. How could so many cultivators have met such a tragic end? Looking at all the dead bodies, she found a few that looked similar, a few dozen bodies impaled by black spikes. She looked around to scrutinize the other bodies and realized that they were probably all the cultivators killed throughout the trials. Almost 2,000 cultivators. Just how many survived to the end? It was only now that Elias Raven realized the sheer scale of these trials. Almost all participants in the Nether Cloud domain were killed in a single day. As she continued to move through the Colosseum, Elias Raven noticed something peculiar. The bodies seemed to be arranged in a specific pattern, forming intricate symbols and patterns on the ground. It was as if instead of being thrown here by a spell, they were all individually placed around the Colosseum. What is going on here? Elias Raven muttered to herself, a shiver running down her spine. As Elias Raven was lost in her thoughts, her eyes darted as a shadow moved from one of the dead bodies and dashed towards her with incredible speed. Peng! A sword appeared before the shadow and blocked the dagger that was aimed at Elias Raven. Slash! Elias Raven swung her arm and the sword in her hand released a blinding light as it slashed with fierce precision. The shadow stumbled back, stunned by the power behind the attack. "It's you," Elias Raven said, recognizing the person that had attacked her. It was none other than Jiang Wei of the Scarlet Demon Sect, the one that hides in the shadows. She didn't think she would encounter him after he was scared away by Liang Chen and he released aura of the Gold Core Realm. It appeared that just like others, he had found encounters that made him break through. The man, Jiang Wei, held his dagger to his lips and smiled as he complimented Elias Raven. "You've broken through as well. It appears you soul-shattering sect members are becoming quite formidable, but this next attack..." Enough. A voice interrupted the tense exchange, resonating through the air with a commanding authority. Elias Raven turned to the voice to see a man that had a dark and ruthless look in his eyes. He was wearing the same robe of the Scarlet Demon Sect as Jiang Wei. It was Ren Yuan, and he radiated aura of an even higher stage than Jiang Wei as he walked towards them with a ruthless look in his eyes. Elias Raven looked at him with caution as he approached from behind Jiang Wei. The man looked at her and turned to look towards his left where someone else appeared from a slight distorted space. It was a man in a golden armor, and as he appeared he seemingly didn't pay attention to the trio as he gazed at the carnage surrounding him. He seemed to have just gotten there, as if he had teleported or was shifted through space. The man in the golden armor glanced at Ren Yuan with a slight smirk, clearly not impressed by his presence. As he opened his mouth to speak, multiple distortions in space appeared and other figures arrived at the Colosseum with different expressions. A woman with long silver-white hair and a young man with a sharp aura appeared. They held a startled expressions as they surveyed the place. Elias Raven shifted her gaze as she looked at the cultivators that appeared from the distortions. 5 figures had appeared from the distortions and Elias Raven's frown turned upside down as she turned to look at the other 3. Elias Raven, a man with a small mark on his forehead, called out as his figure appeared from one of the distortions. It was Liang Chen. He seemed to have broken through and his aura appeared to be on the cusp of the next stage. It somewhat startled Elias Raven. However, Elias Raven quickly composed herself and walked towards Liang Chen with a smile as she looked at 2 others that appeared from the distortions. From the distortions was a young man with startling azure eyes and a set of intricate tattoos adorning his arms, as well as a woman with flowing crimson hair and a fiery staff in her hand. Liang Chen looked around him and his face appeared indistinguishable as he turned to Elias Raven and asked, "Did you run into any of our other sect members, by any chance?" Elias Raven shook her head gently, her smile faltering slightly. "What about you? Did you see any other?" Liang Chen paused for a moment, his gaze shifting back to the young man and woman who had emerged within the distortions. "Yes, I." Suddenly another distortion in space appeared and everyone turned to look at the emerging figure. A mysterious figure in all black stepped out of the distortion, shrouded in a cloak that billowed in an unseen breeze. Elias Raven's gaze hardened as she gazed at the figure. Her aura intensified as everyone on the stage turned to look at him. "Do you know him?" Liang Chen asked, his gaze turning dark as he too recognized the figure that appeared. Not just him, everyone except the man in golden armor seemed to have had bad encounters with the man, as they similarly took a stance. A voice sounded from the cloak of darkness as the figure seemed to not be threatened by the collective animosity directed at him. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed through the air, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. A huge amount of aura gathered above the Colosseum to form the huge figure of a flaming man. The spiritual imprint of Skyfire Venerable had appeared. Boom! A huge pressure descended onto everyone in the Colosseum and swept through their bodies, causing their knees to tremble and their hearts to race with fear. Some received it relatively better than others, as they didn't seem to budge from the pressure placed upon their bodies. The Skyfire Venerable looked at the 9 remaining participants and held his apathetic gaze as he spoke with authority. 9 of you have made it this far, but only one will claim my inheritance. Fight and kill. The one remaining shall get my inheritance. 138. Final Trial Part 3. As the words of the Skyfire Venerable echoed through the Colosseum, the visage of a demonic head appeared behind the mysterious man in black, and it released a maddening aura into the crowd before bursting into 9 crimson skulls that each glowed with a sinister light. The skulls floated in the air, their eyes filled with malice as they surveyed the participants. Elias Raven's heart raced as she felt an intense aura radiate from the man in black. His aura was even higher than before, and she felt that he would attack at any moment. Zing! A loud noise suddenly reverberated through the Colosseum, and the 9 skulls that appeared suddenly dissipated, like flames being smothered by a gust of wind. Elias Raven turned to where the sound had come from and realized that while she had been focused on the man in black, the man and woman that had appeared from the distortion last had not wasted any time. They were standing side by side, their bodies glowing with the aura of the early stage of the Gold Core realm, but in their hand were weapons that gave Elias Raven a cold sweat, as she felt her life threatened just by looking at them. The man held a gleaming sword, its blade reflecting the intricate dragons designed on the sword in a mesmerizing way. The woman, on the other hand, held a biwa instrument. Its strings vibrated with an otherworldly energy that caused ripples in the air surrounding her. Elias Raven felt a familiar sensation once again as her storage ring reacted, and she didn't need to think to know what was the cause. "It's the sword in that guy's hand," Elias Raven thought before turning towards Liang Chen, who stood beside her, his expression grave, eyes trained intensely on a woman with the biwa instrument. She didn't have the chance to ask, as the woman with the biwa trailed her finger to one of the strings and plucked it delicately. Zing! A ripple of energy spread outwards, distorting the space around the woman and creating an ethereal melody that hung in the air. The man in black's eyes widened as he felt his body locked in place, and his heart seized with a sudden surge of fear. Slash! Suddenly, the man with the gleaming sword slashed towards him at lightning speed, his blade glowing as if receiving a command. The man in black barely had time to react as the blade cut through the air like a comet, leaving a brilliant trail of light in its wake. The man tried moving but found that he couldn't. He couldn't even use his techniques, as the space around him seemed to have gripped him in place. Even though he attempted to deflect the attack with a wave of his hand, he found his movements sluggish, as if wading through a river of molasses. The crowd gasped collectively as the sword light made contact, the force of the impact creating a shockwave that rippled through the Colosseum. For a moment, everything seemed to stop, with the only sound being the eerie melody from the woman's biwa still hanging in the air. Then, with a loud, echoing boom, the man in black was sent flying backward, crashing into the Colosseum walls. The crowd was silent, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The 9 crimson skulls that had been floating in the air earlier were nowhere to be seen, their sinister light extinguished by the man's gleaming sword. Elias Raven and Liang Chen exchanged a glance, noticing the worried expression on both their faces. More so for Elias Raven, she had not expected the man and woman to be so powerful, able to take down the menacing man in black without much effort. The man with the gleaming sword turned towards the two, his eyes filled with a calm yet ruthless light. "The soul-shattering sect," he said, looking towards the woman with the biwa. "You Yana, I remember you said you had a history with them." Elias Raven's heart skipped a beat as the man's words hung in the air, while Liang Chen held a weary smile remembering the fight he had with the woman. Elias Raven's gaze hardened as she met the man's, her grip on her sword tightening. We didn't come this far to give up now. Liu Chen nodded, his aura flaring up as he stood beside Elias Raven. We're not backing down. The woman, Yana, plucked another string on her biwa, but this time, instead of the ethereal melody, a harsh discordant note rang out, causing the duo to flinch. The ground beneath them shook violently, and the air around them seemed to quiver. Elias Raven and Liu Chen stood their ground, their auras clashing with the disruptive wave sent by Yana's biwa, allowing them to not be restricted. The man brandished his sword, the gleaming blade reflecting the dragons designed onto his blade, and pointed towards the duo. Let's see how long you can hold out then. Roar. 3 dragonic roars emerged from his sword and filled the air, echoing with an otherworldly power that reverberated through the surroundings. The Sky Fire Venerable slowly floated in the sky in a blaze of flames and observed the duo of Elias Raven and Liu Chen fend off the man and the woman with the sacred treasures. He turned to the other participants to see the 2 men from the Scarlet Demon sect going against the woman with silver-white hair and the young man next to her. His hollow eyes, which held apathy, had a flash of ruby-red light as it landed on the young man before calming down. Soon, he thought as he turned to the last participant, the young man in golden armor, Xiaoyan. An interesting gimmick you have there. His young voice transmitted through the air into the ears of the Sky Fire Venerable. His golden armor gleamed under the Colosseum's fights, and he spoke once more. His voice carried confidence and calmness as he addressed the Sky Fire Venerable. I didn't realize it before when I last saw you, but now I can clearly see it. Who or what are you? The Sky Fire Venerable's gaze shifted towards Xiaoyan. What do you mean, young one? Xiaoyan shook his head, smirking, and slowly raised a finger to his eye. What I meant is that I can see through the 36-layer illusion surrounding your real body. The Sky Fire Venerable's expression remained silent, but his gaze flickered as he remained floating in the sky. Xiaoyan took another step forward and his eyes started to change colors, from their original black to gold, and his aura changed as he continued speaking. A spiritual imprint, no matter how powerful, does not have the ability to cause drastic changes to the environment, even if you were connected to some heavenly power source. The Sky Fire Venerable's eyes narrowed at Xiaoyan's words. His curiosity piqued. He had not anticipated anyone being able to see through the illusion he had created. Eyes that reflect the sun. Their Sky Fire Venerable muttered, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and annoyance. 139. Final Trial Part 4. Clang. A man with a gleaming sword lunged at Elias Raven, his blade slicing through the air with deadly accuracy. Peng. As Elias Raven parried the man's slash with her sword, a dragonic roar echoed through her sword, and the impact sent a shockwave that reverberated through her arm. She gritted her teeth, pushing back with all her might. Her aura intensified as lightning broke from her body in a blinding surge of power. The air crackled with electric energy, as if the very heavens were responding to Elias Raven's fierce cry. Crackle. She had used the high-grade technique Wrath of Thunder. The lightning swirling around Elias Raven danced in a brilliant display of raw power. It crackled and sizzled, sparking off her body and grounding itself on the man's gleaming sword. For a moment, the man was forced to take a step back, the sudden surge of electricity catching him off guard. Liu Chen took advantage of this moment, crying out as he unleashed his technique, Path of the Wind. His body moved with the grace of a dancer and the speed of a gust of wind, creating a vortex of powerful air currents around him. The air pulsed with energy as he launched himself towards the woman with the biwa. The woman plucked another string on her biwa, sending a wave of sonic energy towards Liu Chen. But he was prepared. He spun his body around, his movement creating a miniature tornado that deflected the sonic wave toward the sky. The man with the gleaming sword quickly regained his footing, his gaze fixed on Elias Raven with a newfound respect. Impressive, he said, his voice barely audible over the crackle of lightning. But this is far from over. With a roar, he lunged at Elias Raven again, his sword glowing with an intense light as he swung it towards her. But Elias Raven was ready. With a swift movement, she cloaked her sword in lighting and thrusted it in a straight line. Thunderbolt flash. The lightning-wrapped blade cut through the air with a blinding flash, striking towards the man with terrifying speed. It was a deadly attack that combined the power of the Wrath of Thunder technique and Elias Raven's speed, focusing all her strength into one decisive strike. The man barely had time to react. His eyes widened as he saw the lightning-wrapped blade closing in. He tried to raise his sword to block, but he was too slow. The blade struck, the electrified metal meeting flesh with a sizzling sound. The man was thrown back by the force of the impact, his sword slipping from his hands as he crashed onto the ground. The lightning had left a severe burn on his chest, and his breathing was ragged, a clear sign that the attack had taken a heavy toll on him. Elias Raven stood her ground, her face impassive as she watched the man. Her sword, still crackling with residual lightning, was pointing downwards, ready for another attack. She didn't move to finish him off, instead dodging a wave of energy that accompanied the sound of a string being plucked. The woman with the biwa had just thrown Liuang Chen off balance and used the chance to attack Elias Raven, and she plucked another string on her instrument, releasing a wave of sonic energy towards Elias Raven. But Elias Raven was quick to react. She pivoted on her feet, her lightning-enhanced reflexes allowing her to evade the woman's strike with ease. As the woman's attack missed its mark, Elias Raven retaliated with a lightning-quick slash of her sword. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of crackling lightning energy. Just like the man, the woman didn't have the strength to stop it. However, with a quick thought, she held the biwa in front of her as a shield, using it to absorb the brunt of Elias Raven's attack. Boom! The sound of the impact reverberated through the battlefield, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The woman stumbled back, her expression a shocked one, with her eyes trailed on Elias Raven's lightning-cloaked figure with an angry look. Realizing the tables had turned, she attempted to conjure another attack, but before she could, Liuang Chen, who had regained his balance, swiftly moved to her side. With a fluid motion, he struck with a technique of his own. Double cloaking slash. A shadow seemed to envelop Liuang Chen as he moved, his sword slashing through the air with incredible speed and precision. The shadowy aura around him enhanced his attack, making it even more powerful. The woman with the biwa tried to defend herself, but she was no match for Liuang Chen's swift and skilled movements. His double cloaking slash cut through her defenses, leaving a deep gash on her arm. She cried out in pain, dropping her biwa as she stumbled backward. The battle had taken a toll on her, and she looked visibly weakened. Elias Raven, seeing an opportunity, was about to charge at the woman when all of a sudden everyone in the Colosseum came to a stop. Rumble. The ground beneath them trembled violently, as if responding to a great wall that was about to emerge. The dead bodies all around the Colosseum began to glow with a faint red light, and the engravings of a formation appeared above the Colosseum, and at the center of it was Skyfire Venerable. Skyfire Venerable's gaze didn't leave Xiaoyan, and his lips tucked into a small smile as bloody rays of light erupted from his body. Elias Raven looked up at the sky with a sense of dread and uncertainty. She could feel a wave of intense energy radiating from Skyfire Venerable, threatening to engulf the entire Colosseum. The red light from his body illuminated the area, casting an eerie glow on everything. Although not enough, it will do, Skyfire Venerable declared, his voice echoing through the Colosseum. The red light from his body intensified, pulsating like a beating heart. Boom! A shockwave of energy rippled through the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath Elias Raven's feet. Cracks began to appear all over the Colosseum, and the bodies of fallen cultivators started disintegrating into ashes, as if consumed by the intense energy. Elias Raven's heart raced as she saw a massive rift open up in the sky, and a giant demonic arm slowly stretched across from it to cover the sky of the entire Colosseum. Elias Raven's eyes widened in both awe and horror as she witnessed the emergence of the giant demonic arm. The sheer scale of the arm was overwhelming, and its presence sent shivers down her spine. Its aura was something that she had only felt once before. It was only when the levitation sect had been attacked had she felt an aura like this. The colossal demonic arm went up into the sky and came into contact with something that caused a tremendous explosion of energy, as it was shockingly stopped by an unknown force. Crack. However, after only that one initial pause, it appeared to have broken through as a large crack opened up in the sky, and the demonic hand slowly dissipated into fine blood that rained down on all the participants. Boom! As if responding to the dissipation of the hand, the Colosseum burst into pieces, flinging everyone into the air in a sudden and violent explosion. 140, spatial cracks. Boom! The sudden explosion of the Colosseum sent Elias Raven spiraling through the air. She could feel the floor beneath her disappearing, replaced by a terrifying emptiness. Her heart pounded in her chest as she twisted her body in midair, barely managing to control her descent. As she plummeted, she looked around to realize that the Colosseum had been floating in the sky, but now that it had blown to pieces and all the participants were thrown about to fend for themselves in the air, she could see the debris of the Colosseum raining down around her, and the other cultivators who were also flung into the air by the explosion. She turned her attention back towards the Colosseum. She saw the Skyfire Venerable floating in the air, his body emitting a blinding red light. The blood raining down started to pool together, forming a swirling vortex of blood-red energy around Skyfire Venerable. Another crack appeared in the sky, larger than the first one, and a demonic figure slowly emerged from it. It was a towering figure, its body covered in scales and eyes glowing with a deadly red light. As it emerged, the space around its body twisted and it stretched out a hand towards the Skyfire Venerable, who welcomed it with a sinister grin. The demonic figure's hand enveloped Skyfire Venerable, and in the next moment, a blinding light erupted from within. When the light faded, the demonic figure and Skyfire Venerable were gone, leaving only the falling figure of a young man who seemed to only be at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The vortex gradually dissipated and Elias Raven came to her senses. She was falling fast and she had to do something. Tilda. The wind was howling in her ears and her heart was pounding in her chest. As she plunged downwards, the swirling vortex of blood-red energy where Skyfire Venerable and the demonic figure had disappeared seemed to loom even larger. Elias Raven knew she needed to act fast. She quickly gathered her brute chi, focusing it into a protective shell around her. The energy swirled around her, forming a tangible barrier that encased her in a cocoon of chi. The cocoon shimmered in the air, its surface crackling with raw energy. It was a testament to Elias Raven's intense focus and control over her brute chi. As she fell, the cocoon spun around her, buffering her against the rushing wind and the debris hurtling past her. She could see the ground coming closer and closer, but she felt a strange sense of calm. She trusted her chi to protect her, and she knew she had done all she could to prepare for the impact. With a thunderous crash, she hit the ground, the cocoon of chi absorbing the brunt of the impact. A cloud of dust and debris rose around her, obscuring her from view. When the dust finally settled, Elias Raven slowly got to her feet. Despite the rough landing, she was relatively unscathed. Her chi cocoon had done its job, protecting her from the worst of the impact. And her body was durable enough to withstand the shock of the impact. She looked around, her eyes adjusting to her new surroundings. She was back in the nether cloud domain, surrounded by darkened fog on all sides. But something wasn't right. Her surroundings seemed distorted as if she was looking at everything through a warped mirror. The trees were bent at odd angles, the fog seemed to be shifting colors, and the ground beneath her feet was unnaturally cold. Elias Raven was quickly answered as to why as a crack in space appeared a few meters away from her, with it a suction force pulling at her. Jumping back, Elias Raven escaped the pulling force, but before she could get her bearings straight another crack appeared in the space above her, its edges jagged and unstable. She barely had time to react before she felt a powerful force pulling her towards it once more. She quickly activated her brute chi and used it to propel herself away from the second crack, soaring through the air with remarkable speed. However, it seemed to be meaningless as a few seconds in the air Elias Raven felt a force pulling at her at an even faster rate than the others. Without a moment to react, she was sucked into the crack, her face in shock. Elias Raven opened her eyes to see that she was now standing on the edge of a mountain cliff. The sudden change in scenery once more was disorienting, and Elias Raven couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. As she looked around, she realized that she had returned back to the Thousand Mountain region. She wasn't alone. Roughly 100 cultivators, just like her, stood on the cliff, their expressions equally bewildered. Among them, she saw Yuang Chen, Senior Sister Feng, as well as Lu Xuan and Xuruan from the soul-shattering sect. However, she couldn't see the other four. Elias Raven's mind raced as she tried to make sense of the situation. How did they all end up here? And where were the others? Were they dead? Before she could gather her thoughts, a sudden pressure came from the sky and an elderly man with white hair came floating from the sky. It was Division Head Zheng who had been waiting for them. He quickly descended to the cliff with a thud, his eyes filled with seriousness. He quickly approached Xuruan, the leader of the group, to ask what had happened. "Xuan, what just happened? Can you explain?" Division Head Eng asked, his voice firm and commanding. Xuan took a deep breath, still trying to process everything that had transpired. He didn't know what had truly happened, so he didn't know what to say. It was Liang Chen who chimed in to quickly recounted the events, describing the final trial, the explosion in the Colosseum, the appearance of the demonic figure, and their subsequent teleportation to the mountain cliff. Division Head Eng listened intently, his expression growing graver with each detail. He nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. "This is a grave threat," he said, his voice filled with concern. "The cracks in space and the appearance of the demonic figure are signs of a powerful being interfering with the nether cloud domain. Normally that shouldn't be possible, but a crack appeared in the space where the portal to the nether cloud domain was, and a deafening boom echoed through the air as the crack shattered into countless pieces, raining down spatial shards of cracks onto the disorganized cultivators on the cliff." Division Head Eng's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the shards falling. He quickly formed a barrier of energy around the soul-shattering sect disciples, not bothering to protect the others on the cliff. As for the remaining cultivators, some in the Gold Core realm were able to react fast and avoid the falling spatial shards, their cultivation allowing them to sense danger and move swiftly. Pucci, however, most weren't lucky. The spatial shards descended with incredible speed, piercing through flesh and bone, leaving a trail of blood and agonized cries in their wake. "We have to return to the sect at once," Division Head Eng said with a dark expression, not paying attention to the surrounding cultivators who had received the onslaught of shards. 141. Sect Return. Division Head Eng didn't waste any time. With a swift wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped the remaining disciples of the soul-shattering sect. Pulling them with force as it transformed into a streak of light that headed toward the distance. Elias Raven felt a rush of adrenaline as the wind whipped past her, her eyes fixed on the rest of the disciples who seemed to be having trouble with the pressure placed upon them, before turning to look at Division Head Eng, who held a serious expression. They flew over the mountains and valleys, the landscape blurring beneath them as the streak of light traveled at an incredible speed. Elias Raven marveled at the speed as she could already see their destination. It would have taken her at least an hour just to arrive at the teleportation platform, even with her new realm. As they touched down, Division Head Eng turned to address the group. His voice was filled with urgency and concern. "Immediately release your chi into the teleportation formation," he said, his eyes scanning the faces of the disciples. The disciples quickly followed Division Head Eng's instructions, releasing their chi into the teleportation formation. The air crackled with energy as the disciples channeled their power, their movements synchronized and focused. Elias Raven could feel the surge of chi around her, the tingling sensation running through her veins. She could sense the power radiating from her fellow cultivators, their strength palpable in the air. Once the teleportation formation was filled with their combined chi, a brilliant light enveloped them, blinding Elias Raven momentarily. She closed her eyes and held on tightly, feeling the familiar sensation of being transported. When the light faded, Elias Raven slowly opened her eyes to find herself standing in a dense forest. The air was thick with the scent of earth and foliage, and the sound of rustling leaves filled her ears. The Forgotten Forest. She looked around to see the rest of the disciples regaining their footing, their expressions a mix of confusion and determination. Division Head Eng stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. "We are now in the Forgotten Forest," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "We must make our way back to the soul-shattering sect as quickly as possible and be on high alert." The group nodded in agreement, their eyes scanning the forest for any potential threats. Elias Raven could feel the tension in the air, but she also felt a sense of safety as she saw the urgency within the eyes of Division Head Eng diminish. Taking out a mat, he quickly made everyone get on before flying towards the sect. The disciples were finally given time to take a breather and took their respective seats. "Are you all okay?" Xuan asked, concern evident in his voice. Liang Chen as well as Lu Xuan didn't seem interested in conversing as they shut their eyes, meditating or reflecting on their experiences. It was Senior Sister Feng who answered Xuan with a nod. "Yes, just a bit overwhelmed. But we'll manage." Lu Xuan nodded and turned to Division Head Eng. "Division Head Eng, what's going on?" Division Head Eng's voice cut through the wind, his tone filled with serenity. "The breach in the nether cloud domain is a grave threat. If I am not mistaken, then the person you mentioned is someone that has reached the threshold of the Emperors. Furthermore, I sense that it won't be long before whatever strong creatures within the dimension begin to emerge from the cracks to wreak havoc on our world." Elias Raven's eyes narrowed as a bad premonition grew in her thoughts. "I hope that monster chained up within the dead zone would remain suppressed and unable to escape, otherwise." Division Head Eng's gaze shifted to her and paused for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. "You 5 have been able to reach the Gold Core Realm within only a week. You have done well, and the sect will reward you for that. It's only a shame that you couldn't get the sect artifact back, but from your explanation, I have a grasp on where it might be now." "And where do you think it is?" Elias Raven asked. Division Head Eng looked at Elias Raven with a thoughtful expression. "Based on what you've described, the sect artifact may be with the 7 weapons domain, a powerful force equivalent to a rank 4 sect. They have been known for their powerful weapons and have collected powerful artifacts from other sects before." Division Head Eng's voice was filled with determination. "The 7 weapons domain. If they have indeed acquired our sect artifact, we must retrieve it at all costs. They are a formidable force, but we cannot allow them to wield more power than they already do. Anyways, we will deal with that later. For now let's return fast to the sect." Elias Raven nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. The flying mat traveled for a few more minutes before reaching a veil of fog. Elias Raven squinted her eyes to look through, and slowly the fog began to lift and mountainous terrain began to appear until a single big mountain became visible to all. It was the martial arts division. Elias Raven didn't know how, but it seems that the sect had a strong veil of entry around it. The division's grand buildings and towering walls stood proudly, a testament to its strength and power. As they landed near the entrance, Elias Raven could see disciples bustling about, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Division Head Eng approached a group of sect elders who were gathered near the entrance. Division Head Eng, one of the sect elders, greeted him with a respectful bow. "We received your message and have been waiting for your return." "What are we to do?" Division Head Eng's voice was calm but firm as he addressed the elders. "Notify the other division heads and tell them I will be asking the sect master to hold a meeting." "Yes." Echoing throughout the cultivation grounds, the sect elders quickly turned to carry out Division Head Eng's orders. Division Head Eng turned to the group with him and said, "You 5 go to your disciples' quarters and rest for now. We have a long few days ahead of us. I'll gather you all when it's time for the meeting." The 5 disciples nodded in understanding, and without another word, a flash of light enveloped Division Head Eng and he flew away towards the inner parts of the second. The disciples turned and began heading towards their disciples' hall, each of them lost in their thoughts about what had transpired and what was yet to come. As for Elias Raven, she took one last look at the streak of light that carried the division head and took a deep breath. Her mind was filled with thoughts about the events that she had encountered, and she couldn't help but feel a looming threat over her. With a deep breath, she turned and followed the others toward the disciples' quarters. 142. Xylan's technique. Elias Raven walked through the sect grounds with serenity and countless thoughts in her head. Before she had left for the Nether Cloud Domain, she had planned for a lot of things, but it seemed that all that was unnecessary. She had planned to upgrade her blacksmith panel along the way, but she barely had time for any of that once she was thrown into the real fray. Elias Raven looked back as she noticed a disciple quickening his pace as he walked past her. She had not realized it before, but every disciple that passed by her would show the same reaction, and it didn't take her long to figure out why. The aura that was unconsciously oozing out of her body was too powerful for a Foundation establishment cultivator, and it didn't help that she broke through not long ago. Curiosity piqued. Elias Raven slowed her pace and intentionally pushed all her aura down. She released her consciousness outwards, covering a few hundred meters in all directions. As she released it, she was given a big surprise when she noticed how it easily passed through a disciple's courtyard to show her the view inside. Within was a disciple practicing their moves in the courtyard. The sharp sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through her spiritual consciousness as she observed with intrigue. Over to the other side of the spiritual consciousness, a group of disciples gathered around a master, listening intently as the elder demonstrated a complex technique, his hands moving in a series of intricate gestures, creating an invisible ripple of chi. It was from a building called Lecture Hall, and Elias Raven was surprised that the sect elder didn't take note of her spiritual consciousness. Gathering chi into her eyes, she was able to see far away. A few hundred meters away, she noticed verdant gardens filled with a variety of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. She also saw a group of disciples meditating under an old, spreading tree, their faces calm and serene. Their quiet presence added a sense of peace and tranquility to the otherwise bustling sect. Turning her gaze towards the sect's grand buildings, Elias Raven couldn't help but admire the architecture. Every minute detail of the building was visible in her gaze. The buildings were of various shapes and sizes, each unique in its design. The buildings were made of a white stone that shone brilliantly under the sunlight, giving them a majestic appearance. Meng Lun smiled as she only now appreciated the beauty of having a higher realm. There was so much more that she could do. She wondered how the next realm perceives things. As she continued her walk, it didn't take long for her to arrive at her courtyard, which looked no different from when she had left it. Spreading her spiritual consciousness inside, she was slightly relieved to see that no problem had occurred. Walking through the barrier of her courtyard, she was greeted by the familiar sight of her home. The courtyard was tranquil and well kept, with a small pond in the center reflecting the clear sky above. A few lotus flowers floated on the surface of the pond. Their petals opened wide in full bloom. The scent of the flowers filled the air, creating a peaceful and calming atmosphere. Elias Raven smiled at the sight before turning to look at two girls coming out from the house. It was Dasiji and Xylin. Upon seeing Elias Raven, Dasiji and Xylin's faces lit up with excitement and bewilderment. They stood still for a moment before Xylin hurriedly walked towards Elias Raven, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Miss Elias Raven, you're back!" Xylin exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "How was your journey? Did everything go smoothly?" Elias Raven smiled warmly at the girl. "It was quite eventful, to say the least," she replied. "It was quite dangerous, but overall, it was a valuable experience that helped me grow." Xylin nodded eagerly. "We've been eagerly waiting for your return," she said. "We wanted to tell you about some exciting news that happened while you were away." Elias Raven's curiosity was piqued. "Oh? What happened?" she asked, her interest evident in her voice. While she was outside the courtyard, she had checked and was sure that none of the three had any breakthrough, so she was curious what other stuff had them so excited. Dasiji was the one to speak as she couldn't contain her excitement any longer. Xylan finally came from her room, and it seems that she had created a technique all on her own. Elias Raven's eyes softened as she smiled. She had known about it before and had encouraged it. She was glad that she had done that. She turned to Xylin with a proud smile. "Your sister did very well. If I am not mistaken, then she should be tending to a plant with the technique right now?" Xylin's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, miss. How did you know?" she asked, her excitement growing. Elias Raven chuckled softly. "I had a breakthrough in my cultivation, that's why," she replied mysteriously. "Shall we go and see what your sister has been up to?" Dasiji and Xylin nodded eagerly, their curiosity piqued. Together, the three girls made their way to the small garden behind the courtyard, where Xylan now else spends most of her time. As they approached the garden, the sound of gentle rustling leaves and the sweet scent of blooming flowers filled the air. They could see Xylan kneeling on the ground, her hands carefully tending to a vibrant, blossoming plant. Xylan looked up as Elias Raven came into view, and she instantly stood up with a scrutinizing gaze. "Welcome back, miss," she greeted her. "You're just in time. The spiritual seed in the cherubic fertile soil is ready to bud." As the words left her mouth, Elias Raven was given a surprise as a flash of blue light illuminated the garden, emanating from the cherubic fertile soil. From Xylan came another blue light that danced and twirled in harmony with the light from the soil. Slowly a budding flower emerged from the soil, its petals exuding a mesmerizing glow. It didn't stop at just the blossom, but continued to grow at an astonishing rate. The flower stretched and extended, its stem growing taller and stronger. Its leaves unfurled, revealing intricate patterns and vibrant colors. It was a sight to behold. Elias Raven and the others watched in awe as the flower transformed before their eyes. Its aura was powerful, radiating a sense of tranquility and spiritual energy that filled the entire garden. Xylan couldn't contain her excitement as she exclaimed, "Miss Elias Raven, This is the result of the technique I developed. I call it the cherubic construe art. It's the combination of my previous cultivation art called elixir construe art and the cherubic fertile soil that you gave me before you left. It's the soil that is doing most of the work. I just manipulate the budding time, the spiritual veins in the plant and the overall growth speed. Elias Raven smiled warmly at Zylan's achievement. That's incredible, Zylan. Your dedication and hard work have paid off. This technique has the potential to do more. You've merged your skills with the power of the cherubic fertile soil beautifully. Zylan beamed with pride, her eyes shining with joy. Thank you, Miss. Zylan smiled at the side and nodded approvingly. You have a natural talent for cultivation. Your creativity is truly commendable. Desiji chimed in. And that's not all. I've been refining my swordsmanship technique while you were away. I've made significant progress, and I can confidently say that my sword skills have become sharper and more precise. Elias Raven listened attentively as the girls began recounting their progress. She would occasionally say something but would mostly listen, trying to absorb all the information. She hadn't realized it before, but she found joy in watching the growth of these three girls. It helped her with the solitude lifestyle of cultivators. 143. Formless Cultivation Methods. Second method. Thousand Mountain Region. At the cliff of one of the mountain peaks within the Thousand Mountain region was a cracked space that suspended in the air, as if the gaping mouth of a long-forgotten being. Thump. From within the crack came a pulsating energy that drew in the surrounding air slowly before releasing outward the aura of the nether cloud domain. The mountain underneath the crack trembled as the aura caused the surrounding flora and fauna to wither and die. The once vibrant and lush landscape now turned into a desolate wasteland. Three similar events were taking place all across the continent as any area that was once the gateway to the nether cloud domain became an unrecognizable place that had only held the crack in space surrounded by the aura of the nether cloud domain. Within one of the courtyards of the soul-shattering sect, Elias Raven sat in her room slowly circulating large amounts of chi through her spiritual veins. Within her dantian her gold core shone bright and radiant, pulsating with power as she circulated power through it. Elias Raven opened her eyes as she breathed her last circulation, her aura even more compact and stable, but she held a concerned expression as she focused deep within her dantian. Within the dantian was not just the gold core as away from it was the brute chi that held the same chaotic energy as before. The reason for Elias Raven's concern was that the brute chi had started to show signs of instability. It was as if a wild beast had been awakened within her, constantly thrashing and trying to break free from its confinement. Elias Raven could feel the energy fluctuating unpredictably, sometimes weak, and other times so powerful that it threatened to overwhelm her gold core. She had been trying to tame this energy, to integrate it with her gold core, to harness its power for good. But the more she tried, the more resistant it became. The brute chi, the stronger it becomes, the more chaotic it becomes as well. Of course, because of her physique, it would not harm her body, but it might cause a problem with her gold core. With a deep sigh, she rose from her meditation, her face etched with worry. She couldn't ignore the way the brute chi was, but she knew she could do nothing about it at the moment. Walking outside her room, Elias Raven looked towards the pond, which was purple, whose large body left a shadow over the surface of the pond. Elias Raven contemplated for a bit and decided to go to her blacksmith room. She had to see if the system had any solution for her brute chi. Entering the room that had become her sanctuary, Elias Raven couldn't help but feel a sense of ease as she took a seat in the same spot as always. System: Elias Raven. Special physique: brute chi physique. Gold core stage early. Experience points: 3%. System coin: 6030. Taoist Gaka wheel. Available X2. Spiritual roots: water, fire, gold, wood, earth. Variant: elemental chi, mud, erosion. Main cultivation method: Black Tortoise Essence Art. Fourth layer. Side cultivation methods: Basic Chi Gathering. Formless cultivation method. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art. Focused Chi Control. Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi. Surge. Thunderbolt Flash. Wrath of Thunder. Ancient Spirit Seals. Black Tortoises Tilde. Gong Fu. Golden Lizard. Market. Blacksmith. Alchemy. Gazing at her system menu, Elias Raven suddenly had a beaming smile as she recognized that she was finally able to learn the next technique of the formless cultivation technique. Formless cultivation method. Form 1, form concealing. Form 2, unlocked. Form 3, locked. From what she could remember when she first learned the cultivation method, cultivating the first method gives her the ability to conceal herself into anything that has form. That has proven to be extremely useful and inefficient. Her style doesn't revolve around that, and the only time she used it was when she tried to lower her aura. It's a very useful ability for stealth, and could be used for hiding from enemies, but she was more interested in the second ability which she had a glimpse of before. Elias Raven began to mentally prepare herself as she started circulating the cultivation method of the formless cultivation method, this time aiming to learn the second method. Elias Raven took a deep breath. Her eyes closed tightly as she began to concentrate on the flow of her chi, directing it to the center of her dantian. She could feel the chaotic energy of the brute chi as it thrashed and roared within her, but she was not deterred. Instead, she focused on the power of the gold core, allowing its radiance to guide her through the turmoil. As she gradually aligned her internal energy with the rhythm of the gold core, she felt a change. The formless cultivation method began to envelop her, its energy intertwining with her own. The room around her seemed to blur. Her senses became heightened, and the air seemingly vibrated with her energy. Her body began to sway, moving in tandem with the energy flow within her. It was as if she was partaking in a dance with the universe, her every move in sync with the energy of the cosmos. She could feel the second form of the formless cultivation method starting to take shape within her. With every breath she took, she could feel it growing stronger, more substantial. It was as if she was erasing her very form, becoming one with the universe around her. With a sudden burst of energy, she felt it. The second form eraser, had been perceived. She could feel her energy flow changing, becoming more fluid and adaptable. It was as if she had been set free, released from the constraints of her physical form. As she slowly opened her eyes, Elias Raven found herself immersed in a sea of energy. The room around her was no longer solid, but a canvas of fluctuating energy. She could see the flow of chi, the pulsating waves of chi that coursed through everything, the walls, the furniture, even the air itself. As she slowly opened her eyes, she could feel the transformation that had taken place. The once familiar surroundings of her blacksmith room were now a vibrant display of fluctuating energy. The air itself seemed to shimmer, as if touched by a gentle breeze. The formless cultivation method had enabled her to perceive the world in a new light, to see the very essence of life and energy that was infused in all things. She could see the flow of chi, the pulsating rhythm of life that connected all things. The second form eraser, seemed to have amplified this perception. She could feel her form blending with the surrounding energy, becoming a part of the air around her. Her physical form seemed to fade, replaced by a formless entity that moved with the ebb and flow of energy around her. Yet, she remained in control, her consciousness guiding her through this new state of existence. She could feel the energy of the room, the aura of the objects, and the life force of the plants outside. Experimenting with her newfound power, Elias Raven tried to manipulate her form, her body shape-shifting and blending with the surrounding energy. She felt a sense of liberation, as if she had transcended the physical constraints of her existence. Excited by this discovery, Elias Raven spent the next few hours experimenting with her new ability. She found that she could control her form at will, becoming formless and blending with the surroundings or maintaining her physical form as needed. However, she noticed some potential drawbacks. For one, the higher her energy output, the quicker she seemed to tire. The more she manipulated her form, the more energy she used. It was clear that the form eraser technique was resource-heavy, and might not be feasible for prolonged use without adequate preparation or rest. Currently, the longest she can stay in the form is 5 minutes, and her energy would tire afterward. Secondly, she discovered that while in her formless state, her sense of interaction was greatly diminished. It was as if she was a ghost, unable to physically interact with her surroundings, which could potentially be a disadvantage in some situations. Lastly, the control over her form was not perfect. There were moments when she struggled to maintain her formless state or revert to her physical form. It was clear that mastering this technique would take time and a lot of practice. Despite these drawbacks, Elias Raven felt that the benefits of the form eraser technique far outweighed its downsides. It offered a new level of flexibility and adaptability that she had never experienced before. It was a powerful tool, one that she was eager to master. 144. Heaven Grain Sand. After successfully learning the second form of the formless cultivation method, Elias Raven felt a surge of confidence and decided to tackle another challenge. Sending her spiritual consciousness into her storage bag, she retrieved a small, intricately carved jade box which floated before her. This jade box had been in her possession for quite some time, but she had never been able to open it. When she had first discovered it, she couldn't even get near it because of the aura radiating from it. Even now she realized its aura was clearly more powerful than she had previously thought. The little boss of one of the branches of the Golden Fang Bandits. Just why was someone like that in possession of something like this? It doesn't make sense. The box seemed to be sealed shut with a mysterious energy, and Elias Raven was determined to unlock its secrets. Elias Raven focused her chi and gently placed her hands on the surface of the box. She closed her eyes and visualized the energy flowing through her fingers, trying to connect with the energy of the box. She channeled her chi into the box, hoping to break through the seal. However, no matter how hard she tried, the box remained stubbornly closed. It seemed to resist her efforts, as if guarding its contents from prying eyes. Frustrated but undeterred, Elias Raven decided to try a different approach. She remembered a technique that involved using sound vibrations to unlock sealed objects. The technique was fairly straightforward and didn't require much effort. Elias Raven took a deep breath and focused her chi into her vocal cords before letting out a low, resonating hum. The sound waves reverberated through the room, causing the air to shudder and the objects to vibrate. Elias Raven could feel the energy of the box responding to the vibrations, as if it was being stirred from within. Encouraged by this small success, Elias Raven continued to experiment with different frequencies and pitches, trying to find the perfect combination that would unlock the box. She hummed, sang, and even tried different musical notes, hoping to strike the right chord. After what felt like an eternity with no results, Elias Raven decided to give up before placing the box into her inventory. She knew that forcing the box open could potentially damage its contents, and she didn't want to risk losing whatever valuable treasures it held. She decided to seek out the advice of a wise elder or a knowledgeable expert who might have the insight she needed to unlock the box. Setting the box aside for now, Elias Raven turned her attention to the Gaka wheel tickets she had obtained. System: Elias Raven. Special Physique: Brute Chi Physique. Gold Core Stage Early. Experience Points: 3%. System Coin: 6030. Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available X2. Spiritual Roots: Water, Fire, Gold, Wood, Earth. Variant: Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method: Black Tortoise Essence Art. 4th Layer. Side Cultivation Methods: Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques: Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash, Wrath of Thunder, Ancient Spirit Seals. Black Tortoises Tilde, Gong Fu, Golden Lizard. Market: Blacksmith, Alchemy. Within the Gaka wheel was the 15 items that were renewed after the system update. 1. Celestial Thunderblade. 2. Soul Wandering Pills X5. 3. Void Spirit Mirror. 4. Shapeshifter's Mask. 5. High-grade Rootless Fire X1. 6. System Mission. 7. High-grade System Pack. 8. Superior Booze Gift Bag. 9. Holy Brute Chi Cultivation Technique. 10. Immortal Jades X9. 11. Spiritual Healing Pilks 3. 12. Soul-bound Amulet of Resurrection. 13. Everlasting Lotus Seed. 14. Chaos Mountain. 15. Essence Absorbing Lunsect 30. As Elias Raven's gaze swept over the Gaka wheel, she felt a sense of anticipation. Each item on the wheel was a potential game changer, a tool that could significantly affect her journey on the path of cultivation. The Celestial Thunderblade could prove useful if paired with her Lightning Element technique. The Soul Wandering Pills need not be mentioned, but the Brute Chi technique and the Chaos Mountain could prove to be useful when paired with her Brute Chi, so she was eager to see if she could get one of them. Elias Raven's heart pounded in her chest as she focused her attention on the Gaka wheel. She mused at the fact that she was feeling so much pressure and nervousness, but after thinking about it she realized that it made sense, as the comparison was a peasant spinning the wheel on their life. It could mean the difference between victory and defeat in her upcoming battles. With a deep breath, she activated the wheel. The wheel spun with a hum, the items blaring together as the wheel picked up speed. Elias Raven's gaze was unblinking as she watched the wheel spin, the anticipation building within her. She wanted to wait for 10 tickets just to see if she could get 10 items differently, but she didn't want to wait till then. The wheel began to slow, the items coming into focus before stopping at one item. Elias Raven sighed as the system stopped on its usual reward, the system pack, although she was slightly happy about it as well since this would be her second high-grade system pack. High-grade system pack. Do you wish to open the package? As Elias Raven uttered the words yes, she felt a surge of energy from the high-grade system pack before it burst open to reveal the items within. You have received 4,228 system coins, 229 middle-grade spirit stones, 1 heaven grain sand, 100 beast forage. Elias Raven's eyes flickered in slight disappointment as in comparison to her previous rewards, which included a unique grade item and a Gaga wheel ticket, the items she received this time were not as exciting. However, she has yet to see what this new item could do, as not every reward would be a game changer, and she still appreciated the system coins, spirit stones, heaven grain sand, and beast forage she obtained. She knew that every resource had its value and could be useful in her cultivation journey. Heaven grain sand, a single grain of sand from the deserts of Nility Star Realm, imbued with the essence of a body tree. It possesses a mysterious power, bringing calm and tranquility when touched. Memgalen carefully examined the heaven grain sand in her hand, intrigued by its description and the potential benefits it could provide. She pondered how best to utilize this mysterious item in her cultivation journey. She recalled hearing stories of the body tree of the Buddha sects, which alleviates stress, promotes inner peace, and enhances meditation and spiritual practices, making it cherished for balance and inner peace. Elias Raven considered using the heaven grain sand to enhance her meditation practice further. She believed that its calming and tranquil properties could deepen her connection with her inner self and aid in achieving a state of peace and balance. With this in mind, she decided to test the heaven grain sand into her daily meditation routine. She closed her eyes and held the sand in her hand and focused on its energy, allowing it to infuse her being with its calming essence. As she sat in her quiet spot, Elias Raven took a deep breath and began her meditation, visualizing the sand's energy flowing through her, bringing tranquility to her mind and body. Elias Raven noticed a subtle shift in her meditation practice as she used the heaven grain sand. The sand seemed to amplify the effects of her meditation, helping her achieve a deeper state of calmness and clarity. With each session, Elias Raven felt more attuned to her surroundings and more connected to her inner self. While Elias Raven felt that she didn't need the item as most cultivators would, she decided to use it as an ingredient to one of the items she would be creating in her blacksmith panel. 145. The Jade Box. With the dim light of the evening sun shining through her room, Elias Raven traced her gaze along the length of her newly regrown and revitalized nails. The power of the Black Daughter's essence art is indeed working wonders, infusing them with strength and resilience many times over. She noticed how much more powerful they were compared to before, definitely a result of her breakthrough. With her physical strength, she felt that she could go toe-to-toe with another cultivator of the same realm. And that was just the physical aspect. If she used any of her techniques, then she could easily deal with anyone in the early stage and even go toe-to-toe with some other in the middle stages. Adding on a brute physique, Elias Raven felt that she possessed the power to fight the late stage on a stalemate at best, and at worst she didn't feel that she could be killed by them. The Gold Core stage was a tipping point in the cultivation journey, as it's the first realm where heaven starts to impose tribulations onto you. And with it comes the ability to create a unique ability for oneself based on the experience of the individual. A core manifestation, or core ability, is a special power that cultivators develop once they solidify their cultivation realm at the Gold Core realm. It is a manifestation of their unique cultivation path, experiences, and their understanding of the spiritual arts. Although Elias Raven still hasn't developed hers yet, she felt that it only required time, as she had broken through not long ago. Elias Raven sat on her meditation cushion, deep in thought. She knew that developing her core manifestation was crucial for her cultivation journey. It would not only enhance her strength but also serve as a representation of her individuality and potential. She closed her eyes and decided to meditate. No chi gathering, no inner self-reflection, just meditating. Huangxia Province. Origin Cave Mountain. In the remote areas of Huangxia, nestled amidst towering mountains and mist-covered valleys, lies a giant mountain known for its high bandit activity and dangerous terrain for travel. Also known as Origin Cave Mountain, it was notorious for harboring fugitives, outlaws, and those seeking to isolate themselves from society. Within a luxurious cave system that was hidden deep within the heart of Origin Cave Mountain, a man sat on a throne of bones as below him stood three figures that all had scars over their face. Jinx, the ruthless leader of the Golden Fang Bandits, raised his eyebrows and surveyed the three scarred figures before him. Ru the Shadow Blade, Li the Iron Fist and M the Serpent Tongue. You still can't find Xu? Jinx's voice echoed through the cave, a mixture of frustration and disappointment. His aura seemed to match his voice as an air of dark power emanated from his very being. The three scarred figures bowed their heads in respect, understanding the gravity of their failure. Ru the Shadow Blade, a master of stealth and reconnaissance, spoke up with a low voice. We have scoured the region, searched every nook and cranny, but Xu the Silent Blade remains elusive. It's as if he has vanished into thin air, Ru explained, his eyes filled with determination to make amends. Li the Iron Fist, a hulking figure with a deep voice, added, we have interrogated informants, tracked down his known sectors, but he seemed to have disappeared along with any Gold Corps member in his sector. The Serpent Tongue, known for her persuasive skills and information gathering, interjected, Boss, I believe that the second boss might have planned this from the beginning. He has with him 2 of the 5 jade boxes of aspects. It's possible that he found the content within them. Jinx's frustration turned into a snot as he leaned forward on his throne. Very well. Continue your efforts. Double the patrols, tighten the security net, and leave no stone unturned. Focus on the sects within his sector and then move on to the ones to the center. This traitor will not go unpunished for betraying our code and threatening our operations. Listen well, my loyal comrades. Jinx begins, his eyes gleaming with a mix of ambition and greed. Our next target is the opulent city of Kylin, known for its vast wealth and ancient ruins. It shall serve well for our newly formed alliance with that demoness. Soul-shattering sect. Sect Hall. Within the serene sect hall of the soul-shattering sect, the sect master sat at the head of a grand table, surrounded by an air of tranquility. His eyes glowed with an intense, piercing azure light as he gazed upon the tool with his hand, a small jade box. Suddenly he raised his head as an ancient voice reached his ears and caused him to pause. It was a voice he had not heard in decades, a voice that was all too familiar. We have become aware of the breach in the Nether Cloud domain. It is evident that a demonic cultivator is responsible for this disturbance. The sect master smiled as if in reminiscence, radiating an aura of serenity. He nodded in acknowledgement. I trust that you have assessed the situation thoroughly. What are your recommendations, esteemed Grand Elder? We have carefully observed the breach and have determined that a seal must be placed over the crack in space to prevent any further intrusion of nether energy into our realm. The sect master's gaze remained steady as they contemplated the gravity of the situation. I understand the urgency of this matter. We will proceed with the necessary preparations to create a suitable sealing formation. The voice paused a few seconds before speaking. This time with a sense of authority. We sensed a strange presence just now. With a calm and composed demeanor, the sect master responded, esteemed Grand Elder, please provide me with more details regarding this peculiar presence. Is it a cultivation technique, a spiritual entity, or something else entirely? The Grand Elder's voice resonated with wisdom and certainty as they replied, the presence we sense bears similarities to the ancient cultivation technique of the Formless sect. The sect master's azure eyes shimmered with a mixture of excitement and caution. I see. This discovery presents a unique opportunity for our sect. The fact you sensed it means it emanated from within. Which division did you sense this aura from? The Grand Elder's voice carried a note of caution as they continued. The presence appeared from the disciples' quarters. However, its exact origins remain unclear. It seemed to have emerged clandestinely, without any trace left behind. The sect master pondered silently for a moment, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the ornate armrest of his chair. 146. Chain body tassel. Blacksmith, advanced 50%. Item slot, tassel, headwear. Ingredients, Moonlight Dew X3, Stardust Feather X7, Sapphire Droplet X8, Heaven Grain Sand. Chance of success, 50%. Elias Raven looked at the blacksmith panel and a few thoughts ran through her mind. Firstly, the percentage of the chance of success and the experience bar was 50%. No doubt because of the breakthrough that she had. After her initial success in creating her first middle grade item, she had not created any more afterwards, so the percentage should have been at 1 or 2%. Shaking her head at the thought, Elias Raven focused on the matter at hand, the Heaven Grain Sand. She was attempting to create a headwear with the sand as the main material. And it seemed to be feasible too. She carefully examined the ingredients and opened her system market to search of them. With the new update that the system market had, Elias Raven wasn't surprised to see all the items were within the market. Although it would only be a headwear, it would be a middle-grade headwear that primarily focused on using the properties of the Heaven Grain Sand to the fullest. Purchasing all the required ingredients for 190 system coins, Elias Raven was ready to begin crafting her headwear. She took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as she prepared to create the headwear. She carefully placed the Moonlight Dew, Stardust Feather, Sapphire Droplet, and the Heaven Grain Sand into the refining cauldron. As she glanced at the blacksmith panel, she noticed the success rate still stood at 50%. Without wasting any more time, she focused her attention on the start button of the second panel. The refining cauldron began to heat up at once, and a countdown timer appeared. 14:57 seconds. Elias Raven could feel the intensity of the spiritual energy within the cauldron as it interacted with the ingredients, slowly transforming them into the desired headwear. Releasing her spiritual consciousness into the cauldron, she watched as the ingredients began to melt and fuse together. The Moonlight Dew transformed into a shimmering liquid, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Its gentle radiance enveloped the Heaven Grain Sand, causing it to emit a faint luminescence. The Stardust Feathers followed suit, their delicate feathers disintegrating into a fine powder upon contact with the cauldron's heat. The powder swirled and danced, merging with the Moonlight Dew to create a silvery cord that extended to form a thin string that went around in circles to form a ring. Next, the sapphire droplets joined the alchemical dance. As they heated in the cauldron, they dissolved into tiny droplets of pure azure liquid. These droplets glided through the silver cord to create a loose hanging thread that housed the Heaven Grain Sand. Meanwhile, the Heaven Grain Sand, the heart of the creation, began to react to the surrounding elements. Its grains shimmered and pulsed, absorbing the essence of the Moonlight Dew, Stardust Feather, and Sapphire Droplet. The grain of sand transformed, releasing its own essence toward other ingredients. Slowly a tassel was formed and its texture started becoming smoother and more refined. As the countdown timer ticked away, the cauldron's heat intensified, further melding the ingredients together. The misty silver mist swirled and twirled around the Heaven Grain Sand, forming intricate patterns, like wisps of stardust. Finally, as the timer reached 0, the cauldron's flames subsided, and the misty silver dissipated, revealing the completed headwear. The celestial tassel floated gracefully above the cauldron, its appearance resembling a chained pendant than a tassel. Elias Raven stared in awe at the chain body tassel floating gracefully above the cauldron. Carefully, she reached out and gently held the tassel in her hands, feeling the extreme hot and smooth surface against her fingertips. As she made contact with the chain body tassel, a surge of energy coursed through her body. It was as if the tassel itself was alive, resonating with her inner spiritual energy. Elias Raven closed her eyes, allowing the calming sensation to wash over her. In that moment, she felt a deep sense of peace and clarity. Her mind that had been filled with worries and doubts, became quiet and still. It was as if the tassel had the power to shield her from the chaos of the outside world, allowing her to find solace within herself. Slowly, Elias Raven opened her eyes, which held a profound purple hue as newfound determination filled her gaze. Congratulations, you have successfully created a middle-grade item, chain-bodied tassel. You have gained experience. Looking down at the item, Elias Raven looked at its description and read aloud. The chain-body tassel, chain-bodied tassel. a remarkable item that possesses the unique ability to passively calm the user while also acting as a shield against mental manipulation. With contact, it aids in comprehension and facilitates the experience of enlightenment. With the tassel in her possession, Elias Raven could sense a heightened awareness and a sharpened focus. It was as if the tassel had unlocked a hidden potential within her, allowing her to see the world with an even clearer vision. The chain body tassel would not only provide her with protection against mental manipulation, but it would also enhance her ability to comprehend complex concepts and facilitate her journey towards enlightenment. Elias Raven knew that this middle-grade item was a rare treasure, and she couldn't wait to put it to use. As she carefully placed the chain body tassel on her head, she hid the majority of it, leaving only the heaven sand grain trailing down to settle comfortably on her forehead. Feeling calm and tranquil, Elias Raven decided to use her last Gaka draw system. Elias Raven Special Physique, Brute Chi Physique Gold Core Stage Early, Experience Points 3%, System Coin 6030, Taoist Gaka Wheel. Available X1 Spiritual Roots, Water Fire Gold Wood Earth Variant Elemental Chi, Mud, Erosion. Main Cultivation Method, Black Tortoise Essence Art, 4th Layer. Side Cultivation Methods, Basic Chi Gathering, Formless Cultivation Method. Techniques, Celestial Moonlit Sword Art, Focused Chi Control, Waterfall / Refine Yin Chi, Surge, Thunderbolt Flash, Wrath of Thunder, Ancient Spirit Seals. Black Tortoises Tilde, Gong Fu, Golden Lizard. Market, Blacksmith. Alchemy. With a deep breath she entered the Gaka wheel and activated it. The wheel spun with a hum, the items blaring together as it gained momentum. As the wheel began to slow down, the items on it came into focus before finally stopping on one item. Elias Raven's eyes smiled in anticipation as she read the name of the item, High-Grade Rootless Fire X1. A smile tugged at the corners of Elias Raven's lips. A high-grade rootless fire. Only a few alchemists have something like this. If used correctly, Elias Raven could gain a tremendous advantage even in battles. Excitement surged through her as a red flame appeared floating above her palm, flickering and dancing with an intense heat. Elias Raven instantly stored it into her inventory as the heat it was releasing was too intense to keep it in her hand, plus it was starting to melt the surroundings. Having finished with her plans, Elias Raven finally decided to leave the blacksmith room and go check on Purple 147. Sector Ward. After leaving the blacksmith room, Elias Raven walked towards the pond in the middle of the courtyard. Splash! A large amount of water raised in the air as Purple flicked his tail in the pond. Elias Raven smiled at the sight as the water splashed towards her only to stop before it came into contact with her. As Elias Raven stood there, a bit mesmerized by the sight of the water frozen in midair, she couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sense of awe and wonder. The sun's rays danced upon the suspended droplets, creating a dazzling display of sparkling colors. It was as if time had momentarily paused, allowing her to fully appreciate the beauty and tranquility of the moment. Purple, sensing Elias Raven's delight, slithered out of the pond and gracefully made his way towards her. His scales glistened with an iridescent hue, reflecting the vibrant shades of the surrounding flowers. The gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming petals, intertwining with the earthy fragrance of the courtyard. With each slithering movement, Purple approached Elias Raven, his eyes filled with a mischievous glint. As he drew nearer, the water droplets that had been suspended in the air began to slowly descend, as Elias Raven was taken out of her daze. Elias Raven extended her hand, her fingers delicately caressing the smooth scales of her loyal companion. Purple, ever playful, coiled himself around her body, his presence comforting and familiar. Just as Elias Raven was about to lose herself in the enchantment of the moment, her eyes raised as she felt the presence of someone outside the courtyard. Elias Raven walked out to see who it was, and she was surprised to see someone familiar. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard was Wen Bonchan, the one who attended to her when she first arrived at the soul-shattering sect. His eyes met hers, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Elias Raven, it is good to see you," Wen Bonchan greeted, his voice filled with genuine fondness. Elias Raven returned the smile, feeling a sense of comfort and familiarity in his presence even now. "Wen Bonchan, it's nice to see you too. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" he replied. I see that you've already reached the Gold Core realm. Your dedication and determination are truly commendable. Elias Raven's cheeks flushed with a hint of pride. Thank you for your kind words, she responded humbly. I was fortunate enough to participate in an inheritance trial in the Nethercloud domain. When Bonshan nodded, his gaze turning serious. Your progress is truly remarkable. I come here today because of the events of the trial. My master sent me to you specifically. Elias Raven's curiosity was piqued. Your master? Oh, I hadn't explained in our first meeting, but my master is the sect leader of the soul-shattering sect. He is one of the most revered cultivators in our sect, possessing vast knowledge and wisdom. Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise. I had no idea. What does the sect master want with me? When Bonshan's expression softened, it's because of your breakthrough. Now that you have reached the Gold Core realm, you will be directly transferred to the Core Disciples' quarters, and because you have Liuan's soul, you will be assigned to the Pavilion Mountain that raises the sect's prized potentials. When Bonshan continued, as a Pavilion Disciple, you will receive exclusive resources, training, and guidance to help you reach even greater heights in your cultivation journey. Elias Raven's eyes raised with curiosity. I am not familiar with this Pavilion Mountain. What is it? When Bonshan smiled warmly as he began to explain further, the Pavilion Mountain is a revered and exclusive part of the soul-shattering sect. It is a place only for those with Liuan's soul. The resources available in the Pavilion Mountain are unparalleled, with access to rare cultivation techniques, profound insights, and valuable treasures that can greatly accelerate one's progress in martial cultivation. When Bonshan continued, I was tasked with delivering your rewards as well as telling you and disciple Liuang Chen about this information. Liuang Chen? Elias Raven said, pondering over the information. She looked up and asked how many people are on that mountain. When Bonshan shook his head and said, I honestly don't know, but you should take note of the other 6 with Liuan's soul. Some of them are eccentric in the way they handle things. Eccentric? Elias Raven asked with a confused expression. However, when Bonshan only chuckled as he said, you will know when you see them. He continued, it was one of them that rescued you before. Oh, Elias Raven said with surprise, as she had originally assumed that a group of soul-shattering sect elders had saved her. What's their name? She at least wanted to know the name of the person that saved her. He is called Wu Dao, currently the one of the strongest sect disciple. Elias Raven nodded, absorbing the information about the mysterious figure who had rescued her. Wu Dao, she repeated, committing the name to memory. A mix of curiosity and gratitude filled her expression. When Bonshan continued, Wu Dao is known for his exceptional strength and unique cultivation techniques. You'll find his approach to cultivation quite distinctive. It will be an interesting experience for you on Pavilion Mountain. Elias Raven nodded with a determined glint in her eyes. She looked at Wen Bonshan and said, I appreciate the opportunity. When do I leave for Pavilion Mountain? Wen Bonshan replied, you have some time to prepare. I recommend a week because of the unease going on in the sect. Until then, take the time to bid farewell to your current surroundings and make any necessary arrangements. Elias Raven nodded, a sense of anticipation building within her. When Bonshan smiled seeing that and said, I have no doubt that you will excel. Here is your reward for the information about the sect artifact as well as reaching the Gold Core realm. He handed Elias Raven a small storage bag as well as an intricately carved jade box. The box was cold to the touch, and she could feel a strong surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. Curiosity piqued. Elias Raven carefully opened the box. Inside, there was a small, exquisite pill with stripes on it, glowing with a soft inviting light. This is a top-grade realm solidifying pill, Wen Bonshan explained. It is a very potent pill that can help you consolidate your cultivation base and break through to the next realm easily. Elias Raven held the pill delicately, feeling the overwhelming energy contained within it. So this is a top-grade pill, Elias Raven thought as she felt the pulsation of the pill. Just like spirit weapons, alchemy pills are graded from low, middle, high, peak and top grade. All alchemists are graded in the same order as well, which means that a top-grade alchemist created this pill. However, seeing as stripes started to form in the pill, then Elias Raven could only assume that the alchemist that created this pill was likely above that as well. This was indeed a precious gift, one that she knew she had to use wisely. Thank you, Wen Bonshan, she said sincerely, carefully placing the pill back into the jade box. "I appreciate your guidance and the sect's generosity." Wenbon Shan smiled, pleased with her response. "The path of cultivation is a long and arduous one, Elias Raven. Remember to stay diligent and never lose your determination." With a final nod, he turned round and left the courtyard, leaving Elias Raven alone with her thoughts. She looked down at the jade box in her hands as well as the storage bag. Peering into the storage bag with her spiritual consciousness, Elias Raven saw an assortment of lesser valued pills, a new sect uniform and a gold pendant signifying her new status. 148. Departure to Pavilion Mountain. In the days that followed, Elias Raven immersed herself in cultivation and training as she made sure to acclimate to her newfound strength in the Gold Core realm. She had told the trio of girls to prepare everything else as her focus became solely on cultivating. And while cultivating, she became even more aware of how easily she processed everything, no doubt because of the chain body tassel on her forehead. Elias Raven became obsessed with cultivating. However, the time finally came for her to leave, and she, along with the three girls, packed her belongings, making sure to bring the valuable things from the courtyard. As Elias Raven bid farewell to the courtyard and the familiar surroundings she had grown accustomed to, Elias Raven couldn't help but feel a small pang of nostalgia. She had only spent a few weeks here and she was already moving. Chuckling at the thought, she made her way to the designated meeting point where she was supposed to meet Liuang Chen. During the past few days, Elias Raven had contacted Liuang Chen and both came to the agreement to depart for the Pavilion Mountain at the same time. Although they don't completely trust each other, they had formed a camaraderie during their time together and she felt that it was right that they enter together. As she approached the meeting point, Elias Raven spotted Liuang Chen standing there, his expression a shade of annoyance. "You're late," Liuang Chen said, his gaze locking onto the three scarred girls following behind Elias Raven. "Well, it doesn't matter. Let's go." Elias Raven's eyes raised, feeling the aura that Liuang Chen was unconsciously suppressing. "You broke through?" Liuang Chen nodded, his gaze turning towards the road ahead. "Of course. I was already close to a breakthrough, so it's not surprising." "Let's go," he said once more as he started walking towards the teleportation formations. Elias Raven nodded as she soon followed after. She noticed how the three girls behind her were unusually quiet, but she understood that they probably didn't feel comfortable talking with Liuang Chen here. She shook her head and began to review what she had gathered about the Pavilion Mountain, their reputation, and how they are viewed by the sect. The Pavilion Mountain is a mountain that is situated at the center of the sect. Around it are other mountains for the sect elders. Because of its location in the sect, it is abundant with spiritual energy and is considered a sacred place for cultivation. The Pavilion Mountain is mostly known for its mystery as there is no other info about it. As Elias Raven and Liuang Chen approached the teleportation formations, they were greeted by a sect elder who oversaw the process. The elder nodded, verifying their identities, and warned the three girls following Elias Raven but allowed them to enter the formation. Inside the formation, Elias Raven could feel the energy swirling around her, a tingling sensation running through her body. The air crackled with anticipation as the teleportation took hold, transporting them to their destination. In an instant, Elias Raven found herself standing in a teleportation formation and around her was a clearing with clouds all across. The first thing she noticed was a rush of spiritual chi that pervaded all around them. Cough, cough. Behind Elias Raven, the trio started coughing uncontrollably as the spiritual chi felt suffocating to them. With a flick of her wrist, Elias Raven summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy around the three girls. The barrier acted as a filter, allowing them to breathe in the surrounding spiritual chi without being overwhelmed by its intensity. Liuang Chen, who had already adapted to the high levels of spiritual chi, watched as Elias Raven took charge of the situation. His annoyance from earlier seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of respect for her abilities. "Impressive," he muttered under his breath, his gaze lingering on Elias Raven's barrier. "You know how to use the chi filter technique. You've certainly come a long way in such a short time." Elias Raven smiled modestly, not acknowledging the compliment. She was only able to use it because of the inherent memories from the ancestral symbol, so she didn't really feel it was her own technique. Liuang Chen was about to continue speaking when suddenly a hand reached out towards him. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the hand that had appeared out of nowhere. Startled, he turned to see a figure standing behind him. It was an elderly woman with a long hair and a warm smile on her face. "Welcome to Pavilion Mountain, young cultivators," the elderly woman greeted them. "I apologize if the density of the spiritual chi caught you off guard. It can be overwhelming for those of lower realms who are not accustomed to it." Elias Raven and Liu Chen exchanged glances, realizing that this must be one of the elders of Pavilion Mountain. They bowed respectfully in greeting. "We appreciate your guidance, Elder," Elias Raven said, her voice filled with gratitude. The woman seemed surprised and suddenly covered her mouth. "PFFT, ha ha ha, do I really seem that old to you? Well, I guess I am considered your senior sister." The unexpected laughter from the woman caught Elias Raven and Liu Chen off guard. They exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to respond. The woman composed herself, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Apologies for the confusion. I am the disciple of the first villa. You can just call me Senior Sister Liu. I like to keep things informal around here." Elias Raven and Liu Chen relaxed, realizing that this Senior Sister Liu had a playful personality. They returned her smile, feeling more at ease in her presence. Senior Sister Liu gestured towards the trio of girls who were still recovering from their coughing fit. "I see you have brought your servants. It seems you have comradely. That's good. Pavilion Mountain values unity and camaraderie above all else." Elias Raven nodded, unsure of what to say, so she took it as words of encouragement. Senior Sister Liu nodded approvingly. "Good, good. Now, let me guide you to your accommodations. I was getting lonely being the only one here." As they walked through the mountain, Elias Raven couldn't help but feel gazes upon her. "This is," Elias Raven said as she was tempted to release her spiritual consciousness outward. "Oh, you've noticed. It seems you're more talented than him," Senior Sister Liu blatantly stated while pointing towards Liu Chen. "Liu Chen, what is this?" Elias Raven asked, clearly sensing a feeling of fondness from the gazes. "Those would be the spiritual remnants," Senior Sister Liu explained, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "The spiritual remnants are the remnant wills of past ancestors that recognize and acknowledge promising cultivators like yourself. It's a sign of favor and potential." Elias Raven's eyes widened in surprise. "So, these spiritual remnants are a form of recognition from the ancestors?" Senior Sister Liu nodded. "That's correct. Once you have the chance, you can visit the pagodas and see which one is suitable for you. Within each pagoda is a spiritual imprint." Liu Chen's expression showed a mix of curiosity and envy. "How many pagoda are there?" Senior Sister Liu chuckled. There are 9 pagoda in total, each with its own unique characteristics and cultivation methods." Senior Sister Liu continued guiding them through the mountain, introducing them to various places of interest and explaining the rules or lack thereof. As they reached a large pavilion, Senior Sister Liu smiled. "Here is where you'll be staying. It's just a temporary spot until you choose your own villa, but it should suffice for now. Inside, you'll find everything you need for your daily cultivation and living needs." She continued. "Visit the Jade Library once you have settled. Inside are cultivation techniques that work well with special physiques." Elias Raven and Liu Chen thanked Senior Sister Liu for her guidance and entered the pavilion. The interior was simple yet comfortable, with a spacious training area, sleeping quarters, and a small study corner. Elias Raven took a moment to appreciate her new surroundings. She felt a sense of excitement and determination bubbling within her. This was a fresh start, a new chapter in her cultivation journey. She turned to the girls who were marveling at the place and then towards Liu Chen, who was inspecting the training area with a thoughtful expression. "We can make the most of our time here." End of Block 3.